The Origins of Contemporary France. Volume 1. The Ancient Regime. By Hippolyte Taine. Introduction. Why should we fetch Taine's work up from its dusty box in the basement of the National Library? First of all, because his realistic views of our human nature, of our civilization and of socialism, as well as his dark premonitions of the 20th century, were proven correct. Secondly, because we may today with more accuracy call his work The Origins of Popular Democracy and of Communism. His lucid analysis of the current ideology remains as interesting, or perhaps even more interesting, than when it was written, especially because we cannot accuse him of being part in our current political and ideological struggle. Even though I found him wise, even though he confirmed my own impressions from a rich and varied life, even though I considered that our children and the people at large should benefit from his insights into the innermost recesses of the political man, I still felt it would be best to find out why his work had been put on the index by the French and largely forgotten by the Anglo-Saxon world. So I consulted a contemporary French authority, Jean-François Revel, who mentions Taine works in his book, La Connaissance Inutile. Paris, 1988. Revel notes that a socialist historian, Alphonse Allard, methodically and dishonestly attacked Les Origins, and that Allard was specially recruited by the University of Sorbonne for this purpose. Allard pretended that Taine was a poor historian by finding a number of errors in Taine's work. This was done, says Revel, because the left came to see Taine's work as a vile counter-revolutionary weapon. The French historian Augustin Cochin proved, however, that Allard and not Taine had made the errors, but by that time Taine had been defamed and his works removed from the shelves of the French universities. Now Taine was not a professional historian. Perhaps this was as well, since most professional historians, even when conscientious and accurate, rarely are in a position to be independent. They generally work for a university, for a national public, or for the Ministry of Education, and their books, once approved, may gain a considerable income once millions of pupils are compelled to acquire these. Taine initially became famous, not as a professional historian but as a literary critic and journalist. His fame allowed him to sell his books and articles and make a comfortable living without kowtowing to any government or university. He wrote as he saw fit, truthfully, even though it might displease a number of powerful persons. Taine did not pretend to be a regular historian, but rather someone inquiring into the history of public authorities and their supporters. Through his comments he appears not only as a decent person but also as a psychologist and seer. He describes mankind, as I know it from my life in institutions, at sea and abroad in a large international organization. He describes mankind as it was seen by Darwin in the expressions of emotions in man and animals. Taine described the human being as he was and is, and had the courage to tell the French about themselves, their ancient rulers, and the men of the Revolution, even if it went against the favorable opinion so many of his countrymen had of this terrible period. His understanding of our evolution, of mankind, and of the evolution of society did not find favor with men who believed that they in the socialist ideology had found the solution to all social ills. Only recently has science begun to return to Darwin in order to rediscover the human being as Taine knew him. You can find Taine's views of humanity confirmed in Robert Wright's book The Moral Animal. Why We Are the Way We Are. Taine had full access to the files of the French National Archives and these and other original documents. Taine had received a French classical education and, being foremost among many brilliant men, had a capacity for study and work which we no longer demand from our young. He accepted man and society, as they appeared to him. He described his findings without compassion for the hang-ups of his prejudiced countrymen. He described man as a gregarious animal living for a brief spell in a remote corner of space, whose different cultures and nations had evolved haphazardly in time, carried along by forces and events exceeding our comprehension, blindly following their innate drives. These drives were followed with cunning but rarely with far-sighted wisdom. Taine, the prophet, has more than ever something to tell us. He warned his countrymen against themselves, their humanity, and hence against their fears, anxieties, greed, ambitions, conceit, and excessive imagination. His remarks and judgments exhort us to be responsible, modest, and kind, and to select wise and modest leaders. He warns us against young hungry men's natural desire to mass behind a tribune and follow him onwards, they hope, along the high road to excitement, fame, power and riches. He warns us against our readiness to believe in myth and metaphysics, demonstrating how man will believe anything, even the most mystical or incomprehensible religion or ideology, provided it is preached by his leaders. History, as seen by Taine, is one long series of such adventures and horrors, and nowhere was this more evident than in France before, during and after the Revolution in 1789. Taine became, upon reading On the Origins of the Species, a convinced Darwinian, and was, the year after Darwin, honored by the University of Oxford with the title of Doctor Honoris Causa in Jure Civili for his History of English Literature. Taine was not a methodical ideologist creating a system. He did not defend any particular creed or current. He was considered some kind of positivist, but he did not consider himself as belonging to any particular school. The 6 volumes of Les Origines de la France Contemporaine appeared one after the other in Paris between 1875 and 1893. They were translated into English and published in New York soon afterwards. They were also translated into German. Taine's direct views displeased many in France, as the Royalists, the Bonapartists, and the Socialists felt hurt. Still, the first edition of Volume 2 of Le Régime Moderne, published by Hachette in 1894, indicated that L'Ancien Régime at that time had been printed in 18 editions, La Révolution Volume I in 17 editions, Volume 2 in 16 editions, and Volume 3 in 13 editions. Le Régime Moderne Volume I had been printed in only 8 editions. Photographic reprints appeared in the US in 1932 and 1962. Taine's description and analysis of events in France between 1750 and 1870 are, as you will see, colorful, lucid, and sometimes intense. His style might today appear dated, since he writes in rather long sentences, using parables to drive his points firmly home. His books were widely read in academic circles and therefore influenced a great many political students in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Lenin, who came to Paris around 1906, might well have profited by Taine's analysis. Hitler is also likely to have profited by his insights. Lenin was, like so many other socialists of his day, a great admirer of Robespierre and his party, and would undoubtedly have tried to find out how Robespierre got into power and why he lost his hold on France the way he did. Part of Taine's art was to place himself into the place of the different people and parties who took part in the great events. When pretends to speak for the Jacobins, it's so convincingly done, that it is hard to know whether he speaks on their behalf or whether he is, in fact, quoting one of them. Taine, like the Napoleon he described, believed that in order to understand people you are aided if you try to imagine yourself in their place. This procedure, as well as his painstaking research, make his descriptions of the violent events of the past ring true. Taine knew and described the evil inherent in human nature and in the crowd. His warnings and explanations did not prevent Europe from repeating the mistakes of the past. The 20th century saw a replay of the French Revolution repeated in all its horror when Lenin, Mao, Hoxha, and Pol Pot followed its script, and when Stalin and Hitler made good use of Napoleon's example. Taine irritated the elite of the Third French Republic as well as everyone who believed in the popular democracy based on one person, one vote. You can understand when you read the following preface, which was actually placed in front of the Revolution Volume 2. Since it clarifies Taine's aims and justifications, I have moved and placed it below. Not long before his death, Taine, sensing that his wisdom and deep insights into human nature and events no longer interested the elite, remarked to a friend that the scientific truth about the human animal is perhaps unacceptable except for a very few. 0001 Now, 100 years later, after a century of ideological wars between ambitious men, I am afraid that the situation remains unchanged. mankind remains reluctant to face the realities of our uncontrolled existence. A few men begin, however, to share my misgivings about the future of a system which has completely given up the respect for wisdom and experience, preferring a system of elaborate human rights and new morals. There is reason to recall Machiavelli's words. In times of difficulty men of merit are sought after, but in easy times it is not men of merit, but such as have riches and powerful relations, that are most in favor. And let me to quote the Greek historian Polybius Observations 0002 about the cyclic evolution of the Greek city-states. What then are the beginnings I speak of, and what is the first origin of political societies? When owing to floods, famines, failure of crops or other such causes there occurs such a destruction of the human race as tradition tells us has more than once happened, and as we must believe will often happen again, all arts and crafts perishing at the same time, when in the course of time, when springing from the survivors as from seeds, men have again increased in numbers and just like other animals form herds, it being a matter of course that they too should herd together with those of their kind owing to their natural weakness, it is a necessary consequence that the man who excels in bodily strength and in courage will lead and rule over the rest. We observe and should regard as a most genuine work of nature this very phenomenon in the case of the other animals which act purely by instinct, and among whom the strongest are always indisputable the masters. I speak of bulls, boars, cocks, and the like. It is probable then that at the beginning men lived thus, herding together like animals and following the lead of the strongest and bravest, the ruler's strength being here the sole limit to his power and the name we should give his rule being monarchy. But when in time feelings of sociability and companionship begin to grow in such gatherings of men, then kingship has struck root, and the notions of goodness, justice, and their opposites begin to arise in men. 6. The manner in which these notions come into being is as follows. Men being all naturally inclined to sexual intercourse, and the consequence this being the birth of children, whenever one of those who have been reared does not on growing up show gratitude to those who reared him or defend them, but on the contrary takes to speaking ill of them or ill-treating them, it is evident that he will displease and offend those who have been familiar with his parents and have witnessed the care and pains they spent on attending to and feeding their children. For seeing that men are distinguished from the other animals possessing the faculty of reason, it is obviously improbable that such a difference of conduct should escape them, as it escapes the other animals. They will notice the thing and be displeased at what is going on, looking to the future and reflecting that they may all meet with the same treatment. Again, when a man who has been helped or succored when in danger by another does not show gratitude to his preserver, but even goes to the length of attempting to do him injury, it is clear that those who become aware of it will naturally be displeased and offended by such conduct, sharing the resentment of their injured neighbor and imagining themselves in the same situation. From all this there arises in everyone a notion of the meaning and theory of duty, which is the beginning and end of justice. Similarly, again, when any man is foremost in defending his fellows from danger, and braves and awaits the onslaught of the most powerful beasts, it is natural that he should receive marks of favor and honor from the people, while the man who acts in the opposite manner will meet with reprobation and dislike. From this again some idea of what is base and what is noble and of what constitutes the difference is likely to arise among the people, and noble conduct will be admired and imitated because advantageous, while base conduct will be avoided. Now when the leading and most powerful man among people always throws the weight of his authority the side of the notions on such matters which generally prevail, and when in the opinion of his subjects he apportions rewards and penalties according to desert, they yield obedience to him no longer because they fear his force, but rather because their judgment approves him, and they join in maintaining his rule even if he is quite enfeebled by age, defending him with one consent and battling against those who conspire to overthrow his rule. Thus by insensible degrees, the monarch becomes a king, ferocity and force having yielded the supremacy to reason. 7. Thus is formed naturally among men the first notion of goodness and justice, and their opposites. This is the beginning and birth of true kingship. For the people maintain the supreme power not only in the hands of these men themselves, but in those of their descendants, from the conviction that those born from and reared by such men will also have principles like to theirs. and if they ever are displeased with the descendants, they now choose their kings and rulers no longer for their bodily strength and brute courage, but for the excellency of their judgment and reasoning powers, as they have gained experience from actual facts of the difference between the one class of qualities and the other. In old times, then, those who had once been chosen to the royal office continued to hold it until they grew old, fortifying and enclosing fine strongholds with walls and acquiring lands, in the one case for the sake of the security of their subjects and in the other to provide them with abundance of the necessities of life. And while pursuing these aims, they were exempt from all vituperation or jealousy, as neither in their dress nor in their food and drink did they make any great distinction, but lived very much like everyone else, not keeping apart from the people. But when they received the office by hereditary succession and found their safety now provided for, and more than sufficient provision of food, they gave way to their appetites owing to the superabundance, and came to think that the rulers must be distinguished from their subjects by a peculiar dress, that there should be a peculiar luxury and variety in the dressing and serving of their viands, and that they should meet with no denial in the pursuit of their amours, however lawless. These habits having given rise in the one case to envy and offense and in the other to an outburst of hatred and passionate resentment, the kingship changed into a tyranny. The first steps towards its overthrow were taken by the subjects, and conspiracies began to be formed. These conspiracies were not the work of the worst men, but of the noblest, most high-spirited, and most courageous, because such men are least able to brook the insolence of princes. 8. The people now having got leaders, would combine with them against the ruling powers for the reasons I stated above. Kingship and monarchy would be utterly abolished, and in their place aristocracy would begin to grow. For the commons, as if bound to pay at once their debt of gratitude to the abolishers of monarchy, would make them their leaders and entrust their destinies to them. At first these chiefs gladly assumed this charge and regarded nothing as of greater importance than the common interest, administering the private and public affairs of the people with paternal solicitude. But here again, when children inherited this position of authority from their fathers, having no experience of misfortune and none at all of civil equality and liberty of speech, and having been brought up from the cradle amid the evidences of the power and high position of their fathers, they abandoned themselves some to greed of gain and unscrupulous money-making, others to indulgence in wine and the convivial excess which accompanies it, and others again to the violation of women and the rape of boys, and thus converting the aristocracy into an oligarchy aroused in the people feelings similar to those of which I just spoke, and in consequence met with the same disastrous end as the tyrant. 9. For whenever anyone who has noticed the jealousy and hatred with which they are regarded by the citizens, has the courage to speak or act against the chiefs of the state, he has the whole mass of the people ready to back him. Next, when they have either killed or banished the oligarchs, they no longer venture to set a king over them, as they still remember with terror the injustice they suffered from the former ones, nor can they entrust the government with confidence to a select few, with the evidence before them of their recent error in doing so. Thus the only hope still surviving unimpaired is in themselves, and to this they resort, making the state a democracy instead of an oligarchy and assuming the responsibility for the conduct of affairs. Then as long as some of those survive who experienced the evils of oligarchical dominion, they are well pleased with the present form of government, and set a high value on equality and freedom of speech. But when a new generation arises and the democracy falls into the hands of the grandchildren of its founders, they have become so accustomed to freedom and equality that they no longer value them, and begin to aim at preeminence, and it is chiefly those of ample fortune who fall into this error. So when they begin to lust for power and cannot attain it through themselves or their own good qualities, they ruin their estates, tempting and corrupting the people in every possible way. And hence when by their foolish thirst for reputation they have created among the masses an appetite for gifts and the habit of receiving them, democracy in its turn is abolished and changes into a rule of force and violence. For the people, having grown accustomed to feed at the expense of others and to depend for their livelihood on the property of others, as soon as they find a leader who is enterprising but is excluded from the honors of office by his poverty, institute the rule of violence, and now uniting their forces massacre, banish, and plunder, until they degenerate again into perfect savages and find once more a master and monarch. Such is the cycle of political revolution, the course pointed by nature in which constitutions change, disappear, and finally return to the point from which they started. Anyone who clearly perceives this may indeed in speaking of the future of any state be wrong in his estimate of the time the process will take, but if his judgment is not tainted by animosity or jealousy, he will very seldom be mistaken to the stage of growth or decline it has reached, and as to the form into which it will change. And especially in the case of the Roman state will this method enable us to arrive at a knowledge of its formation, growth, and greatest perfection, and likewise of the change for the worse which is sure follow some day. For, as I said, this state, more than any other, has been formed and has grown naturally, and will undergo a natural decline and change to its contrary. The reader will be able to judge of the truth of this from the subsequent parts this work. The modern reader may think that all this is irrelevant to him, that the natural sciences will solve all his problems. He would be wise to recall that the great Roman Republic in which Polybius lived more than 2,200 years ago, did indeed become transformed into tyranny and, in the end, into anarchy and oblivion. No wonder that the makers of the American Constitution keenly studied Polybius. Not only has Taine's comments and factual description of the cyclic French political history much to teach us about ourselves and the dangers which lie ahead, but it also shows us the origins and weakness of our political theories. It is obvious that should ask ourselves the question of where, in the political evolution we are now. Are we still ruled by the corrupt oligarchs, or have we reached the stage where the people has become used to be fed on the property of others? If so, dissolution and anarchy is just around the corner. The Revolution, Volume 2, 8th ed. Svend Ram. Hendaye, France. February 2000. Preface. In this volume, as in those preceding it and in those to come, there will be found only the history of public authorities. Others will write that of diplomacy, of war, of the finances, of the church. My subject is a limited one. To my great regret, however, this new part fills an entire volume, and the last part, on the revolutionary government, will be as long. I have again to regret the dissatisfaction I foresee this work will cause to many of my countrymen. My excuse is, that almost all of them, more fortunate than myself, have political principles which serve them in forming their judgments of the past. I had none. If indeed, I had any motive in undertaking this work, it was to seek for political principles. Thus far I have attained to scarcely more than one, and this is so simple that will seem puerile, and that I hardly dare express it. Nevertheless I have adhered to it, and in what the reader is about to peruse my judgments are all derived from that, its truth is the measure of theirs. It consists wholly in this observation, that human society, especially a modern society, is a vast and complicated thing. Hence the difficulty in knowing and comprehending it. For the same reason it is not easy to handle the subject well. It follows that a cultivated mind is much better able to do this than an uncultivated mind, and a man specially qualified than one who is not. From these two last truths flow many other consequences, which, if the reader deigns to reflect on them, he will have no trouble in defining. The Ancient Regime. Preface by the author, on Political Ignorance and Wisdom. In 1849, being 21 years of age, and an elector, I was very much puzzled, for I had to nominate 15 or 20 deputies, and, moreover, according to French custom, I had not only to determine what candidate I would vote for, but what theory I should adopt. I had to choose between a royalist or a republican, a democrat or a conservative, a socialist or a Bonapartist. As I was neither one nor the other, nor even anything, I often envied those around me who were so fortunate as to have arrived at definite conclusions. After listening to various doctrines, I acknowledged that there undoubtedly was something wrong with my head. The motives that influenced others did not influence me. I could not comprehend how, in political matters, a man could be governed by preferences. My assertive countrymen planned a constitution just like a house, according to the latest, simplest, and most attractive plan, and there were several under consideration: the mansion of a marquis, the house of a common citizen, the tenement of a laborer, the barracks of a soldier, the kibbutz of a socialist, and even the camp of savages. Each claimed that his was the true habitation for man, the only one in which a sensible person could live. In my opinion, the argument was weak. Personal taste could not be valid for everyone. It seemed to me that a house should not be built for the architect alone, or for itself, but for the owner who was to live in it. Referring to the owner for his advice, that is submitting to the French people the plans of its future habitation, would evidently be either for show or just to deceive them, since the question, obviously, was put in such a manner that it provided the answer in advance. Besides, had the people been allowed to reply in all liberty, their response was in any case not of much value, since France was scarcely more competent than I was. The combined ignorance of 10 millions is not the equivalent of one man's wisdom. A people may be consulted and, in an extreme case, may declare what form of government it would like best, but not that which it most needs. Nothing but experience can determine this. It must have time to ascertain whether the political structure is convenient, substantial, able to withstand inclemency, and adapted to customs, habits, occupations, characters, peculiarities, and caprices. For example, the one we have tried has never satisfied us. We have during 80 years demolished it 13 times, each time setting it up anew, and always in vain, for never have we found one that suited us. If other nations have been more fortunate, or if various political structures abroad have proved stable and enduring, it is because these have been erected in a special way. Founded on some primitive, massive pile, supported by an old central edifice, often restored but always preserved, gradually enlarged, and, after numerous trials and additions, they have been adapted to the wants of its occupants. It is well to admit, perhaps, that there is no other way of erecting a permanent building. Never has one been put up instantaneously, after an entirely new design, and according to the measurements of pure reason. A sudden contrivance of a new, suitable, and enduring constitution is an enterprise beyond the forces of the human mind. In any event, I came to the conclusion that if we should ever discover the one we need, it would not be through some fashionable theory. The point is, if it exists, to discover it, and not to put it to a vote. To do that would not only be pretentious, it would be useless. History and nature will do it for us. It is for us to adapt ourselves to them, as it is certain they will not accommodate themselves to us. The social and political mold, into which a nation may enter and remain, is not subject to its will, but determined by its character and its past. It is essential that, even in its least traits, it should be shaped on the living material to which it is applied, otherwise it will burst and fall to pieces. Hence, if we should succeed in finding ours, it will only be through a study of ourselves, while the more we understand exactly what we are, the more certainly shall we distinguish what best suits us. We ought, therefore, to reverse the ordinary methods, and form some conception of the nation before formulating its constitution. Doubtless the first operation is much more tedious and difficult than the second. How much time, how much study, how many observations rectified one by the other, how many researches in the past and the present, over all the domains of thought and of action, what manifold and age-long labors before we can obtain an accurate and complete idea of a great people. A people which has lived a people's age, and which still lives. But it is the only way to avoid the unsound construction based on a meaningless planning. I promised myself that, for my own part, if I should some day undertake to form a political opinion, it would be only after having studied France. What is contemporary France? To answer this question we must know how this France is formed, or, what is still better, to act as spectator at its formation. At the end of the last century, in 1789, like a molting insect, it underwent a metamorphosis. Its ancient organization is dissolved, it tears away its most precious tissues and falls into convulsions, which seem mortal. Then, after multiplied throes and a painful lethargy, it re-establishes itself. But its organization is no longer the same. By silent interior travail a new being is substituted for the old. In 1808, its leading characteristics are decreed and defined: departments, arrondissements, cantons and communes. No change have since taken place in its exterior divisions and functions. Concordat, code, tribunals, university, institute, prefects, council of state, taxes, collectors, corps de comptes, a uniform and centralized administration, its principal organs, are still the same. Nobility, commoners, artisans, peasants, each class has henceforth the position, the sentiments, the traditions which we see at the present day, 1875. Thus the new creature is at once stable and complete. Consequently its structure, its instincts, and its faculties mark in advance the circle within which its thought and its action will be stimulated. Around it, other nations, some more advanced, others less developed, all with greater caution, some with better results, attempt similarly a transformation from a feudal to a modern state. The process takes place everywhere and all but simultaneously. But, under this new system as beneath the ancient, the weak is always the prey of the strong. Woe to those nations whose retarded evolution exposes them to the neighbor suddenly emancipated from his chrysalis state, and is the first to go forth fully armed. Woe likewise to him whose too violent and too abrupt evolution has badly balanced his internal economy. Who, through the exaggeration of his governing forces, through the deterioration of his deep-seated organs, through the gradual impoverishment of his vital tissues is condemned to commit inconsiderate acts, to debility, to impotency, amidst sounder and better balanced neighbors. In the organization, which France effected for herself at the beginning of the 19th century, all the general lines of her contemporary history were traced. Her political revolutions, social utopias, division of classes, role of the church, conduct of the nobility, of the middle class, and of the people, the development, the direction, or deviation of philosophy, of letters and of the arts. That is why, should we wish to understand our present condition, our attention always reverts to the terrible and fruitful crisis by which the ancient regime produced the revolution, and the revolution the new regime. Ancient regime, revolution, new regime. I am going to try to describe these three conditions with exactitude. I have no other object in view. A historian may be allowed the privilege of a naturalist. I have regarded my subject the same as the metamorphosis of an insect. Moreover, the event is so interesting in itself that it is worth the trouble of being observed for its own sake, and no effort is required to suppress one's ulterior motives. Freed from all prejudice, curiosity becomes scientific and may be completely concentrated on the secret forces which guide the wonderful process. These forces are the situation, the passions, the ideas, the wills of each group of actors, and which can be defined and almost measured. They are in full view. We are not reduced to conjectures about them, to uncertain divination, to vague indications. By singular good fortune we perceive the men themselves, their exterior and their interior. The Frenchmen of the ancient regime are still within visual range. All of us, in our youth, around 1840 to 50, have encountered one or more of the survivors of this vanished society. Many of their dwellings, with the furniture, still remain intact. Their pictures and engravings enable us to take part in their domestic life, see how they dress, observe their attitudes and follow their movements. Through their literature, philosophy, scientific pursuits, gazettes, and correspondence, we can reproduce their feeling and thought, and even enjoy their familiar conversation. The multitude of memoirs, issuing during the past 30 years from public and private archives, led us from one drawing room to another, as if we bore with us so many letters of introduction. The independent descriptions by foreign travelers, in their journals and correspondence, correct and complete the portraits, which this society has traced of itself. Everything that it could state has been stated, except, what was commonplace and well known to contemporaries, whatever seemed technical, tedious, and vulgar, whatever related to the provinces, to the bourgeoisie, the peasant, to the laboring man, to the government, and to the household. It has been my aim to fill this void, and make France known to others outside the small circle of the literary and the cultivated. Owing to the kindness of M. Mori 0011 and the precious indications of M. Bout Eric, I have been able to examine a mass of manuscript documents. These include the correspondence of a large number of intendants, the royal governor of a large district, the directors of customs and tax offices, legal officers, and private persons of every kind and of every degree during the 30 last years of the ancient regime. Also included are the reports and registers of the various departments of the royal household, the reports and registers of the States General in 176 volumes, the dispatches of military officers in 1789 and 1790, letters, memoirs and detailed statistics preserved in the 100 boxes of the Ecclesiastical Committee, the correspondence, in 94 bundles, of the department and municipal authorities with the ministries from 1790 to 1799, the reports of the councillors of state on their mission at the end of 1801, the reports of prefects under the consulate, the empire, and the restoration down to 1823. There is such a quantity of unknown and instructive documents besides these that the history of the revolution seems, indeed, to be still unwritten. In any event, it is only such documents, which can make all these people come alive. The lesser nobles, the curates, the monks, the nuns of the provinces, the aldermen and bourgeoisie of the towns, the attorneys and syndics of the country villages, the laborers and artisans, the officers and the soldiers. These alone enable us to contemplate and appreciate in detail the various conditions of their existence, the interior of a parsonage, of a convent, of a town council, the wages of a workman, the produce of a farm, the taxes levied on a peasant, the duties of a tax collector, the expenditure of a noble or prelate, the budget, retinue and ceremonial of a court. Thanks to such resources, we are able to give precise figures, to know hour by hour the occupations of a day and, better still, read off the bill of fare of a grand dinner, and recompose all parts of a full dress costume. We have even, on the one hand, samples of the materials of the dresses worn by Marie Antoinette, pinned on paper and classified by dates. And on the other hand, we can tell what clothes were worn by the peasant, describe the bread he ate, specify the flour it was made of, and state the cost of a pound of it in sous and deniers. 0012 With such resources one becomes almost contemporary with the men whose history one writes, and, more than once, in the archives, I have, while tracing their old handwriting on the time-stained paper before me, been tempted to speak aloud with them. H. Taine, August 1875. Book First. The Structure of the Ancient Society. Chapter I. The Origin of Privileges. In 1789 three classes of persons, the clergy, the nobles, and the king, occupied the most prominent position in the state with all the advantages pertaining thereto, namely, authority, property, honors, or, at the very least, privileges, immunities, favors, pensions, preferences, and the like. If they occupied this position for so long a time, it is because for so long a time they had deserved it. They had, in short, through an immense and secular effort, constructed by degrees the three principal foundations of modern society. I. Services and recompenses of the clergy. Of these three layered foundations the most ancient and deepest was the work of the clergy. For 1200 years and more they had labored upon it, both as architects and workmen, at first alone and then almost alone in the beginning. During the first 4 centuries, they constituted religion and the church. Let us ponder over these two words, in order to weigh them well. On the one hand, in a society founded on conquest, hard and cold like a machine of brass, forced by its very structure to destroy among its subjects all courage to act and all desire to live, they had proclaimed the glad tidings, held forth the kingdom of God, preached loving resignation in the hands of a heavenly Father, inspired patience, gentleness, humility, self-abnegation, and charity, and opened the only issues by which man stifling in the Roman ergastulum could again breathe and see daylight, and here we have religion. On the other hand, in a state gradually undergoing depopulation, crumbling away, and fatally becoming a prey, they had formed a living society governed by laws and discipline, rallying around a common aim and a common doctrine, sustained by the devotion of chiefs and by the obedience of beliefs, alone capable of subsisting beneath the flood of barbarians which the empire in ruin suffered to pour in through its breaches, and here we have the Church. It continues to build on these two first foundations, and after the invasion, for over 500 years. It saves what it can still save of human culture. It marches in the van of the barbarians or converts them directly after their entrance, which is a wonderful advantage. Let us judge of it by a single fact: in Great Britain, which like Gaul had become Latin, but whereof the conquerors remained pagan during a century and a half, arts, industries, society, language, all were destroyed, nothing remained of an entire people, either massacred or fugitive, but slaves. We have still to divine their traces. Reduced to the condition of beasts of burden, they disappear from history. Such might have been the fate of Europe if the clergy had not promptly tamed the fierce brutes to which it belonged. Before the bishop in his gilded cope or before the monk, the converted German emaciated, clad in skins, wan, dirtier and more spotted than a chameleon, 1101 stood fear-stricken as before a sorcerer. In his calm moments, after the chase or inebriety, the vague divination of a mysterious and grandiose future, the dim conception of an unknown tribunal, the rudiment of conscience which he already had in his forests beyond the Rhine, arouses in him through sudden alarms half-formed, menacing visions. At the moment of violating a sanctuary he asks himself whether he may not fall on its threshold with vertigo and a broken neck. 1102 Convicted through his own perplexity, he stops and spares the farm, the village, and the town, which live under the priest's protection. If the animal impulse of rage, or of primitive lusts, leads him to murder or to rob, later, after satiety, in times of sickness or of misfortune, taking the advice of his concubine or of his wife, he repents and makes restitution twofold, tenfold, 100-fold, unstinted in his gifts and immunities. 1103 Thus, over the whole territory the clergy maintain and enlarge their asylums for the oppressed and the vanquished. On the other hand, among the warrior chiefs with long hair, by the side of kings clad in furs, the mitred bishop and abbot, with shaven brows, take seats in the assemblies. They alone know how to use the pen and how to discuss. Secretaries, counselors, theologians, they participate in all edicts, they have their hand in the government, they strive through its agency to bring a little order out of immense disorder, to render the law more rational and more humane, to re-establish or preserve piety, instruction, justice, property, and especially marriage. To their ascendancy is certainly due the police system, such as it was, intermittent and incomplete, which prevented Europe from falling into a Mongolian anarchy. If, down to the end of the 12th century, the clergy bears heavily on the princes, it is especially to repress in them and beneath them the brutal appetites, the rebellions of flesh and blood, the outbursts and relapses of irresistible ferocity which are undermining the social fabric. Meanwhile, in its churches and in its convents, it preserves the ancient acquisitions of humanity, the Latin tongue, Christian literature and theology, a portion of pagan literature and science, architecture, sculpture, painting, the arts and industries which aid worship. It also preserved the more valuable industries, which provide man with bread, clothing, and shelter, and especially the greatest of all human acquisitions, and the most opposed to the vagabond humor of the idle and plundering barbarian, the habit and taste for labor. In the districts depopulated through Roman exactions, through the revolt of the Bagauds, through the invasion of the Germans, and the raids of brigands, the Benedictine monk built his cabin of boughs amid briars and brambles. 1,104 large areas. Around him, formerly cultivated, are nothing but abandoned thickets. Along with his associates he clears the ground and erects buildings, he domesticates half-tamed animals, he establishes a farm, a mill, a forge, an oven, and shops for shoes and clothing. According to the rules of his order, he reads daily for 2 hours. He gives 7 hours to manual labor, and he neither eats nor drinks more than is absolutely essential. Through his intelligent, voluntary labor, conscientiously performed and with a view to the future, he produces more than the layman does. Through his temperate, judicious, economical system he consumes less than the layman does. Hence it is that where the layman had failed he sustains himself and even prospers. 1,105 He welcomes the unfortunate, feeds them, sets them to work, and unites them in matrimony, and beggars, vagabonds, and fugitive peasants gather around the sanctuary. Their camp gradually becomes a village and next a small town. Man plows as soon as he can be sure of his crops, and becomes the father of a family as soon as he considers himself able to provide for his offspring. In this way new centers of agriculture and industry are formed, which likewise become new centers of population. 1,106 To food for the body add food for the soul, not less essential. For, along with nourishment, it was still necessary to furnish man with inducements to live, or, at the very least, with the resignation that makes life endurable, and also with the poetic daydreams taking the place of missing happiness. 1,107 Down to the middle of the 13th century the clergy stands almost alone in furnishing this. Through its innumerable legends of saints, through its cathedrals and their construction, through its statues and their expression, through its services and their still transparent meaning, it rendered visible the kingdom of God. It finally sets up an ideal world at the end of the present one, like a magnificent golden pavilion at the end of a miry morass. 1,108 The saddened heart, athirst for tenderness and serenity, takes refuge in this divine and gentle world. Persecutors there, about to strike, are arrested by an invisible hand, wild beasts become docile, the stags of the forest come of their own accord every morning to draw the chariots of the saints, the country blooms for them like a new paradise, they die only when it pleases them. Meanwhile they comfort mankind, goodness, piety, forgiveness flows from their lips with ineffable sweetness, with eyes upturned to heaven, they see God, and without effort, as in a dream, they ascend into the light and seat themselves at his right hand. How divine the legend, how inestimable in value, when, under the universal reign of brute force, to endure this life it was necessary to imagine another, and to render the second as visible to the spiritual eye as the first was to the physical eye. The clergy thus nourished men for more than 12 centuries, and in the grandeur of its recompense we can estimate the depth of their gratitude. Its popes, for 200 years, were the dictators of Europe. It organized crusades, dethroned monarchs, and distributed kingdoms. Its bishops and abbots became here, sovereign princes, and there, veritable founders of dynasties. It held in its grasp a third of the territory, 1/2 of the revenue, and 2/3 of the capital of Europe. Let us not believe that man counterfeits gratitude, or that he gives without a valid motive, he is too selfish and too envious for that. Whatever may be the institution, ecclesiastic or secular, whatever may be the clergy, Buddhist or Christian, the contemporaries who observe it for 40 generations are not bad judges. They surrender to it their will and their possessions, just in proportion to its services, and the excess of their devotion may measure the immensity of its benefaction. 2 Services and recompenses of the nobles. Up to this point no aid is found against the power of the sword and the battle axe except in persuasion and in patience. Those states which, imitating the old empire, attempted to rise up into compact organizations, and to interpose a barrier against constant invasion, obtained no hold on the shifting soil. After Charlemagne everything melts away. There are no more soldiers after the Battle of Fontanet. During half a century bands of 400 or 500 outlaws sweep over the country, killing, burning, and devastating with impunity. But, by way of compensation, the dissolution of the state raises up at this very time a military generation. Each petty chieftain has planted his feet firmly on the domain he occupies, or which he withholds. He no longer keeps it in trust, or for use, but as property, and an inheritance. It is his own manor, his own village, his own earldom. It no longer belongs to the king, he contends for it in his own right. The benefactor, the conservator at this time is the man capable of fighting, of defending others, and such really is the character of the newly established class. The noble, in the language of the day, is the man of war, the soldier, Miles, and it is he who lays the second foundation of modern society. In the 10th century his extraction is of little consequence. He is oftentimes a Carlovingian count, a beneficiary of the king, the sturdy proprietor of one of the last of the Frank estates. In one place he is a martial bishop or a valiant abbot, in another a converted pagan, a retired bandit, a prosperous adventurer, a rude huntsman, who long supported himself by the chase and on wild fruits. 1109 The ancestors of Robert the Strong are unknown, and later the story runs that the Caputs are descended from a Parisian butcher. In any event, the noble of that epoch is the brave, the powerful man, expert in the use of arms, who, at the head of a troop, instead of flying or paying ransom, offers his breast, stands firm, and protects a patch of the soil with his sword. To perform this service he has no need of ancestors, all that he requires is courage, for he is himself an ancestor. Security for the present, which he ensures, is too acceptable to permit any quibbling about his title. Finally, after so many centuries, we find each district possessing its armed men, a settled body of troops capable of resisting nomadic invasion. The community is no longer a prey to strangers. At the end of a century this Europe, which had been sacked by the Vikings, is to throw 200,000 armed men into Asia. Henceforth, both north and south, in the face of Moslems and of pagans, instead of being conquered it is to conquer. For the second time an ideal figure becomes apparent after that of the saint, 1110 the hero, and the newborn sentiment, as effective as the old one, thus groups men together into a stable society. This consists of a resident corps of men at arms, in which, from father to son, one is always a soldier. Each individual is born into it with his hereditary rank, his local post, his pay in landed property, with the certainty of never being abandoned by his chieftain, and with the obligation of giving his life for his chieftain in time of need. In this epoch of perpetual warfare only one setup is valid, that of a body of men confronting the enemy, and such is the feudal system. We can judge by this trait alone of the perils which it wards off, and of the service which it enjoins. In those days, says the Spanish General Chronicle, kings, counts, nobles, and knights, in order to be ready at all hours, kept their horses in the rooms in which they slept with their wives. The Viscount in his tower defending the entrance to a valley or the passage of a ford, the Marquis thrown as a forlorn hope on the burning frontier, sleeps with his hand on his weapon, like an American lieutenant among the Sioux behind a western stockade. His dwelling is simply a camp and a refuge. Straw and heaps of leaves cover the pavement of the great hall. Here he rests with his troopers, taking off a spur if he has a chance to sleep. The loopholes in the wall scarcely allow daylight to enter. The main thing is not to be shot with arrows. Every taste, every sentiment is subordinated to military service. There are certain places on the European frontier where a child of 14 is required to march, and where the widow up to 60 is required to remarry. Men to fill up the ranks, men to mount guard, is the call, which at this moment issues from all institutions like the summons of a brazen horn. Thanks to these braves, the peasant, villainous, enjoys protection. He is no longer to be slaughtered, no longer to be led captive with his family, in herds, with his neck in the yoke. He ventures to plow and to sow, and to rely upon his crops. In case of danger he knows that he can find an asylum for himself, and for his grain and cattle, in the circle of palisades at the base of the fortress. By degrees necessity establishes a tacit contract between the military chieftain of the dungeon and the early settlers of the open country, and this becomes a recognized custom. They work for him, cultivate his ground, do his carting, pay him quittances, so much for house, so much per head for cattle, so much to inherit or to sell, he is compelled to support his troop. But when these rights are discharged he errs if, through pride or greed, he takes more than his due, as to the vagabonds, the wretched, who, in the universal disorder and devastation, seek refuge under his guardianship. Their condition is harder. The soil belongs to the Lord because without him it would be uninhabitable. If he assigns them a plot of ground, if he permits them merely to encamp on it, if he sets them to work or furnishes them with seeds, it is on conditions, which he prescribes. They are to become his serfs, subject to the laws on main mort. 1111 Wherever they may go he is to have the right of fetching them back. From father to son they are his born domestics, applicable to any pursuit he pleases, taxable and workable at his discretion. They are not allowed to transmit anything to a child unless the latter, living from their pot, can, after their death, continue their service. Not to be killed, says Stendhal, and to have a good sheepskin coat in winter, was, for many people in the 10th century, the height of felicity. Let us add, for a woman, that of not being violated by a whole band. When we clearly represent to ourselves the condition of humanity in those days, we can comprehend how men readily accepted the most obnoxious of feudal rights, even that of the droit du seigneur. The risks to which they were daily exposed were even worse. 1112 The proof of it is that the people flocked to the feudal structure as soon as it was completed. In Normandy, for instance, when Rollo had divided off the lands with a line, and hung the robbers, the inhabitants of the neighboring provinces rushed in to establish themselves. The slightest security sufficed to repopulate a country. People accordingly lived, or rather began to live once more, under the rude, iron-gloved hand which used them roughly, but which afforded them protection. The seigneur, sovereign and proprietor, maintains for himself under this double title, the moors, the river, the forest, all the game. It is no great evil, since the country is nearly a desert, and he devotes his leisure to exterminating large wild beasts. He alone possessed the resources. He is the only one that is able to construct the mill, the oven, and the wine press, to establish the ferry, the bridge, or the highway, to dike in a marsh, and to raise or purchase a bull. To indemnify himself he taxes for these, or forces their use. If he is intelligent and a good manager of men, if he seeks to derive the greatest profit from his ground, he gradually relaxes, or allows to become relaxed, the meshes of the net in which his peasants and serfs work unprofitably because they are too tightly drawn. Habits, necessity, a voluntary or forced conformity, have their effect. Lords, peasants, serfs, and bourgeois, in the end adapted to their condition, bound together by a common interest, form together a society, a veritable corporation. The seigneury, the county, the duchy becomes a patrimony which is loved through a blind instinct, and to which all are devoted. It is confounded with the seigneur and his family. In this relation people are proud of him. They narrate his feats of arms, they cheer him as his cavalcade passes along the street, they rejoice in his magnificence through sympathy. 1113 If he becomes a widower and has no children, they send deputations to him to entreat him to remarry, in order that at his death the country may not fall into a war of succession or be given up to the encroachment of neighbors. Thus there is a revival, after 1,000 years, of the most powerful and the most vivacious of the sentiments that support human society. This one is the more precious because it is capable of expanding. In order that the small feudal patrimony to become the great national patrimony, it now suffices for the seigneuries to be combined in the hands of a single lord, and that the king, chief of the nobles, should overlay the work of the nobles with the third foundation of France. 3 Services and recompenses of the king. Kings built the whole of this foundation, one stone after another. Hugues Capet laid the first one. Before him royalty conferred on the king no right to a province, not even lawn, it is he who added his domain to the title. During 800 years, through conquest, craft, inheritance, the work of acquisition goes on. Even under Louis XV France is augmented by the acquisition of Lorraine and Corsica. Starting from nothing, the king is the maker of a compact state, containing the population of 26 millions, and then the most powerful in Europe. Throughout this interval he is at the head of the national defense. He is the liberator of the country against foreigners, against the Pope in the 14th century, against the English in the 15th, against the Spaniards in the 16th. In the interior, from the 12th century onward, with the helmet on his brow, and always on the road, he is the great justiciary, demolishing the towers of the feudal brigands, repressing the excesses of the powerful, and protecting the oppressed. 1114 He puts an end to private warfare, he establishes order and tranquility. This was an immense accomplishment, which, from Louis Le Gros to St. Louis, from Philippe Le Bel to Charles VII, continues uninterruptedly up to the middle of the 18th century in the Edict against Duels and in the Grand Jours 1115. Meanwhile all useful projects carried out under his orders, or developed under his patronage, roads, harbors, canals, asylums, universities, academies, institutions of piety, of refuge, of education, of science, of industry, and of commerce, bears his imprint and proclaim the public benefactor. Services of this character challenge a proportionate recompense. It is allowed that from father to son he is wedded to France, that she acts only through him, that he acts only for her, while every souvenir of the past and every present interest combine to sanction this union. The Church consecrates it at Rheims by a sort of eighth sacrament, accompanied with legends and miracles. He is the anointed of God. 1116 The nobles, through an old instinct of military fealty, consider themselves his bodyguard, and down to August 10, 1789, rush forward to die for him on his staircase. He is their general by birth. The people, down to 1789, regard him as the redresser of abuses, the guardian of the right, the protector of the weak, the great almoner and the universal refuge. At the beginning of the reign of Louis XVI, shouts of Vive le Roi, which began at 6 o'clock in the morning, continued scarcely interrupted until after sunset 1117. When the Dauphin was born, the joy of France was that of a whole family. People stopped each other in the streets, spoke together without any acquaintance, and everybody embraced everybody he knew. 1118. Everyone, through vague tradition, through immemorial respect, feels that France is a ship constructed by his hands and the hands of his ancestors. In this sense, the vessel is his property, it is his right to it is the same as that of each passenger to his private goods. The king's only duty consists in being expert and vigilant in guiding across the oceans and beneath his banner the magnificent ship upon which everyone's welfare depends. Under the ascendancy of such an idea he was allowed to do everything. By fair means or foul, he so reduced ancient authorities as to make them a fragment, a pretense, a souvenir. The nobles are simply his officials or his courtiers. Since the Concordat he nominates the dignitaries of the Church. The States General were not convoced for 175 years, the provincial assemblies, which continue to subsist, do nothing but apportion the taxes, the parliaments are exiled when they risk a remonstrance. Through his council, his intendants, his subdelegates, he intervenes in the most trifling of local matters. His revenue is 477 millions. 1119 He disperses one half of that of the clergy. In short, he is absolute master, and he so declares himself. 1120 Possessions, freedom from taxation, the satisfactions of vanity, a few remnants of local jurisdiction and authority, are consequently all that is left to his ancient rivals. In exchange for these they enjoy his favors and marks of preference. Such, in brief, is the history of the privileged classes, the clergy, the nobles, and the king. It must be kept in mind to comprehend their situation at the moment of their fall. Having created France, they enjoy it. Let us see clearly what becomes of them at the end of the 18th century, what portion of their advantages they preserved, what services they still render, and what services they do not render. Chapter 2. The privileged classes. I number of the privileged classes. The privileged classes number about 270,000 persons, comprising of the nobility, 140,000 and of the clergy 130,000. 1,201. This makes from 25,000 to 30,000 noble families, 23,000 monks in 2,500 monasteries, and 37,000 nuns in 1,500 convents, and 60,000 curates and vicars in as many churches and chapels. Should the reader desire a more distinct impression of them, he may imagine on each square league of territory 1,202, and to each 1,000 of inhabitants, one noble family in its weathercock mansion. In each village there is a curate and his church, and, every 6 or 7 leagues, a community of men or of women. We have here the ancient chieftains and founders of France, thus entitled. They still enjoy many possessions and many rights. To their possessions, capital, and revenue. Let us always keep in mind what they were, in order to comprehend what they are. Great as their advantages may be, these are merely the remains of still greater advantages. This or that bishop or abbot, this or that count or duke, whose successors make their bows at Versailles, was formerly the equals of the Carlovingians and the first Capots. A Sire de Montelheri held King Philippe in check. 1203, the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés possessed 430,000 hectares of land, about 900,000 acres, almost the extent of an entire department. We need not be surprised that they remained powerful, and, especially, rich. No stability is greater than that of an associative body. After 800 years, in spite of so many strokes of the royal axe, and the immense change in the culture of society, the old feudal root lasts and still vegetates. We remark it first in the distribution of property. 1,204. A fifth of the soil belongs to the crown and the communes, a fifth to the third estate, a fifth to the rural population, a fifth to the nobles and a fifth to the clergy. Accordingly, if we deduct the public lands, the privileged classes own 1/2 of the kingdom. This large portion, moreover, is at the same time the richest, for it comprises almost all the large and imposing buildings, the palaces, castles, convents, and cathedrals, and almost all the valuable movable property, such as furniture, plate, objects of art, the accumulated masterpieces of centuries. We can judge of it by an estimate of the portion belonging to the clergy. Its possessions, capitalized, amount to nearly 4 billion francs. 1,205 income from this amounts to 80 or 100 millions. To this must be added the dime, or tithes, 123 millions per annum, in all 200 millions, a sum which must be doubled to show its equivalent at the present day. We must also add the chance contributions and the usual church collections. 1,206. To fully realize the breadth of this golden stream, let us look at some of its affluents. 399 monks at Prémontre estimate their revenue at more than 1 million livres, and their capital at 45 million. The provincial of the Dominicans of Toulouse admits, for his 236 monks, more than 200,000 livres net revenue, not including the convent and its enclosure. Also, in the colonies, real estate, negroes, and other effects, valued at several millions. The Benedictines of Cluny, numbering 298, enjoy an income of 1,800,000 livres. Those of Saint Maur, numbering 1,672, estimate the movable property of their churches and houses at 24 million, and their net revenue at 8 millions, without including that which accrues to messieurs the abbots and priors commendatory, which means as much and perhaps more. Dom Rocourt, abbot of Clairvaux, has from 300,000 to 400,000 livres income. The Cardinal de Rohan, Archbishop of Strasbourg, more than 1 million. 1,207 in Franche-Comté, Alsace, and Roussillon. The clergy own one half of the territory, in Hainaut and Artois, 3/4, in Cambressis 1,400 plough areas out of 1,700. 1,208 almost the whole of l'Eville belongs to the Bishop of Puy, the Abbot of La Chaise-Dieu, the noble chapter of Briand, and to the Seigneurs of Polignac. The canons of Saint Claude, in the Jura, are the proprietors of 12,000 serfs or main-morts 1209 through. Fortunes of the first class we can imagine those of the second. As along with the noble it comprises the ennobled. As the magistrates for 2 centuries, and the financiers for 1 century had acquired or purchased nobility, it is clear that here are to be found almost all the great fortunes of France, old or new, transmitted by inheritance, obtained through court favors, or acquired in business. When a class reaches the summit it is recruited out of those who are mounting or clambering up. Here, too, there is colossal wealth. It has been calculated that the possessions of the princes of the royal family, the Counts of Artois and of Provence, the Ducs d'Orléans and de Penthièvre then covered 1/7 of the territory. 1,210 the princes of the blood have together a revenue of from 24 to 25 millions, the Duc d'Orléans alone has a rental of 11,500,000. 1211 These are the vestiges of the feudal regime. Similar vestiges are found in England, in Austria, in Germany, and in Russia. Proprietorship, indeed, survives a long time, survives the circumstances on which it is founded. Sovereignty had constituted property, divorced from sovereignty it has remained in the hands formerly sovereign. In the bishop, the abbot, and the count, the king respected the proprietor while overthrowing the rival, and, in the existing proprietor 100 traits still indicate the annihilated or modified sovereign. 3. Their immunities. Such is the total or partial exemption from taxation. The tax collectors halt in their presence because the king well knows that feudal property has the same origin as his own. If royalty is one privilege, seigneury is another, the king himself is simply the most privileged among the privileged. The most absolute, the most infatuated with his rights, Louis XIV, entertained scruples when extreme necessity compelled him to enforce on everybody the tax of the 10th. 1,212 treaties, precedents, immemorial custom, reminiscences of ancient rights again restrain the fiscal hand. The clearer the resemblance of the proprietor to the ancient independent sovereign, the greater his immunity. In some places a recent treaty guarantees him by his position as a stranger, by his almost royal extraction. In Alsace foreign princes in possession, with the Teutonic Order and the Order of Malta, enjoy exemption from all real and personal contributions. In Lorraine the chapter of Remiremont has the privilege of assessing itself in all state impositions 1213. Elsewhere he is protected by the maintenance of the provincial assemblies, and through the incorporation of the nobility with the soil. In Languedoc and in Brittany the commoners alone paid the taille 1214. Everywhere else his quality preserved him from it, his chateau and the chateau's dependencies, the taille reaches him only through his farmers. And better still, it is sufficient that he himself should work, or his steward, to communicate to the land his original independence. As soon as he touches the soil, either personally or through his agent, he exempts 4 ploughing areas, 4 charrues, 300 arpents, 1,215 which in other hands would pay 2,000 francs tax. Besides this he is exempt on the woods, the meadows, the vines, the ponds, and the enclosed land belonging to the chateau, of whatever extent it may be. Consequently, in Limousin and elsewhere, in regions principally devoted to pasturage or to vineyards, he takes care to manage himself, or to have managed, a certain portion of his domain. In this way he exempts it from the tax collector. 1,216 There is yet more. In Alsace, through an express covenant he does not pay a cent of tax. Thus, after the assaults of 450 years, taxation, the first of fiscal instrumentalities, the most burdensome of all, leaves feudal property almost intact. 1217 For the last century, two new tools, the capitation tax and the vingtiums, appear more effective, and yet are but little more so. First of all, through a masterstroke of ecclesiastical diplomacy, the clergy diverts or weakens the blow. As it is an organization, holding assemblies, it is able to negotiate with the king and buy itself off. To avoid being taxed by others, it taxes itself. It makes it appear that its payments are not compulsory contributions, but a free gift. It obtains then in exchange a mass of concessions, is able to diminish this gift, sometimes not to make it, in any event to reduce it to 16 millions every 5 years, that is to say to a little more than 3 millions per annum. In 1788 it is only 1,800,000 livres, and in 1789 it is refused altogether. 1218 and still better, as it borrows to provide for this tax, and as the decimes which it raises on its property do not suffice to reduce the capital and meet the interest on its debt, it has the adroitness to secure, besides, a grant from the king. Out of the royal treasury, each year, it receives 2,500,000 livres, so that, instead of paying, it receives. In 1787 it receives in this way 1,500,000 livres. As for the nobles, they, being unable to combine together, to have representatives, and to act in a public way, operate instead in a private way. They contact ministers, intendants, subdelegates, farmer generals, and all others clothed with authority, their quality securing attentions, consideration, and favors. In the first place, this quality exempts themselves, their dependents, and the dependents of their dependents, from drafting in the militia, from lodging soldiers, from la corvée, laboring on the highways. Next, the capitation being fixed according to the tax system, they pay little, because their taxation is of little account. Moreover, each one brings all his credit to bear against assessments. Your sympathetic heart, writes one of them to the intendant, will never allow a father of my condition to be taxed for the vingtiums rigidly like a father of low birth. 1219. On the other hand, as the taxpayer pays the capitation tax at his actual residence, often far away from his estates, and no one having any knowledge of his personal income, he may pay whatever seems to him proper. There are no proceedings against him. If he is a noble, the greatest circumspection is used towards persons of high rank. In the provinces, says Turgot, the capitation tax of the privileged classes has been successively reduced to an exceedingly small matter, whilst the capitation tax of those who are liable to the taille is almost equal to the aggregate of that tax. And finally, the collectors think that they are obliged to act towards them with marked consideration even when they owe, the result of which, says Necker, is that very ancient, and much too large amounts, of their capitation tax remain unpaid. Accordingly, not having been able to repel the assault of the revenue services in front, they evaded it or diminished it until it became almost unobjectionable. In Champagne, on nearly 1,500,000 livres provided by the capitation tax, they paid in only 14,000 livres, that is to say, 2 sous and 2 deniers for the same purpose, which costs 12 sous per livre to those chargeable with the taille. According to Callan, if concessions and privileges had been suppressed, the vingtiums would have furnished double the amount. In this respect the most opulent were the most skillful in protecting themselves. With the intendants, said the Duc d'Orléans, I settle matters, and pay about what I please, and he calculated that the provincial administration, rigorously taxing him, would cause him to lose 300,000 livres rental. It has been proved that the princes of the blood paid, for their 2/20ths, 188,000 instead of 2,400,000 livres. In the main, in this regime, exception from taxation is the last remnant of sovereignty or, at least, of independence. The privileged person avoids or repels taxation, not merely because it despoils him, but because it belittles him. It is a mark of the commoner, that is to say, of former servitude, and he resists the fisc, the revenue services, as much through pride as through interest. for their feudal rights. These advantages are the remains of primitive sovereignty. Let us follow him home to his own domain. A bishop, an abbé, a chapter of the clergy, an abbess, each has one like a lay seigneur, for, in former times, the monastery and the church were small governments like the county and the duchy intact on the other bank of the Rhine, almost ruined in France. The feudal structure everywhere discloses the same plan. In certain places, better protected or less attacked, it has preserved all its ancient externals. At Cahors, the bishop-count of the town had the right, on solemnly officiating, to place his helmet, cuirass, gauntlets, and sword on the altar 1220. At Besancon, the archbishop prince has 6 high officers, who owe him homage for their fiefs, and who attend at his coronation and at his obsequies. At Mantes, 1221 the bishop, senior suzerain for Gévaudan since the 11th century, appoints the courts, ordinary judges and judges of appeal, the commissaries and syndics of the country. He disposes of all the places, municipal and judiciary. Entreated to appear in the assembly of the 3 orders of the province, he replies that his place, his possessions, and his rank exalting him above every individual in his diocese. He cannot sit under the presidency of any person, that, being senior suzerain of all estates and particularly of the baronies, he cannot give way to his vassals. In brief, that he is king, or but little short of it, in his own province. At Remiremont, the noble chapter of canonesses has, inferior, superior, and ordinary judicature in 52 bands of seigniories, nominates 75 cuirassiers and confers 10 male canonships. It appoints the municipal officers of the town, and, besides these, 3 lower and higher courts, and everywhere the officials in the jurisdiction over woods and forests. 32 bishops, without counting the chapters, are thus temporal seigneurs, in whole or in part, of their episcopal town, sometimes of the surrounding district, and sometimes, like the Bishop of St. Claude, of the entire country. Here the feudal tower has been preserved. Elsewhere it is plastered over anew, and more particularly in the appanages. In these domains, comprising more than 12 of our departments, the princes of the blood appoint to all offices in the judiciary and to all clerical livings. Being substitutes of the king, they enjoy his serviceable and honorary rights. They are almost delegated kings, and for life, for they not only receive all that the king would receive as seigneur, but again a portion of that which he would receive as monarch. For example, the House of Orleans collects the excises, 1,222, that is to say the duty on liquors, on works in gold or silver, on manufactures of iron, on steel, on cards, on paper and starch, in short, on the entire sum total of one of the most onerous indirect taxes. It is not surprising, if, having a nearly sovereign situation, they have a council, a chancellor, an organized debt, a court, 1,223 a domestic ceremonial system, and that the feudal edifice in their hands should put on the luxurious and formal trappings which it had assumed in the hands of the king. Let us turn to its inferior personages, to a seigneur of medium rank, on his square league of ground, amidst the 1,000 inhabitants who were formerly his villeins or his serfs, within reach of the monastery, or chapter, or bishop whose rights intermingle with his rights. Whatever may have been done to abase him, his position is still very high. He is yet, as the intendants say, the first inhabitant, a prince whom they have half despoiled of his public functions and consigned to his honorary and available rights, but who nevertheless remains a prince. 1224 He has his bench in the church, and his right of sepulture in the choir, the tapestry bears his coat of arms, they bestow on him incense, holy water by distinction. Often, having founded the church, he is its patron, choosing the curate and claiming to control him. In the rural districts we see him advancing or retarding the hour of the parochial mass according to his fancy. If he bears a title, he is supreme judge, and there are entire provinces, Maine and Anjou, for example, where there is no fief without the judge. In this case he appoints the bailiff, the registrar, and other legal and judicial officers, attorneys, notaries, seigneurial sergeants, constabulary on foot or mounted, who draw up documents or decide in his name in civil and criminal cases on the first trial. He appoints, moreover, a forest warden, or decides forest offences, and enforces the penalties, which this officer inflicts. He has his prison for delinquents of various kinds, and sometimes his forked gibbets. On the other hand, as compensation for his judicial costs, he obtains the property of the man condemned to death and the confiscation of his estate. He succeeds to the bastard born and dying in his seigneury without leaving a testament or legitimate children. He inherits from the possessor, legitimately born, dying estate in his house without apparent heirs. He appropriates to himself movable objects, animate or inanimate, which are found astray and of which the owner is unknown. He claims 1/2 or onet herd of treasure trove, and, on the coast, he takes for himself the waif of wrecks. And finally, what is more fruitful, in these times of misery, he becomes the possessor of abandoned lands that have remained untilled for 10 years. Other advantages demonstrate still more clearly that he formerly possessed the government of the canton. Such are, in Auvergne, in Flanders, in Hainaut, in Artois, in Picardy, Alsace, and Lorraine, the dues de poursoin ou de sauvement, care or safety within the walls of a town, paid to him for providing general protection. The dues of de guet et de garde, watch and guard, claimed by him for military protection, of affrage, are exacted of those who sell beer, wine, and other beverages, wholesale or retail. The dues of fouage, dues on fires, in money or grain, which, according to many common law systems, he levies on each fireside, house or family. The dues of pulverage, quite common in Dauphiny and Provence, are levied on passing flocks of sheep. Those of the lauds et vents, lord's due, an almost universal tax, consist of the deduction of a sixth, often of a fifth or even a fourth, of the price of every piece of ground sold, and of every lease exceeding 9 years. The dues for redemption or relief are equivalent to 1 year's income, aid that he receives from collateral heirs, and often from direct heirs. Finally, a rarer due, but the most burdensome of all, is that of occupt ou de plat à merci, which is a double rent, or a year's yield of fruits, payable as well on the death of the seigneur as on that of the copyholder. These are veritable taxes, on land, on movables, personal, for licenses, for traffic, for mutations, for successions, established formerly on the condition of performing a public service which he is no longer obliged to perform. Other dues are also ancient taxes, but he still performs the service for which they are acquittance. The king, in fact, suppresses many of the tolls, 1200 in 1724, and the suppression is kept up. A good many still remain to the profit of the seigneur on bridges, on highways, on fords, on boats ascending or descending, several being very lucrative, one of them producing 90,000 livres 1,225. He pays for the expense of keeping up bridge, road, ford, and towpath. In like manner, on condition of maintaining the marketplace and of providing scales and weights gratis, he levies a tax on provisions and on merchandise brought to his fair or to his market. At Angoulême 48th of the grain sold, at Combourg near St. Malo, so much per head of cattle, elsewhere so much on wine, eatables, and fish. 1226. Having formerly built the oven, the wine press, the mill and the slaughterhouse, he obliges the inhabitants to use these or pay for their support, and he demolishes all constructions, which might enter into competition with him. 1227. These, again, are evidently monopolies and octroys going back to the time when he was in possession of public authority. Not only did he then possess the public authority but also possess the soil and the men on it. Proprietor of men, he is so still, at least in many respects and in many provinces. In Champagne proper, in the Senones, in La Marche, in the Bourbonnais, in the Nivernais, in Burgundy, in Franche-Comté, there are none, or very few domains, no signs remaining of ancient servitude. A good many personal serfs, or so constituted through their own gratitude, or that of their progenitors, are still found. 1228. There, man is a serf, sometimes by virtue of his birth, and again through a territorial condition. Whether in servitude, or as mortmains, or as cotters, one way or another, 1,500,000 individuals, it is said, wore about their necks a remnant of the feudal collar. This is not surprising since, on the other side of the Rhine, almost all the peasantry still wear it. The Signier, formerly master and proprietor of all their goods and chattels and of all their labor, can still exact of them from 10 to 12 corvées per annum and a fixed annual tax. In the barony of Choiseul near Chaumont in Champagne, the inhabitants are required to plough his lands, to sow and reap them for his account and to put the products into his barns. Each plot of ground, each house, every head of cattle pays a quitclaim. Children may inherit from their parents only on condition of remaining with them. If absent at the time of their decease he is the inheritor. This is what was styled in the language of the day an estate with excellent dues. Elsewhere, the Signier inherits from collaterals, brothers, or nephews, if they were not in community with the defunct at the moment of his death, which community is only valid through his consent. In the Jura and the Nivernais, he may pursue fugitive serfs, and demand, at their death, not only the property left by them on his domain, but, again, the pittance acquired by them elsewhere. At St. Claude he acquires this right over any person that passes a year and a day in a house belonging to the Signory. As to ownership of the soil we see still more clearly that he once had entire possession of it. In the district subject to his jurisdiction the public domain remains his private domain. Roads, streets, and open squares form a part of it. He has the right to plant trees in them and to take trees up. In many provinces, through a pasturage rent, he obliges the inhabitants to pay for permits to pasture their cattle in the fields after the crop, and in the open common lands, les terres vaines et vagues. Unavigable streams belong to him, as well as islets and accumulations formed in them and the fish that are found in them. He has the right of the chase over the whole extent of his jurisdiction, this or that commoner being sometimes compelled to throw open to him his park enclosed by walls. One more trait serves to complete the picture. This head of the state, a proprietor of man and of the soil, was once a resident cultivator on his own small farm amidst others of the same class, and, by this title, he reserved to himself certain working privileges which he always retained. Such is the right of Banvin, still widely diffused, consisting of the privilege of selling his own wine, to the exclusion of all others, during 30 or 40 days after gathering the crop. Such is, in Touraine, the right of priage, which is the right to send his horses, cows, and oxen to browse under guard in his subjects' meadows. Such is, finally, the monopoly of the great dovecot, from which thousands of pigeons issue to feed at all times and seasons and on all grounds, without any one daring to kill or take them. Through another effect of the same qualification he imposes quitclaims on property on which he has formerly given perpetual leases, and, under the terms cens, censives, quitrents, carpot, share in wine, champart, share in grain, agrier, a cash commission on general produce, terrage parciere, share of fruits. All these collections, in money or in kind, are as various as the local situations, accidents, and transactions could possibly be. In the Bourbonnais he has 1/4 of the crop, in Berry 12 sheaves out of 100. Occasionally his debtor or tenant is a community. One deputy in the National Assembly owned a fief of 200 casks of wine on 3,000 pieces of private property. 1,229 besides, through the retraite sensual, a species of right of redemption, he can retain for his own account all property sold on the condition of remunerating the purchaser, but previously deducting for his benefit the lord's dues, lauds and vents. The reader, finally, must take note that all these restrictions on property constitute, for the Signier, a privileged credit as well on the product as on the price of the ground, and, For the copy holders, an unprescriptive, indivisible and irredeemable debt. Such are the feudal. To form an idea of them in their totality we must always imagine the count, bishop, or abbot of the 10th century as sovereign and proprietor in his own canton. The form which human society then takes grows out of the exigencies of near and constant danger with a view to local defense. By subordinating all interests to the necessities of living, in such a way as to protect the soil by fixing on the soil, through property and its enjoyment, a troop of brave men under the leadership of a brave chieftain. The danger having passed away, the structure became dilapidated. For a pecuniary compensation the seigneurs allowed the economical and tenacious peasant to pick off it a good many stones. Through constraint they suffered the king to appropriate to himself the public portion. The primitive foundation remains, property as organized in ancient times, the fettered or exhausted land supporting a social conformation that has melted away, in short, an order of privileges and of thraldom of which the cause and the purpose have disappeared. 1230. They may be justified by local and general services. All this does not suffice to render this order detrimental or even useless. In reality, the local chief who no longer performs his ancient service may perform a new one in exchange for it. Instituted for war when life was militant, he may serve in quiet times when the regime is pacific, while the advantage to the nation is great in which this transformation is accomplished, for, retaining its chiefs, it is relieved of the uncertain and perilous operation which consists in creating others. There is nothing more difficult to establish than a government, that is to say, a stable government. This involves the command of some and the obedience of all, which is against nature. That a man in his study, often a feeble old person, should dispose of the lives and property of 20 or 30 million men, most of whom he has never seen, that he should order them to pay away a tenth or a fifth of their income and they should do it, that he should order them to go and slaughter or be slaughtered and that they should go, that they should thus continue for 10 years, 20 years, through every kind of trial, defeat, misery, and invasion, as with the French under Louis XIV. The English under Pitt, the Prussians under Frederick II, without either sedition or internal disturbances, is certainly a marvelous thing. And, for a people to remain free it is essential that they should be ready to do this always. Neither this fidelity nor this concord is due to sober reflection, la raison raisonnante, reason is too vacillating and too feeble to bring about such a universal and energetic result. Abandoned to itself and suddenly restored to a natural condition, the human flock is capable only of agitation, of mutual strife until pure force at length predominates, as in barbarous times, and until, amidst the dust and outcry, some military leader rises up who is, generally, a butcher. Historically considered it is better to continue so than to begin over again. Hence, especially when the majority is uncultivated, it is beneficial to have chiefs designated beforehand through the hereditary custom by which people follow them, and through the special education by which they are qualified. In this case the public has no need to seek for them to obtain them. They are already at hand, in each canton, visible, accepted beforehand, they are known by their names, their title, their fortune, their way of living, deference to their authority is established. They are almost always deserving of this authority, born and brought up to exercise it. They find in tradition, in family example and in family pride, powerful ties that nourish public spirit in them. There is some probability of their comprehending the duties with which their prerogative endows them. Such is the renovation, which the feudal regime admits of. The ancient chieftain can still guarantee his preeminence by his services, and remain popular without ceasing to be privileged. Once a captain in his district and a permanent gendarme, he is to become the resident and beneficent proprietor, the voluntary promoter of useful undertakings, obligatory guardian of the poor, the gratuitous administrator and judge of the canton, the unsalaried deputy of the king, that is to say, a leader and protector as previously, through a new system of patronage accommodated to new circumstances. Local magistrate and central representative, these are his two principal functions, and, If we extend our observation beyond France, we find that he exercises either one or the other, or both together. Chapter 3. Local services. Due by the privileged classes. I. Examples in Germany and England. These services are not rendered by the privileged classes in France. Let us consider the first one, local government. There are countries at the gates of France in which feudal subjection, more burdensome than in France, seems lighter because, in the other scale, the benefits counterbalance disadvantages. At Munster, in 1809, Bugnot finds a sovereign bishop, a town of convents and a large seigneurial mansion, a few merchants for indispensable trade, a small bourgeoisie, and, all around, a peasantry composed of either colons or serfs. The seigneur deducts a portion of all their crops in provisions or in cattle, and, at their deaths, a portion of their inheritances. If they go away, their property revert to him. His servants are chastised like Russian moujiks, and in each outhouse is a trestle for this purpose without prejudice to graver penalties, probably the bastinado and the like. But never did the culprit entertain the slightest idea of complaint or appeal. For if the seigneur whips them as the father of family, he protects them as the father of a family, ever coming to their assistance when misfortune befalls them, and taking care of them in their illness. He provides an asylum for them in old age, he looks after their widows, and rejoices when they have plenty of children. He is bound to them by common sympathies. They are neither miserable nor uneasy, they know that, in every extreme or unforeseen necessity, he will be their refuge. 1301 in the Prussian states, and according to the Code of Frederick the Great, a still more rigorous servitude is atoned for by similar obligations. The peasantry, without their seigneur's permission, cannot alienate a field, mortgage it, cultivate it differently, change their occupation or marry. If they leave the seigneury, he can pursue them in every direction and bring them back by force. He has the right of surveillance over their private life, and he chastises them if drunk or lazy. When young, they serve for years as servants in his mansion; as cultivators they owe him corvées and, in certain places, 3 times a week. But, according to both law and custom, he is obliged to see that they are educated, to succor them in indigence, and, as far as possible, to provide them with the means of support. Accordingly, he is charged with the duties of the government, of which he enjoys the advantages, and, under the heavy hand which curbs them, but which sustains them, we do not find his subjects recalcitrant. In England, the upper class attains to the same result by other ways. There also the soil still pays the ecclesiastic tithe, strictly the 10th, which is much more than in France. 1302 the squire, the nobleman, possesses a still larger portion of the soil than his French neighbor and, in truth, exercises greater authority in his canton. But his tenants, the lessees and the farmers, are no longer his serfs, not even his vassals, they are free. If he governs, it is through influence and not by virtue of a command. Proprietor and patron, he is held in respect. Lord Lieutenant, officer in the militia, administrator, justice, he is visibly useful. And, above all, he lives at home, from father to son, he belongs to the district. He is in hereditary and constant relation with the local public through his occupations and through his pleasures, through the chase and caring for the poor, through his farmers whom he admits at his table, and through his neighbors whom he meets in committee or in the vestry. This shows how the old hierarchies are maintained. It is necessary, and it suffices, that they should change their military into a civil order of things and find modern employment for the chieftain of feudal times. 2 Resident seigneurs. Remains of the beneficent feudal spirit. They are not rigorous with their tenants, but no longer retain the local government. Their isolation, insignificance or mediocrity of their means of subsistence, their expenditure not in a condition to remit due sentiments of peasantry towards them. If we go back a little way in our history, we find here and there similar nobles. 1303 such was the Duc de Saint-Simon, father of the writer, a real sovereign in his government of Blaye, and respected by the king himself. Such was the grandfather of Mirabeau, in his chateau of Mirabeau in Provence, the haughtiest, most absolute, most intractable of men, demanding that the officers whom he appointed in his regiment should be favorably received by the king and by his ministers, tolerating the inspectors only as a matter of form, but heroic, generous, faithful, distributing the pension offered to himself among 6 wounded captains under his command, mediating for poor litigants in the mountain, driving off his grounds the wandering attorneys who come to practice their chicanery, the natural protector of man even against ministers and the king. A party of tobacco inspectors having searched his curate's house, he pursues them so energetically on horseback that they hardly escape him by fording the Durance. Whereupon, he wrote to demand the dismissal of the officers, declaring that unless this was done every person employed in the excise should be driven into the Rhine or the sea. Some of them were dismissed and the director himself came to give him satisfaction. Finding his canton sterile and the settlers on it idle, he organized them into groups, women and children, and, in the foulest weather, puts himself at their head, with his 20 severe wounds and neck supported by a piece of silver. He pays them to work making them clear off the lands, which he gives them on leases of 100 years, and he makes them enclose a mountain of rocks with high walls and plant it with olive trees. No one, under any pretext, could be excused from working unless he was ill, and in this case under treatment, or occupied on his own property, a point in which my father could not be deceived, and nobody would have dared to do it. These are the last offshoots of the old, naughty, savage trunk, but still capable of affording shelter. Others could still be found in remote cantons, in Brittany and in Auvergne, veritable district commanders, and I am sure that in time of need the peasants would obey them as much out of respect as from fear. Vigor of heart and of body justifies its own ascendancy, while the superabundance of energy, which begins in violence, ends in beneficence. Less independent and less harsh a paternal government subsists elsewhere, if not in the law at least through custom. In Brittany, near Treguier and Lannion, says the bailiff of Mirabeau, 1304, the entire staff of the Coast Guard is composed of people of quality and of stock going back 1,000 years. I have not seen one of them get irritated with a peasant soldier, while, at the same time, I have seen on the part of the latter an air of filial respect for them. It is a terrestrial paradise with respect to patriarchal manners, simplicity, and true grandeur. The attitude of the peasants towards the seigneurs is that of an affectionate son with his father, and the seigneurs in talking with the peasants use their rude and coarse language, and speak only in a kind and genial way. We see mutual regard between masters and servants. Farther south, in the Bocage, a wholly agricultural region, and with no roads, where ladies are obliged to travel on horseback and in ox carts, where the seigneur has no farmers, but only 25 or 30 métayers who work for him on shares, the supremacy of the great is no offense to their inferiors. People live together harmoniously when living together from birth to death, familiarly, and with the same interests, occupations, and pleasures, like soldiers with their officers, on campaigns and under tents, in subordination although in companionship, familiarity never endangering respect. The seigneur often visits them on their small farms. 1305 talks with them about their affairs, about taking care of their cattle, sharing in the accidents and mishaps which likewise seriously affect him. He attends their children's weddings and drinks with the guests. On Sunday there are dances in the chateau court, and the ladies take part in them. When he is about to hunt wolves or boars the curate gives notice of it in the sermon. The peasants, with their guns gaily assemble at the rendezvous, finding the seigneur who assigns them their posts, and strictly observing the directions he gives them. Here are soldiers and a captain ready-made. A little later, and of their own accord, they will choose him for commandant in the National Guard, mayor of the commune, chief of the insurrection, and, in 1792, the marksmen of the parish are to march under him against the blues as, at this epoch against the wolves. Such are the remnants of the good feudal spirit, like the scattered remnants of a submerged continent. Before Louis XIV, the spectacle was similar throughout France. The rural nobility of former days, says the Marquis de Mirabeau, spent too much time over their cups, slept on old chairs or pallets, mounted and started off to hunt before daybreak, met together on St. Hubert's, and did not part until after the octave of St. Martin's. These nobles led a gay and hard life, voluntarily, costing the state very little, and producing more through its residence and manure than we of today with our tastes, our researches, our colics, and our vapors. The custom, and it may be said, the obsession of making presents to the seigneurs, is well known. I have, in my lifetime, seen this custom everywhere disappear, and rightly so. The seigneurs are no longer of any consequence to them, is quite natural that they should be forgotten by them as they forget. The seigneur being no longer known on his estates, everybody pillages him, which is right 1306. Everywhere, except in remote corners, the affection and unity of the two classes has disappeared, the shepherd is separated from his flock, and pastors of the people end in being considered its parasites. Let us first follow them into the provinces. We here find only the minor class of nobles and a portion of those of medium rank, the rest are in Paris. 1307 There is the same line of separation in the church, abbés commendatory, bishops and archbishops very seldom live at home. The grand vicars and canons live in the large towns, only priors and curates dwell in the rural districts. Ordinarily the entire ecclesiastic or lay staff is absent, residents are furnished only by the secondary or inferior grades. What are their relations with the peasant? One point is certain, and that is that they are not usually hard, nor even indifferent, to him. Separated by rank they are not so by distance, neighborhood is of itself a bond among men. I have read in vain, but I have not found them the rural tyrants, which the declaimers of the Revolution portray them. Haughty with the bourgeois they are generally kind to the villager. Let any one travel through the provinces, says a contemporary advocate, over the estates occupied by the seigneurs. Out of 101 may be found tyrannizing his dependents, all the others, patiently share the misery of those subject to their jurisdiction. They give their debtors time, remit sums due, and afford them every facility for settlement. They mollify and temper the sometimes over-rigorous proceedings of the fermiers, stewards, and other men of business 1308. An Englishwoman, who observes them in Provence just after the Revolution, says that, detested at Aix, they are much beloved on their estates. Whilst they pass the first citizens with their heads erect and an air of disdain, they salute peasants with extreme courtesy and affability. One of them distributes among the women, children, and the aged on his domain wool and flax to spin during the bad season, and, at the end of the year, he offers a prize of 100 livres for the 2 best pieces of cloth. In numerous instances the peasant purchasers of their land voluntarily restore it for the purchase money. Around Paris, near Romainville, after the terrible storm of 1788 there is prodigal almsgiving. A very wealthy man immediately distributes 40,000 francs among the surrounding unfortunates. During the winter, in Alsace and in Paris, everybody is giving. In front of each hotel belonging to a well-known family a big log is burning to which, night and day, the poor can come and warm themselves. In the way of charity, the monks who remain on their premises and witness the public misery continue faithful to the spirit of their institution. On the birth of the Dauphin the Augustins of Montmorillon in Poitou pay out of their own resources the tails and corvées of 19 poor families. In 1781, in Provence, the Dominicans of Saint Maximin support the population of their district in which the tempest had destroyed the vines and the olive trees. The Carthusians of Paris furnish the poor with 1,800 pounds of bread per week. During the winter of 1784 there is an increase of almsgiving in all the religious establishments, their farmers distribute aid among the poor people of the country, and, to provide for these extra necessities, many of the communities increase the rigor of their abstinences. When at the end of 1789, their suppression is in question, I find a number of protests in their favor, written by municipal officers, by prominent individuals, by a crowd of inhabitants, workmen, and peasants, and these columns of rustic signatures are eloquent. 700 families of Cateau Cambresis 1309 send in a petition to retain the worthy abbés and monks of the Abbey of St. Andrew, their common fathers and benefactors, who fed them during the tempest. The inhabitants of St. Savin, in the Pyrenees, portray with tears of grief their consternation at the prospect of suppressing their Abbey of Benedictines, the sole charitable organization in this poor country. At Zierk, Thionville, the Chartreuse, say the leading citizens, is, for us, in every respect, the Ark of the Lord. It is the main support of from more than 12 to 1500 persons who come to it every day in the week. This year the monks have distributed amongst them their own store of grain at 16 livres less than the current price. The regular canons of Domover, in Lorraine, feed 60 poor persons twice a week. It is essential to retain them, says the petition, out of pity and compassion for poor beings whose misery cannot be imagined. Where there are no regular convents and canons in their dependency, the poor cry with misery. 1310. At Moutiers St. John, near Semur in Burgundy, the Benedictines of St. Maur support the entire village and supply it this year with food during the famine. Near Morley in Barrow, the Abbey of Avi, of the Cistercian order, was always, for every village in the neighborhood, a bureau of charity. At Ervald, in Poitou, the municipal officers, the colonel of the National Guard, and numbers of peasants and inhabitants demand the conservation of the regular canons of St. Augustine. Their existence, says the petition, is absolutely essential, as well for our town as for the country, and we should suffer an irreparable loss in their suppression. The municipality and permanent council of Soissons writes that the establishment of St. Jean de Vigny's has always earnestly claimed its share of the public charges. This is the institution which, in times of calamity, welcomes homeless citizens and provides them with subsistence. It alone bears the expenses of the assembly of the bailiwick at the time of the election of deputies to the National Assembly. A company of the regiment of Armagnac is actually lodged under its roof. This institution is always found wherever sacrifices are to be made. In scores of places declarations are made that the monks are the fathers of the poor. In the Diocese of Auxerre, during the summer of 1789, the Bernardines of Rigny stripped themselves of all they possessed in favor of the inhabitants of neighboring villages. Bread, grain, money, and other supplies, have all been lavished on about 1200 persons who, for more than 6 weeks, never failed to present themselves at their door daily. Loans, advances made on farms, credit with the purveyors of the house, all has contributed to facilitating their means for relieving the people. I omit many other traits equally forcible. We see that the ecclesiastical and lay signiers are not simple egoists when they live at home. Man is compassionate of ills of which he is a witness. Absence is necessary to deaden their vivid impression. They move the heart when the eye contemplates them. Familiarity, moreover, engenders sympathy. One cannot remain insensible to the trials of a poor man to whom, for over 20 years, one says good morning every day on passing him, with whose life one is acquainted, who is not an abstract unit in the imagination, a statistical cipher, but a sorrowing soul and a suffering body, and so much the more because, since the writings of Rousseau and the economists, a spirit of humanity, daily growing stronger, more penetrating, and more universal, has arisen to soften the heart. Henceforth the poor are thought of, and it is esteemed an honor to think of them. We have only to read the registers of the States General 1311 to see that spirit of philanthropy spreads from Paris even to the chateaux and abbeys of the provinces. I am satisfied that, except for a few country squires, either huntsmen or drinkers, carried away by the need of physical exercise, and confined through their rusticity to an animal life, most of the resident signiers resembled, in fact or in intention, the gentry whom Marmontel, in his moral tales, then brought on the stage. Fashion took this direction, and people in France always follow the fashion. There is nothing feudal in their characters, they are sensible people, mild, very courteous, tolerably cultivated, fond of generalities, and easily and quickly roused, and very much in earnest. For instance, like that amiable logician the Marquis de Ferriers, an old light horseman, deputy from Saumur in the National Assembly, author of an article on the ism, a moral romance and genial memoirs of no great importance. Nothing could be more remote from the ancient harsh and despotic temperament. They would be glad to relieve the people, and they try to favor them as much as they can. 1312 They are found detrimental, but they are not wicked, the evil is in their situation and not in their character. It is their situation, in fact, which, allowing them rights without exacting services, debars them from the public offices, the beneficial influence, the effective patronage by which they might justify their advantages and attach the peasantry to them. But on this ground the central government has taken their place. For a long time now have they been rather feeble against the intendant, unable to protect their parish. 20 gentlemen cannot not assemble and deliberate without the king's special permission. 1313 If those of Franche-Comté happen to dine together and hear a mass once a year, it is through tolerance, and even then this harmless group may assemble only in the presence of the intendant. Separated from his equals, the seigneur, again, is further away from his inferiors. The administration of the village is of no concern to him, he is not even tasked with its supervision. The apportionment of taxes, the militia contingent, the repairs of the church, the summoning and presiding over a parish assembly, the making of roads, the establishment of charity workshops, all this is the intendant's business or that of the communal officers whom the intendant appoints or directs. 1314 Except through his justiciary rights, so much curtailed, the seigneur is an idler in public matters. 1315 If, by chance, he should desire to act in an official capacity, to make some reclamation for the community, the bureaus of administration would soon make him shut up. Since Louis XIV, the higher officials have things their own way, all legislation and the entire administrative system operate against the local seigneur to deprive him of his functional efficiency and to confine him to his naked title. Through this separation of functions and title his pride increases, as he becomes less useful. His vanity deprived of its broad pasture ground, falls back on a small one, henceforth he seeks distinctions and not influence. He thinks only of precedence and not of government. 1316 In short, the local government, in the hands of peasants commanded by bureaucrats, has become a common, offensive lot of red tape. His pride would be wounded if he were asked to attend to it. Raising taxes, levying the militia, regulating the corvées, are servile acts, the works of a secretary. He accordingly abstains, remains isolated on his manor and leaves to others a task from which he is excluded and which he disdains. Far from protecting his peasantry he is scarcely able to protect himself or to preserve his immunities. Or to avoid having his poll tax and victuals reduced. Or to obtain exemption from the militia for his domestics, to keep his own person, dwelling, dependents, and hunting and fishing rights from the universal usurpation which places all possessions and all privileges in the hands of Monseigneur l'Intendant and Messieurs the subdelegates. And the more so because he is often poor. Bull estimates that all the old families, save 200 or 300, are ruined. 1317 In Rouergue several of them live on an income of 50 and even 25 Louis, 1,500 francs. In Limousin, says an intendant at the beginning of the century, out of several thousands there are not 15 who have 20,000 livres income. In Berry, towards 1,754, 3/4 of them die of hunger. In Franche-Comté the fraternity to which we have alluded appears in a humorous light, after the mass each one returning to his domicile, some on foot and others on their Rosinantes. In Brittany lots of gentlemen found as excisemen, on the farms or in the lowest occupations. One M. de la Morandeis becomes the overseer of an estate. A certain family with nothing but a small farm attests its nobility only by the pigeon house. It lives like the peasants, eating nothing but brown bread. Another gentleman, a widower, passes his time in drinking, living licentiously with his servants, and covering butterpots with the handsomest title deeds of his lineage. All the Chevaliers de Chateaubriand, says the father, were drunkards and beaters of hares. He himself just makes shift to live in a miserable way, with 5 domestics, a hound and 2 old Marais in a chateau capable of accommodating 100 seigneurs with their suites. Here and there in the various memoirs we see these strange superannuated figures passing before the eye. For instance, in Burgundy, gentlemen huntsmen wearing gaiters and hobnailed shoes, carrying an old rusty sword under their arms, dying with hunger and refusing to work. 1318. Elsewhere we encounter M. de Perignon, with his red garments, wig, and ginger face, having dry stone whales built on his domain, and getting intoxicated with the blacksmith of the place. Related to Cardinal Fleury, he is made the first Duc de Fleury. Everything contributes to this decay: the law, habits, and customs, and, above all, the right of primogeniture. Instituted for the purpose of maintaining undivided sovereignty and patronage, it ruins the nobles, since sovereignty and patronage have no material to work on. In Brittany, says Chateaubriand, the elder sons of the nobles swept away 2/3 of the property, while the younger sons shared in 1/3 of the paternal heritage. 1319. Consequently, the younger sons of younger sons soon come to the sharing of a pigeon, rabbit, hound, and fowling piece. The entire fortune of my grandfather did not exceed 5,000 livres income, of which his elder son had 2/3, 3,300 livres, leaving 1,666 livres for the 3 younger ones, upon which sum the elder still had a precipitate claim. 1320. This fortune, which crumbles away and dies out, they neither know how, nor are they disposed, to restore by commerce, manufactures, or proper administration of it. It would be derogatory. High and mighty seigneurs of Dovecot, Frogpond and Rabbit Warren, the more substance they lack the more value they set on the name. Add to all this winter sojourn in town, the ceremonial and expenses caused by vanity and social requirements, and the visits to the governor and the intendant. A man must be either a German or an Englishman to be able to pass 3 gloomy, rainy months in a castle or on a farm, alone, in companionship with peasants, at the risk of becoming as awkward and as fantastic as they. 1321. They accordingly run in debt, become involved, sell one piece of ground and then another piece. A good many alienate the whole, excepting their small manor and their seigneurial dues, the cens and the lauds et vents, and their hunting and justiciary rights on the territory of which they were formerly proprietors. 1322. Since they must support themselves on these privileges, they must necessarily enforce them, even when the privilege is burdensome, and even when the debtor is a poor man. How could they remit dues in grain and in wine when these constitute their bread and wine for the entire year? How could they dispense with the 5th and the 5th of the 5th, du quint et du requint, when this is the only coin they obtain? Why, being needy, should they not be exacting? Accordingly, in relation to the peasant, they are simply his creditors, and to this end come the feudal regime transformed by the monarchy. Around the chateau I see sympathies declining, envy raising its head, and hatreds on the increase. Set aside in public matters, freed from taxation, the seigneur remains isolated and a stranger among his vassals. His extinct authority with his unimpaired privileges form for him an existence apart. When he emerges from it, it is to forcibly add to the public misery. From this soil, ruined by the taxman, he takes a portion of its product, so much it, sheaves of wheat and so many measures of wine. His pigeons and his game eat up the crops. People are obliged to grind in his mill, and to leave with him a 16th of the flour. The sale of a field for the sum of 600 livres puts 100 livres into his pocket. A brother's inheritance reaches a brother only after he has gnawed out of it a year's income. A score of other dues, formerly of public benefit, no longer serve but to support a useless private individual. The peasant, then as today, is eager for gain, determined and accustomed to do and to suffer everything to save or gain a crown. He ends by looking angrily on the turret in which are preserved the archives, the rent roll, the detested parchments by means of which a man of another species, favored to the detriment of the rest, a universal creditor and paid to do nothing, grazes over all the ground and feeds on all the products. Let the opportunity come to enkindle all this covetousness, and the rent roll will burn, and with it the turret, and with the turret, the chateau. 3. Absentee seigneurs. Vast extent of their fortunes and rights. Possessing greater advantages they owe greater services reasons for their absenteeism effect of it apathy of the provinces condition of their estates they give no alms misery of their tenants exact ions of their agents exigencies of their debt state of their justiciary effects of their hunting rights sentiments of the peasantry towards them. The spectacle becomes still gloomier, on passing from the estates on which the seigneurs reside to those on which they are non-residents. Noble or ennobled, lay and ecclesiastic, the latter are privileged among the privileged, and form an aristocracy inside of an aristocracy. Almost all the powerful and accredited families belong to it whatever may be their origin and their date. 1323 Through their habitual or frequent residence near the court, through their alliances or mutual visits, through their habits and their luxuries, through the influence which they exercise and the enmities which they provoke, they form a group apart, and are those who possess the most extensive estates, the leading suzerainties, and the most complete and comprehensive jurisdictions. Of the court nobility and of the higher clergy, they number perhaps 1,000 in each order. While their small number only brings out in higher relief the enormity of their advantages. We have seen that the appanages of the princes of the blood comprise a seventh of the territory. Necker estimates the revenue of the estates enjoyed by the king's two brothers at 2 millions. 1324 The domains of the Ducs de Bouillon, d'Aiguillon, and some others cover entire leagues, and, in immensity and continuity, remind one of those, which the Duke of Sutherland and the Duke of Bedford now possess in England. With nothing else than his forests and his canal, the Duke of Orleans, before marrying his wife, as rich as himself, obtains an income of 1 million. A certain seigneury, Les Clermontes, belonging to the Prince de Condé, contains 40,000 inhabitants, which is the extent of a German principality. Moreover, all the taxes or subsidies occurring in Les Clermontes are imposed for the benefit of His Serene Highness, the King receiving absolutely nothing. 1325. Naturally authority and wealth go together, and, the more an estate yields, the more its owner resembles a sovereign. The Archbishop of Cambrai, Duc de Cambrai, Comte de Cambresis, possesses the suzerainty over all the fiefs of a region which numbers over 75,000 inhabitants. He appoints 1/2 of the aldermen of Cambrai and the whole of the administrators of Cateau. He nominates the abbots to 2 great abbeys, and presides over the provincial assemblies and the permanent bureau, which succeeds them. In short, under the intendant, or at his side, he maintains a preeminence and better still, an influence somewhat like that today maintained over his domain by Grand Duke incorporated into the new German Empire. Near him, in Hainaut, the Abbé of Saint Armand possesses 7/8 of the territory of the provostship while levying on the other 1/8 the seigneurial taxes of the corvées and the dime. He nominates the provost of the aldermen, so that, in the words of the grievances, he composes the entire state, or rather he is himself the state. 1326. I should never end if I were to specify all these big prizes. Let us select only those of the prelacy, and but one particular side, that of money. In the Almanach Royal, and in La France Ecclésiastique for 1788, we may read their admitted revenues. The veritable revenue, however, is 1/2 more for the bishoprics, and double and triple for the abbeys, and we must again double the veritable revenue in order to estimate its value in the money of today. 1327. The 131 bishops and archbishops possess in the aggregate 5,600,000 livres of episcopal income and 1,200,000 livres in abbeys, averaging 50,000 livres per head as in the printed record, and in reality 100,000. A bishop thus, in the eyes of his contemporaries, according to the statement of spectators cognizant of the actual truth, was a grand seigneur, with an income of 100,000 livres 1328. Some of the most important sees are magnificently endowed. That of Sens brings in 70,000 livres, Verdun, 74,000, Tours, 82,000, Beauvais, Toulouse, and Bayeux, 90,000, Rouen, 100,000, Auch, Metz, and Albi, 120,000, Narbonne, 160,000, Paris and Cambrai, 200,000 according to official reports, and probably half as much more in sums actually collected. Other sees, less lucrative, are, proportionately, still better provided. Imagine a small provincial town, oftentimes not even a petty sub-prefecture of our times: Conz-Arons, Mirepoix, Lavore, Rieux, Lombez, Saint-Papol, Comminges, Lucan, Sarlat, Mende, Fréjus, Lescar, Belly, Saint-Malo, Tréguier, Embrun, Saint-Claude, and, in the neighborhood, less than 200, 100, and sometimes even less than 50 parishes, and, as recompense for this slight ecclesiastical surveillance, a prelate receiving from 25,000 to 70,000 livres, according to official statements, from 37,000 to 105,000 livres in actual receipts, and from 74,000 to 210,000 livres in the money of today. As to the abbeys, I count 33 of them producing to the abbé from 25,000 to 120,000 livres, and 27 which bring from 20,000 to 100,000 livres to the abbess. Weigh these sums taken from the almanach, and bear in mind that they must be doubled, and more, to obtain the real revenue, and be quadrupled, and more, to obtain the actual value. It is evident, that, with such revenues, coupled with the feudal rights, police, justiciary and administrative, which accompany them, an ecclesiastic or lay grand seigneur is, in fact, a sort of prince in his district. He bears too close a resemblance to the ancient sovereign to be entitled to live as an ordinary individual. His private advantages impose on him a public character. His rank, and his enormous profits, makes it incumbent on him to perform proportionate services, and that, even under the sway of the intendant, he owes to his vassals, to his tenants, to his feudatories the support of his mediation, of his patronage and of his gains. To do this he must be in residence, but, generally, he is an absentee. For 150 years a kind of all-powerful attraction diverts the grandees from the provinces and impels them towards the capital. The movement is irresistible, for it is the effect of two forces, the greatest and most universal that influence mankind, one, a social position, and the other the national character. A tree is not to be severed from its roots with impunity. Appointed to govern, an aristocracy frees itself from the land when it no longer rules. It ceases to rule the moment when, through increasing and constant encroachments, almost the entire justiciary, the entire administration, the entire police, each detail of the local or general government, the power of initiating, of collaboration, of control regarding taxation, elections, roads, public works, and charities, passes over into the hands of the intendant or of the subdelegate, under the supreme direction of the Controller General or of the King's Council. 1,329 civil servants, men of the robe and the quill, colorless commoners, perform the administrative work. There is no way to prevent it. Even with the king's delegates, a provincial governor, were he hereditary, a prince of the blood, like the Condés in Burgundy, must efface himself before the intendant. He holds no effective office, his public duties consist of showing off and providing entertainment. Besides, he would badly perform any others. The administrative machine, with its thousands of hard, creaking and dirty wheels, as Richelieu and Louis XIV fashioned it, can work only in the hands of workmen who may be dismissed at any time, therefore unscrupulous and prompt to give way to the judgment of the state. It is impossible to allow oneself to get mixed up with rogues of that description. He accordingly abstains, and abandons public affairs to them. Unemployed, bored, what could he now do on his domain, where he no longer reigns, and where dullness overpowers him? He betakes himself to the city, and especially to the court. Moreover, only here can he pursue a career. To be successful he has to become a courtier. It is the will of the king, one must frequent his apartments to obtain his favors, otherwise, on the first application for them the answer will be, "Who is he?" "He is a man that I never see." In the king's eyes there is no excuse for absence, even should the cause is a conversion, with penitence. For a motive. In preferring God to the king, he has deserted. The ministers write to the intendants to ascertain if the gentlemen of their province like to stay at home, and if they refuse to appear and perform their duties to the king. Imagine the grandeur of such attractions available at the court: governments, commands, bishoprics, benefices, court offices, survivorships, pensions, credit, favors of every kind and degree for self and family. All that a country of 25 millions men can offer that is desirable to ambition, to vanity, to interest, is found here collected as in a reservoir. They rush to it and draw from it, and the more readily because it is an agreeable place, arranged just as they would have it, and purposely to suit the social aptitudes of the French character. The court is a vast permanent drawing room to which access is easy and free to the king's subjects, where they live with him, in gentle and virtuous society in spite of the almost infinite distance of rank and power, where the monarch prides himself on being the perfect master of a household. 1330 In fact, no drawing room was ever so well kept up, nor so well calculated to retain its guests by every kind of enjoyment, by the beauty, the dignity, and the charm of its decoration, by the selection of its company, and by the interest of the spectacle. Versailles is the only place to show oneself off, to make a figure, to push one's way, to be amused, to converse or gossip at the headquarters of news, of activity and of public matters, with the elite of the kingdom and the arbiters of fashion, elegance, and taste. "Sire," said M. de Vardes to Louis XIV, "away from your majesty one not only feels miserable but ridiculous. None remain in the provinces except the poor rural nobility. To live there one must be behind the age, disheartened or in exile. The king's banishment of assignats to his estates is the highest disgrace. To the humiliation of this fall is added the insupportable weight of boredom. The finest chateau on the most beautiful site is a frightful desert. Nobody is seen there save the grotesques of a small town or the village peasants." 1331 Exile alone, says Arthur Young, can force the French nobility to do what the English prefer to do, and that is to live on their estates and embellish them. Saint Simon and other court historians, on mentioning a ceremony, repeatedly state that all France was there. In fact, every one of consequence in France is there, and each recognizes the other by this sign. Paris and the court become, accordingly, the necessary sojourn of all fine people. In such a situation departure begets departure. The more a province is forsaken the more they forsake it. "There is not in the kingdom," says the Marquis de Mirabeau, "a single estate of any size of which the proprietor is not in Paris and who, consequently, neglects his buildings and chateaux." 1332. The Les Grands Seigneurs have their hotels in the capital, their entresol at Versailles, and their pleasure house within a circuit of 20 leagues. If they visit their estates at long intervals, it is to hunt. The 1500 commendatory abbés and priors enjoy their benefices as if they were so many remote farms. The 2700 vicars and canons visit each other and dine out. With the exception of a few apostolic characters, the 131 bishops stay at home as little as they can, nearly all of them being nobles, all of them men of society. What could they do out of the world, confined to a provincial town? Can we imagine a Grand Seigneur, once a gay and gallant abbé and now a bishop with 100,000 livres income? voluntarily burying himself for the entire year at Ment, at Comminges, in a paltry cloister? The interval has become too great between the refined, varied, and literary life of the great centre, and the monotonous, inert, practical life of the provinces. Hence it is that the grand seigneur who withdraws from the former cannot enter into the latter, and he remains an absentee, at least in feeling. A country in which the heart ceases to impel the blood through its veins presents a sombre aspect. Arthur Young, who travelled over France between 1787 and 1789, is surprised to find at once such a vital centre and such dead extremities. Between Paris and Versailles the double file of vehicles going and coming extends uninterruptedly for 5 leagues from morning till night. 1333 The contrast on other roads is very great. Leaving Paris by the Orleans road, says Arthur Young, we met not one stage or diligence for 10 miles, only 2 messageries and very few chaises, not a tenth of what would have been met had we been leaving London at the same hour. On the high road near Narbonne, for 36 miles, he says, I came across but one cabriolet, half a dozen carts and a few women leading asses. Elsewhere, near St. Girons, he notices that in 250 miles he encountered in all, 2 cabriolets and 3 miserable things similar to our old one-horse post-chaise, and not one gentleman. Throughout this country the inns are execrable, it is impossible to hire a wagon, while in England, even in a town of 1,500 or 2,000 inhabitants, there are comfortable hotels and every means of transport. This proves that in France there is no circulation. It is only in very large towns that there is any civilization and comfort. At Nantes there is a superb theatre twice as large as Drury Lane and 5 times as magnificent. Mon Dieu! I cried to myself, do all these wastes, moors, and deserts, that I have passed for 300 miles lead to this spectacle? In a single leap you pass from misery to extravagance, the country deserted, or if a gentleman in it, you find him in some wretched hole to save that money which is lavished with profusion in the luxuries of a capital. A coach, says M. de Montlosier, set out weekly from the principal towns in the provinces for Paris and was not always full, which tells us about the activity in business. There was a single journal called the Gazette de France, appearing twice a week, which represents the activity of minds 1334. Some magistrates of Paris in exile at Bourges in 1753 and 1754 give the following picture of that place. A town in which no one can be found with whom you can talk at your ease on any topic whatever, reasonably or sensibly. The nobles, 3/4 of them dying of hunger, rotting with pride of birth, keeping apart from men of the robe and of finance, and finding it strange that the daughter of a tax collector, married to a councillor of the Parliament of Paris, should presume to be intelligent and entertain company. The citizens are of the grossest ignorance, the sole support of this species of lethargy in which the minds of most of the inhabitants are plunged. Women, bigoted and pretentious, and much given to play and to gallantry 1335. In this impoverished and benumbed society, among these messieurs Thibaudot, the councillor, and Harpin, the tax collector, among these Vicomtes de Sautenville and Countesses d'Escarbagnes, lives the Archbishop, Cardinal de la Rochefoucauld, Grand Almoner to the King, provided with 4 great abbeys, possessing 500,000 livres income, a man of the world, generally an absentee, and when at home, finding amusement in the embellishing of his gardens and palace, in short, the golden pheasant of an aviary in a poultry yard of geese. 1336 Naturally there is an entire absence of political thought. You cannot imagine, says the manuscript, a person more indifferent to all public matters. At a later period, in the very midst of events of the gravest character, and which most nearly concern them, there is the same apathy. At Château-Thierry on the 4th of July, 1789, 1337 there is not a café in which a new paper can be found, there is but one at Dijon, at Moulins, the 7th of August, in the best café in the town, where I found near 20 tables set for company, but as for a newspaper I might as well have demanded an elephant. Between Strasbourg and Besançon there is not a gazette. At Besançon there is nothing but the Gazette de France, for which, this period, a man of common sense would not give one soul. And the Courrier de l'Europe, a fortnight old, and well-dressed people are now talking of the news of 2 or 3 weeks past, and plainly by their discourse know nothing of what is passing. At Clermont I dined, or supped, 5 times at the table d'hôte with from 20 to 30 merchants, tradesmen, officers, etc., and it is not easy for me to express the insignificance, the inanity of their conversation. Scarcely any politics are mentioned at a moment when every bosom ought to beat with none but political sensations. The ignorance or the stupidity of these people must be absolutely incredible. Not a week passes without their country abounding with events 1338 that are analyzed and debated by the carpenters and blacksmiths of England. The cause of this inertia is manifest. Interrogated on their opinions, all reply, "We are of the provinces and we must wait to know what is going on in Paris." Never having acted, they do know how to act. But, thanks to this inertia, they let themselves be driven. The provinces form an immense stagnant pond, which, by a terrible inundation, may be emptied exclusively on one side, and suddenly, the fault lies with the engineers who failed to provide it with either dikes or outlets. Such is the languor or, rather, the prostration, into which local life falls when the local chiefs deprive it of their presence, action, or sympathy. I find only 3 or 4 grand seigneurs taking a part in it, practical philanthropists following the example of English noblemen, the Duc de Harcourt, who settles the lawsuits of his peasants, the Duc de la Rochefoucauld-Liancourt who establishes a model farm on his domain, and a school of industrial pursuits for the children of poor soldiers, and the Comte de Brienne, whose 30 villages are to demand liberty of the Convention. 1339, the rest for the most part liberals, content themselves with discussions on public affairs and on political economy. In fact, the difference in manners, the separation of interests, the remoteness of ideas are so great that contact between those most exempt from haughtiness and their immediate tenantry is rare, and at long intervals. Arthur Young, needing some information at the house of the Duc de la Rochefoucauld himself, the steward is sent for. At an English nobleman's, there would have been 3 or 4 farmers asked to meet me, who would have dined with the family amongst the ladies of the first rank. I do not exaggerate when I say that I have had this at least 100 times in the first houses of our islands. It is, however, a thing that in the present style of manners in France would not be met with from Calais to Bayonne except, by chance, in the house of some great lord that had been much in England, and then not unless it was asked for. The nobility in France have no more idea of practicing agriculture, and making it a subject of conversation, except on the mere theory, as they would speak of a loom or a bowsprit, than of any other object the most remote from their habits and pursuits. Through tradition, fashion, and deliberation, they are, and wish only to be, people of society. Their sole concern is to talk and to hunt. Never have the leaders of men so unlearned the art of leading men, the art which consists of marching along the same pathway with them, but at the head, and directing their labor by sharing in it are Englishmen. An eyewitness and competent, again writes, "Thus it is whenever you stumble on a grand seigneur, even one that was worth millions, you are sure to find his property desert." Those of the Duc de Bouillon and of the Prince de Soubise are 2 of the greatest properties in France, and all the signs I have yet seen of their greatness are heaths, moors, deserts, and brackens. Go to their residence, wherever it may be, and you would probably find them in the midst of a forest very well peopled with deer, wild boars, and wolves. The great proprietors, says another contemporary, 1340 attracted to and kept in our cities by luxurious enjoyments know nothing of their estates, save of their agents whom they harass for the support of a ruinous ostentation. How can ameliorations be looked for from those who even refuse to keep things up and make indispensable repairs? A sure proof that their absence is the cause of the evil is found in the visible difference between the domain worked under absent Abbé Commendatore and a domain superintended by monks living on the spot. The intelligent traveler recognizes it at first sight by the state of cultivation. If he finds fields well enclosed by ditches, carefully planted and covered with rich crops, these fields, he says to himself, belong to the monks. Almost always, alongside of these fertile plains, is an area of ground badly tilled and almost barren, presenting a painful contrast, and yet the soil is the same, being two portions of the same domain. He sees that the latter is the portion of the Abbé Commendatore. The abbatial manse, said Lefranc de Pompignan, frequently looks like the property of a spendthrift. The monastic manse is like a patrimony whereon nothing is neglected for its amelioration, to such an extent that the 2/3 which the abbé enjoys bring him less than the third reserved by his monks. The ruin or impoverishment of agriculture is, again, one of the effects of absenteeism. There was, perhaps, 1/3 of the soil in France, which, deserted as in Ireland, was as badly tilled, as little productive as in Ireland in the hands of the rich absentees, the English bishops, deans, and nobles. Doing nothing for the soil, how could they do anything for men? Now and then, undoubtedly, especially with farms that pay no rent, the steward writes a letter, alleging the misery of the farmer. There is no doubt, also, that, especially for 30 years back, they desire to be humane. They descant among themselves about the rights of man. The sight of the pale face of a hungry peasant would give them pain. But they never see him. Does it ever occur to them to fancy what it is like under the awkward and complimentary phrases of their agent? Moreover, do they know what hunger is? Who amongst them has had any rural experiences? And how could they picture to themselves the misery of this forlorn being? They are too remote from him to that, too ignorant of his mode of life. The portrait they conceive of him is imaginary. Never was there a falser representation of the peasant. Accordingly the awakening is to be terrible. They view him as the amiable swain, gentle, humble and grateful, simple-hearted and right-minded, easily led, being conceived according to Rousseau and the idols performed at this very epoch in all private drawing rooms. 1341 Lacking a knowledge him they overlook him, they read the steward's letter and immediately the whirl of high life again seizes them and, after a sigh bestowed on the distress of the poor, they make up their minds that their income for the year will be short. A disposition of this kind is not favorable to charity. Accordingly, complaints arise, not against the residents but against the absentees. 1342 The possessions of the Church, says a letter, serve only to nourish the passions of their holders. According to the canons, says another memorandum, every beneficiary must give 1/4 of his income to the poor. Nevertheless in our parish there is a revenue of more than 12,000 livres, and none of it is given to the poor unless it is some small matter at the hands of the curate. The Abbé de Conches gets 1/2 of the tithes and contributes nothing to the relief of the parish. Elsewhere, the chapter of Ecous, which owns the benefice of the tithes, is of no advantage to the poor, and only seeks to augment its income. Nearby, the Abbé of Croix-la-Froy, a heavy tithe owner, and the Abbé de Bernay, who gets 57,000 livres from his benefice, and who is a non-resident, keep all and scarcely give enough to their officiating curates to keep them alive. I have in my parish, says a curate of Berry, 1343 6 simple benefices of which the titularies are always absent. They enjoy together an income of 9,000 livres. I sent them in writing the most urgent entreaties during the calamity of the past year. I received from them 2 louis only, and most of them did not even answer me. Stronger is the reason for a conviction that in ordinary times they will make no remission of their dues. Moreover, these dues, the censives, the lauds et vents, tithes, and the like, are in the hands of a steward, and he is a good steward who returns a large amount of money. He has no right to be generous at his master's expense, and he is tempted to turn the subjects of his master to his own profit. In vain might the soft seigneurial hand be disposed to be easy or paternal, the hard hand of the proxy bears down on the peasants with all its weight, and the caution of a chief gives place to the exact ions of a clerk. How is it then when, instead of a clerk on the domain, a fermier is found, an adjudicator who, for an annual sum, purchases of Signire the management and product of his dues? In election of May N. 1344 and certainly also in many others, the principal domains are rented in this way. Moreover, there are a number of dues, like the tolls, the marketplace tax, that on the flock apart, the monopoly of the oven and of the mill, which can scarcely be managed otherwise. The Signire must necessarily employ an adjudicator who spares him the disputes and trouble of collecting. 1345 This happens often, and the demands and the greed of the contractor, who is determined to gain or, at least, not to lose, falls on the peasantry. He is a ravenous wolf, says Rinaldin, let loose on the estate. He draws upon it to the last sou, he crushes the subjects, reduces them to beggary, forces the cultivators to desert. The owner, thus rendered odious, finds himself obliged to tolerate his exact ions to able to profit by them. Imagine, if you can, the evil which a country usurer exercises, armed against them with such burdensome rights. It is the feudal signory in the hands of Harpagon, or rather of old Grandet. When, indeed, a tax becomes insupportable, we see, by the local complaints, that it is nearly always a fermier who enforces it. 1346 It is one of these, acting for a body of canons, who claims Jean Mermet's paternal inheritance on the pretense that she had passed her wedding night at her husband's house. One can barely find similar exact ions in the Ireland of 1830, on those estates where, the farmer general renting to sub-farmers and the latter to others still below them. The poor tenant at the foot of the ladder himself bore the full weight of it, so much the more crushed because his creditor, crushed himself, measured the requirements he exacted by those he had to submit to. Suppose that, seeing this abuse of his name, the Signire is desirous of withdrawing the administration of his domains from these mercenary hands. In most cases he is unable to do it, he too deeply in debt, having appropriated to his creditors a certain portion of his land, a certain branch of his income. For centuries, the nobles are involved through their luxury, their prodigality, their carelessness, and through that false sense of honor, which consists in looking upon attention to accounts as the occupation of an accountant. They take pride in their negligence, regarding it, as they say, living nobly. 1347 Monsieur the Archbishop, said Louis XVI. To M. de Dillon, they say that you are in debt, and even largely. Sire, replied the prelate, with the irony of a grand Signire, I will ask my intendant and inform your majesty. Marshal de Soubise has 500,000 livres income, which is not sufficient for him. We know the debts of the Cardinal de Rohan and of the Comte Artois, 1348. Their millions of income were vainly thrown into this gulf. The Prince de Guimini happens to become bankrupt on 35 millions. The Duke of Orleans, the richest proprietor in the kingdom, owed at his death 74 millions. When became necessary to pay the creditors of the emigrants out of the proceeds of their possessions, it was proved that most of the large fortunes were eaten up with mortgages. 1349 Readers of the various memoirs know that, for 200 years, the deficiencies had to be supplied by marriages for money and by the favors of the king. This explains why, following the king's example, the nobles converted everything into money, and especially the places at their disposition, and, in relaxing authority for profit, why they alienated the last fragment of government remaining in their hands. Everywhere they thus laid aside the venerated character of a chief to put on the odious character of a trafficker. Not only, says a contemporary, 1350 do they give no pay to their officers of justice, or take them at a discount, but, what is worse, the greater portion of them make a sale of these offices. In spite of the edict of 1693, the judges thus appointed take no steps to be admitted into the royal courts, and they take no oaths. What is the result? Justice, too often administered by knaves, degenerates into brigandage or into a frightful impunity. Ordinarily the signier who sells the office on a financial basis, deducts, in addition, the 100th, the 50th, the 10th of the price, when it passes into other hands, and at other times he disposes of the survivorship. He creates these offices and survivorships purposely to sell them. All the seigneurial courts, say the registers, are infested with a crowd of officials of every description, seigneurial sergeants, mounted and unmounted officers, keepers of the provostship of the funds, guards of the constabulary. It is by no means rare to find as many as 10 in an arrondissement which could hardly maintain 2 if they confine themselves within the limits of their duties. Also they are at the same time judges, attorneys, fiscal attorneys, registrars, notaries, each in a different place, each practicing in several seignories under various titles, all perambulating, all in league like thieves at a fair, and assembling together in the taverns to plan, prosecute, and decide. Sometimes the signier, to economize, confers the title on one of his own dependents. At Hautmont, in Hainaut, the fiscal attorney is a domestic. More frequently he nominates some starveling advocate of a petty village in the neighborhood on wages which would not suffice to keep him alive a week. He indemnifies himself out of the peasants. Processes of chicanery, delays and willful complications in the proceedings, sittings at 3 livres the hour for the advocate and 3 livres the hour for the bailiff. The black brood of judicial leeches suck so much the more eagerly, because the more numerous, a still more scrawny prey, having paid for the privilege of sucking it. 1351 The arbitrariness, the corruption, the laxity of such a regime can be divined. Impunity, says Rinaldin, is nowhere greater than in the seigneurial tribunals. The foulest crimes obtain no consideration there, for the signier dreads supplying the means for a criminal trial, while his judges or prosecuting attorneys fear that they will not be paid for their proceedings. Moreover, his jail is often a cellar under the chateau. There is not one tribunal out of 100 in conformity with the law in respect of prisons. Their keepers shut their eyes or stretch out their hands. Hence it is that his estates become the refuge of all the scoundrels in the canton. The effect of his indifference is terrible, and it is to react against him. Tomorrow, at the club, the attorneys whom he has multiplied will demand his head, and the bandits whom he has tolerated will place it on the end of a pike. One point remains, the chase, wherein the noble's jurisdiction is still active and severe, and it is just the point which is found the most offensive. Formerly, when one half of the canton consisted of forest, or waste land, while the other half was being ravaged by wild beasts, he was justified in reserving the right to hunt them. It entered into his function as local captain. He was the hereditary gendarme, always armed, always on horseback, as well against wild boars and wolves as against rovers and brigands. Now that nothing is left to him of the gendarme but the title and the epaulettes, he maintains his privilege through tradition, thus converting a service into an annoyance. Hunt he must, and he alone must hunt. It is a physical necessity and, at the same time, a sign of his blood. A Rohan, a Dillon, chases the stag although belonging to the church, in spite of edicts and in spite of the canons. "You hunt too much," said Louis XV. 1352 to the latter, "I know something about it. How can you prohibit your curates from hunting if you pass your life in setting them such an example? Sire, for my curates the chase is a fault, for myself it is the fault of my ancestors. When the vanity and arrogance of caste thus mounts guard over a right, it is with obstinate vigilance. Accordingly, their captains of the chase, their gamekeepers, their wood rangers, their forest wardens protect brutes as if they were men, and hunt men as if they were brutes. In the bailiwick of Pont-l'Evêque in 1789 4 instances are cited of recent assassinations committed by the gamekeepers of Madame d'A, Madame N, a prelate and a marshal of France, on commoners caught breaking the game laws or carrying guns. All 4 publicly escape punishment. In Artois, a parish makes declaration that on the lands of the Chatillani the game devours all the avetes, pine saplings, and that the growers of them will be obliged to abandon their business. Not far off, at Rumencourt, at Bellone, the hares, rabbits, and partridges entirely devour them, Count d'Oisy never hunting nor having hunts. In 20 villages in the neighborhood around Oisy where he hunts it is on horseback and across the crops. His gamekeepers, always armed, have killed several persons under the pretense of watching over their master's rights. The game, which greatly exceeds that of the royal captaincies, consumes annually all prospects of a crop, 20,000 raziers of wheat and as many of other grains. In the bailiwick of Évreux the game has just destroyed everything up to the very houses. On account of the game the citizen is not free to pull up the weeds in summer which clog the grain and injure the seed sown. How many women are there without husbands, and children without fathers, on account of a poor hare or rabbit? The gamekeepers of the forest of Gouffray in Normandy are so terrible that they maltreat, insult and kill men. I know of farmers who, having pleaded against the lady to be indemnified for the loss of their wheat, not only lost their time but their crops and the expenses of the trial. Stags and deer are seen roving around our houses in open daylight. In the bailiwick of Domfront, the inhabitants of more than 10 parishes are obliged to watch all night for more than 6 months of the year to secure their crops. 1353 This is the effect of the right of the chase in the provinces. It is, however, in the Ile-de-France, where captaincies abound, and become more extensive, that the spectacle is most lamentable. A procès-verbal shows that in the single parish of Vaux, near Moulins, the rabbits of warrens in the vicinity ravage 800 cultivated arpents, acres, of ground and destroy the crops of 2,400 setiers, 3 acres each, that is to say, the annual supplies of 800 persons. Near that place, at La Rochette, herds of deer and of stags devour everything in the fields during the day, and, at night, they even invade the small gardens of the inhabitants to consume vegetables and to break down young trees. It is found impossible in a territory subjected to a captaincy to retain vegetables safe in gardens, enclosed by high walls. At Farkey, of 500 peach trees planted in a vineyard and browsed on by stags, only 20 remain at the end of 3 years. Over the whole territory of Fontainebleau, the communities, to save their vines, are obliged to maintain, with the assent always of the captaincy, a gang of watchmen who, with licensed dogs, keep watch and make a hubbub all night from the 1st of May to the middle of October. At Chartres the deer cross the Seine, approach the doors of the Comtesse de la Rochefoucauld and destroy entire plantations of poplars. A domain rented for 2,000 livres brings in only 400 after the establishment of the captaincy of Versailles. In short, 11 regiments of an enemy's cavalry, quartered on the 11 captaincies near the capital, and starting out daily to forage, could not do more mischief. We need not be surprised if, in the neighborhood of these lairs, the people become weary of cultivating. 1354 Near Fontainebleau and Melun, at Bois-Leroi, 3/4 of the ground remains waste. Almost all the houses in Brole are in ruins, only half-crumbling gables being visible. At Coudils and at Chapelle Rabelais, 5 farms are abandoned. At Arbonne, numerous fields are neglected. At Villers, and at Desmarais, where there were 4 farming companies and a number of special cultures, 800 arpents remain untilled. Strange to say, as the century becomes more easygoing the enforcement of the chase becomes increasingly harsh. The officers of the captaincy are zealous because they labor under the eye and for the pleasures of their master. In 1789, 800 preserves had just been planted in one single canton of the captaincy of Fontainebleau, and in spite of the proprietors of the soil. According to the regulations of 1762, every private individual domiciled on the reservation of a captaincy is forbidden from enclosing his homestead or any ground whatever with hedges or ditches, or walls without a special permit. 1355 In case of a permit being given he must leave a wide, open, and continuous space in order to let the huntsman easily pass through. He is not allowed to keep any ferret, any firearm, any instrument adapted to the chase, nor to be followed by any dog even if not adapted to it, except the dog be held by a leash or clog fastened around its neck. And better still, he is forbidden to reap his meadow or his lucerne before St. John's Day, to enter his own field between the 1st of May and the 24th of June, to visit any island in the Seine, to cut grass on it or osiers, even if the grass and osiers belong to him. The reason is, that now the partridge is hatching and the legislator protects it, he would take less pains for a woman in confinement. The old chroniclers would say of him, as with William Rufus, that his bowels are paternal only for animals. Now, in France, 400 square leagues of territory are subject to the control of the captaincies, 1,356, and, over all France, game, large or small, is the tyrant of the peasant. We may conclude, or rather listen to the people's conclusion. Every time, says M. Montlosier, in 1789, 1357, that I chanced to encounter herds of deer or does on my road, my guides immediately shouted, "Make room for the gentry," in this way alluding to the ravages committed by them on their land. Accordingly, in the eyes of their subjects, they are wild animals. This shows to what privileges can lead when divorced from duties. In this manner an obligation to protect degenerates into a right of devastation. Thus do humane and rational beings act, unconsciously, like irrational and inhuman beings. Divorced from the people they misuse them, nominal chiefs, they have unlearned the function of an effective chief, having lost all public character they abate nothing of their private advantages. So much the worse for the canton, and so much worse for themselves. The 30 or 40 poachers whom they prosecute today on their estates will march tomorrow to attack their chateaux at the head of an insurrection. The absence of the masters, the apathy of the provinces, the bad state of cultivation, the exact ions of agents, the corruption of the tribunals, the vexations of the captaincies, indolence, the indebtedness and exigencies of the seigneur, desertion, misery, the brutality and hostility of vassals, all proceeds from the same cause and terminates in the same effect. When sovereignty becomes transformed into a sinecure, it becomes burdensome without being useful, and on becoming burdensome without being useful it is overthrown. Chapter 4. Public services due by the privileged classes. England compared to France. An English example: the privileged class renders no service in France. The influence and rights which remain to them, they use it only for themselves. Useless in the canton, they might have been useful at the center of the state, and, without taking part in the local government, they might have served in the general government. Thus does a lord, a baronet, a squire act in England, even when not a justice of his county or a committee man in his parish. Elected a member of the lower house, a hereditary member of the upper house, he holds the strings of the public purse and prevents the sovereign from spending too freely. Such is the regime in countries where the feudal seigneurs, instead of allowing the sovereign to ally himself with the people against them, allied themselves with the people against the sovereign. To protect their own interests better, they secured protection for the interests of others, and, after having served as the representatives of their compeers, they became the representatives of the nation. Nothing of this kind takes place in France. The States General are fallen into desuetude, and the king may with truth declare himself the sole representative of the country. Like trees rendered lifeless under the shadow of a gigantic oak, other public powers perish through his growth. Whatever still remains of these encumbers the ground, and forms around him a circle of clambering briars or of decaying trunks. One of them, the Parliament, an offshoot simply of the great oak, sometimes imagined itself in possession of a root of its own, but its sap was too evidently derivative for it to stand by itself and provide the people with an independent shelter. Other bodies, surviving, although stunted, the Assembly of the Clergy and the provincial assemblies, still protect an order, and 4 or 5 provinces, but this protection extends only to the order itself or to the province, and, if it protects a special interest, it is commonly at the expense of the general interest. To the clergy. Assemblies of the clergy. They serve only ecclesiastical interests. The clergy exempted from taxation. Solicitation of its agents. Its zeal against the Protestants. Let us observe the most vigorous and the best rooted of these bodies, the Assembly of the Clergy. It meets every 5 years, and, during the interval, 2 agents, selected by it, watch over the interests of the order. Convoced by the government, subject to its guidance, retained or dismissed when necessary, always in its hands, used by it for political ends, it nevertheless continues to be a refuge for the clergy, which it represents. But it is an asylum solely for that body, and, in the series of transactions by which it defends itself against fiscal demands, it eases its own shoulders of the load only to make it heavier on the shoulders of others. We have seen how its diplomacy saved clerical immunities, how it bought off the body from the poll tax and the victims, how it converted its portion of taxation into a free gift, how this gift is annually applied to refunding the capital which it has borrowed to obtain this exemption, by which delicate art it succeeds, not only in not contributing to the treasury, but in withdrawing from it every year about 1,500,000 livres, all of which is so much the better for the Church but so much the worse for the people. Now run through the file of folios in which from one period of 5 years to another the reports of its agents follow each other. So many clever men, thus preparing themselves for the highest positions in the Church, the Abbés de Boiscelin, de Périgord, de Beryl, de Montesquieu, at each moment, owing to their solicitations with judges and the council, owing to the authority which the discontent of the powerful order felt to be behind them gives to their complaints, some ecclesiastic matter is decided in an ecclesiastical sense, so feudal right is maintained in favor of a chapter or of a bishop, some public demand is thrown out. 1401 in 1781, notwithstanding decision of the Parliament of Rennes, the canons of Saint Malo are sustained in their monopoly of the district baking oven. This is to the detriment of the bakers who prefer to bake at their own domiciles as well as of the inhabitants who would have to pay less for bread made by the bakers. In 1773, Guénin, a schoolmaster, discharged by the Bishop of Langres, and supported in vain by inhabitants, is compelled to hand his place over to a successor appointed by the bishop. In 1770, Rastel, a Protestant, having opened a public school at Saint-Affrique, is prosecuted at the demand of the bishop and of clerical agents, his school is closed and he is imprisoned. When an organized body keeps purse strings in its own hands it secures many favors, these are the equivalent for the money it grants. The commanding tone of the king and the submissive air of the clergy effect no fundamental change, with both of them it is a bargain, 1402 giving and taking on both sides, this or that law against the Protestants going for 1 or 2 millions added to the free gift. In this way the revocation of the Edict of Nantes is gradually brought about, article by article, one turn of the rack after another turn, each fresh persecution purchased by a fresh largesse, the clergy helping the state on condition that the state becomes an executioner. Throughout the 18th century the Church sees that this operation continues. 1403 in 1717, an assemblage of 74 persons having been surprised at Andour, the men are sent to the galleys and the women are imprisoned. In 1724, an edict declares that all who are present at any meeting, or who shall have any intercourse, direct or indirect, with preachers, shall be condemned to the confiscation of their property, the women to have their heads shaved and be shut up for life, and the men to send to the galleys for life. In 1745 and 1746, in Dauphiny, 277 Protestants are condemned to the galleys, and numbers of women are whipped. Between 1744 and 1752, in the east and in the south, 600 Protestants are imprisoned and 800 condemned to various penalties. In 1774, the 2 children of Roux, a Calvinist of Nîmes, are carried off. Up to nearly the beginning of the Revolution, in Languedoc, ministers are hung, while dragoons are dispatched against congregations assembled to worship God in deserted places. The mother of M. Guizot here received shots in the skirts of her dress. This is owing to the fact that, in Languedoc, Through the provincial states assembly the bishops control temporal affairs more than elsewhere, their disposition being always to dragoon and make converts at the point of the bayonet. In 1775, at the coronation of the king, Archbishop Loménie of Brienne, a well-known unbeliever, addresses the young king, "You will disapprove of the culpable systems of toleration. Complete the work undertaken by Louis the Great. To you is reserved the privilege of giving the final blow to Calvinism in your kingdom." In 1780, the Assembly of the Clergy declares that the altar and the throne would equally be in danger if heresy were allowed to throw off its shackles. Even in 1789, the clergy in its registers, while consenting to the toleration of non-Catholics, finds the Edict of 1788 too liberal. They desire that non-Catholics should be excluded from judicial offices, that they should never be allowed to worship in public, and that mixed marriages should be forbidden. And much more than this, they demand preliminary censure of all works sold by the bookshops, an ecclesiastical committee to act as informers, and ignominious punishment to be awarded to the authors of irreligious books. Lastly, they claim for their body the direction of public schools and the oversight of private schools. There is nothing strange in this intolerance and selfishness. A collective body, as with an individual, thinks of itself first of all and above all. If, now and then, it sacrifices some one of its privileges, it is for the purpose of securing the alliance of some other body. In that case, which is that of England, all these privileges, which compound with each other and afford each other mutual support, form, through their combination, the public liberties. In this case, only one body being represented, its deputies are neither directed nor tempted to make concession to others, the interest of the body is their sole guide, they subordinate the common interest to it and serve it at any cost, even to criminal attacks on the public welfare. 3. Influence of the nobles. Regulations in their favor. Preferment obtained by them in the church. Distribution of bishoprics and abbeys. Preferment obtained from them from the state governments, offices, sinecures, pensions, gratuities. Instead of being useful they are an expense. Thus do public bodies work when, instead of being associated together, they are separate. The same spectacle is apparent on contemplating castes and associations. Their isolation is the cause of their egoism. From the top to the bottom of the scale the legal and moral powers which should represent the nation represent themselves only, while each one is busy in its own behalf at the expense of the nation. The nobility, in default of the right to meet together and to vote, exercises its influence, and, to know how it uses this, it is sufficient to read over the edicts and the almanac. A regulation imposed on Marshal de Segur 1404 has just restored the old barrier, which excluded commoners from military rank, and thenceforward, to be a captain, it is necessary to prove 4 degrees of nobility. In like manner, in late days, one must be a noble to be a master of requests, and it is secretly determined that in future all ecclesiastical property, from the humblest priory to the richest abbeys, shall be reserved to the nobility. In fact, all the high places, ecclesiastic or laic, are theirs, all the sinecures, ecclesiastic or laic, are theirs, or for their relations, adherents, protégés, and servitors. France 1405 is like a vast stable in which the blood horses obtain double and triple rations for doing nothing, or for only half work, whilst the draft horses perform full service on half a ration, and that often not supplied. Again, it must be noted, that among these blood horses is a privileged circle which, born near the manger, keeps its fellows away and feeds bountifully, fat, shining, with their skins polished, and up to their bellies in litter, and with no other occupation than that of appropriating everything to themselves. These are the court nobles, who live within reach of favors, brought up from infancy to ask for them, to obtain and to ask again, solely attentive to royal condescension and frowns, for whom the Oeil de Boeuf 1406 forms the universe. They are as indifferent to the affairs of the state as to their own affairs, allowing one to be governed by provincial intendants as they allowed he other to be governed by their own intendants. Let us contemplate them at work on the budget. We know how large that of the church is. I estimate that they absorb at least 1/2 of it. 19 chapters of male nobles, 25 chapters of female nobles, 260 commanderies of Malta belong to them by institution. They occupy, by favor, all the archbishoprics, and, except 5, all the bishoprics. 1407 they furnish 3 out of 4 abbess commendatory and vicars general. If, among the abbeys of females royally nominated, we set apart those bringing in 20,000 livres and more, we find that they all have ladies of rank for abbesses. One fact alone shows the extent of these favors. I have counted 83 abbeys of men possessed by the almoners, chaplains, preceptors, or readers to the king, queen, princes, and princesses. One of them, the Abbé de Vermont, has 80,000 livres income in benefices. In short, the 1,500 ecclesiastical sinecures under royal appointment, large or small, constitute a flow of money for the service of the great, whether they pour it out in golden rain to recompense the assiduity of their intimates and followers, or keep it in large reservoirs to maintain the dignity of their rank. Besides, according to the fashion of giving more to those who have already enough, the richest prelates possess, above their episcopal revenues, the wealthiest abbeys. According to the Almanac, M. D. Argentre, Bishop of Cèze, 1408 thus enjoys an extra income of 34,000 livres, M. de Suffren, Bishop of Sisteron, 36,000, M. de Girac, Bishop of Rennes, 40,000, M. de Bourdieuil, Bishop of Soissons, 42,000, M. Diegout de Bonneville, Bishop of Pomiers, 45,000, M. de Marbeuf Bishop of Autun, 50,000, M. de Rohan, Bishop of Strasbourg, 60,000, M. de Cis, Archbishop of Bordeaux, 63,000, M. de Luynes, Archbishop of Sens, 82,000, M. de Bernis, Archbishop of Albi, 100,000. M. de Brienne, Archbishop of Toulouse, L06,000, M. de Dillon, Archbishop of Narbonne, 120,000, M. de la Rochefoucauld, Archbishop of Rouen, 130,000, that is to say, double and sometimes triple the sum stated, and quadruple, and often 6 times as much, according to the present standard. M. de Rohan derived from his abbeys, not 60,000 livres but 400,000, and M. de Brienne, the most opulent of all, next to M. de Rohan, the 24th of August, 1788, at the time of leaving the ministry. 1409 sent to withdraw from the treasury the 20,000 livres of his month's salary which had not yet fallen due, a punctuality the more remarkable that, without taking into account the salary of his place, with the 6,000 livres pension attached to his blue ribbon, he possessed, in benefices, 678,000 livres income, and that, still quite recently, a cutting of wood on one of his abbey domains yielded him 1,000,000. Let us pass on to the lay budget. Here also are prolific sinecures, and almost all belong to the nobles. Of this class there are in the provinces the 37 great governments general, the 7 small governments general, the 66 lieutenancies general, the 407 special governments, the 13 governorships of royal palaces, and a number of others, all of them for ostentation and empty honors. They are all in the hands of the nobles, all lucrative, not only through salaries paid by the treasury, but also through local profits. Here, again, the nobility allowed itself to evade the authority, the activity, and the usefulness of its charge on the condition of retaining its title, pomp and money. 1410 The intendant is really the governor, the titular governor, exercising a function with special letters of command, is only there to give dinners, and again he must have permission to do that, the permission to go and reside at his place of government. The place, however, yields fruit. The government general of Berry is worth 35,000 livres income, that of Guyenne 120,000, that of Languedoc 160,000, a small special government, like that of Havre, brings in 35,000 livres, besides the accessories, a medium lieutenancy general, like that of Roussillon, 13,000 to 14,000 livres, one special government from 12,000 to 18,000 livres, and observe that, in the Isle of France alone, there are 34, at Vervins, Senlis, Melun, Fontainebleau, Dourdan, Sens, Lemors, Étampes, Dreux, Houdan and other towns. As insignificant as they are pacific, it is the staff of the Valois dynasty which, since the time of Richelieu, has ceased to perform any service, but which the treasury continues to pay. Consider these sinecures in one province alone, in Languedoc, a country with its own provincial assembly, which ought to provide some protection the taxpayer's purse. There are 3 sub-commandants at Tournon, Alais, and Montpellier, each one paid 16,000 livres, although without any functions, since their places were established at the time of the religious wars and troubles, to keep down the Protestants. 12 royal lieutenants are equally useless, and only for parade. The same with 3 lieutenants general, each one receiving in his turn, every 3 years, a gratuity of 30,000 livres, for services rendered in the said province. These are vain and chimerical, they are not specified because none of them reside there, and, if they are paid, it is to secure their support at the court. Thus the Comte de Caraman, who has more than 600,000 livres income as proprietor of the Languedoc Canal, receives 30,000 livres every 3 years, without legitimate cause, and independently of frequent and ample gifts which the province awards to him for repairs on his canal. The province likewise gives to the commandant, Comte de Périgord, a gratuity of 12,000 livres in addition to his salary, and to his wife another gratuity of 12,000 livres on her honoring the States for the first time with her presence. It again pays, for the same commandant, 40 guards, of which 24 only serve during his short appearance at the assembly, and who, with their captain, annually cost 15,000 livres. It pays likewise for the governor from 80 to 100 guards, who each receive 300 or 400 livres, besides many exemptions, and who are never on service, since the governor is a non-resident. The expense of these lazy subalterns is about 24,000 livres, besides 5,000 to 6,000 for their captain, to which must be added 7,500 for gubernatorial secretaries, besides 60,000 livres salaries, and untold profits for the governor himself. I find everywhere secondary idlers swarming in the shadow of idlers in chief, 1,411, and deriving their vigor from the public purse, which is the common nurse. All these people parade and drink and eat copiously, in grand style, it is their principal service, and they attend to it conscientiously. The sessions of the assembly are junketings of 6 weeks' duration, in which the intendant expends 25,000 livres in dinners and receptions. 1,412 equally lucrative and useless are the court offices. 1,413, so many domestic sinecures, the profits and accessories of which largely exceed the emoluments. I find in the printed register 295 cooks, without counting the table waiters of the king and his people, while the head butler obtains 84,000 livres a year in billets and supplies, without counting his salary and the grand liveries which he receives in money. The head chambermaids to the queen, inscribed in the almanac for 150 livres and paid 12,000 francs, make in reality 50,000 francs by the sale of the candles lighted during the day. A jurd, private secretary, and whose place is set down at 900 livres a year, confesses that it is worth to him 200,000. The head huntsman at Fontainebleau sells for his own benefit each year 20,000 francs worth of rabbits. On each journey to the king's country residences the ladies of the bedchamber gain 80% on the expenses of moving. It is said that the coffee and bread for each of these ladies costs 2,000 francs a year, and so on with other things. Madame de Tallard made 115,000 livres income out of her place of governess to the children of France, because her salary was increased 35,000 livres for each child. The Duc de Penthièvre, as Grand Admiral, received an anchorage due on all vessels entering the ports and rivers of France, which produced annually 91,484 francs. Madame de la Mole, superintendent of the Queen's household, inscribed for 6,000 francs, gets 50,000. 1,414 The Duc de Givres gets 50,000 crowns 1,415 by one show of fireworks out of the fragments and scaffolding which belong to him by virtue of his office. 1416 Grand officers of the palace, governors of royal establishments, captains of captaincies, chamberlains, equerries, gentlemen in waiting, gentlemen in ordinary, pages, governors, almoners, chaplains, ladies of honor, ladies of the bedchamber, ladies in waiting on the king, the queen, on monsieur, on madame, on the Comte d'Artois, on the Comtesse d'Artois, on madame royale, on Madame Elizabeth, in each princely establishment and elsewhere, hundreds of places provided with salaries and accessories are without any service to perform, or simply answer a decorative purpose. Madame de Laborde has just been appointed keeper of the Queen's bed, with 12,000 francs pension out of the King's privy purse. Nothing is known of the duties of this position, as there has been no place of this kind since Anne of Austria. The eldest son of M. de Montalt is appointed intendant of the classes. This is one of the employments called complementary. It is worth 18,000 livres income to sign one's name twice a year. And likewise with the post of Secretary General of the Swiss Guards, worth 30,000 livres a year and assigned to the Abbé Barthélemy, and the same with the post of Secretary General of the Dragoons, worth 20,000 livres a year, held in turn by Jean-T Bernard and by La Jaune, two small pocket poets. It would be simpler to give the money without the place. There is, indeed, no end to them. On reading various memoirs day after day it seems as if the treasury was open to plunder. The courtiers, unremitting in their attentions to the king, force him to sympathize with their troubles. They are his intimates, the guests of his drawing room, men of the same stamp as himself, his natural clients, the only ones with whom he can converse, and whom it is necessary to make contented. He cannot avoid helping them. He must necessarily contribute to the dowries of their children since he has signed their marriage contracts. He must necessarily enrich them since their profusion serves for the embellishment of his court. Nobility being one of the glories of the throne, the occupant of the throne is obliged to regild it as often as is necessary. 1417 In this connection a few figures and anecdotes among 1,000 speak most eloquently. 1418 The Prince de Pons had a pension of 25,000 livres, out of the king's bounty, on which his majesty was pleased to give 6,000 to Madame de Marsan, his daughter, Canoness of Remiremont. The family represented to the king the bad state of the Prince de Pons's affairs, and his majesty was pleased to grant to his son Prince Camille, 15,000 livres of the pension vacated by the death of his father, and 5,000 livres increased to Madame de Marsan. M. de Conf espouses Mlle. Portail. In honor of this marriage the king was pleased to order that out of the pension of 10,000 livres granted to Madame la Présidente Portail, 6,000 of it should pass to M. de Conf after the death of Madame Portail. M. de Seychelles, a retiring minister, had 12,000 livres on an old pension which the king continued. He has, besides this, 20,000 livres pension as minister, and the king gives him in addition to all this a pension of 40,000 livres. The motives, which prompt these favors, are often remarkable. M. de Roeul has to be consoled for not having participated in the Treaty of Vienna. This explains why a pension of 6,000 livres is given to his niece, Madame de Castellane, and another of 10,000 to his daughter, Madame de Beuvrin, who is very rich. M. de Puisieux enjoys about 76,000 or 77,000 livres income from the bounty of the king. It is true that he has considerable property, but the revenue of this property is uncertain, being for the most part in vines. A pension of 10,000 livres has just been awarded to the Marquise de Lede because she is disagreeable to Madame Infante, and to secure her resignation. The Most opulent stretch out their hands and take accordingly. It is estimated that last week 128,000 livres in pensions were bestowed on ladies of the court, while for the past 2 years the officers have not received the slightest pension. 8,000 livres to the Duchesse de Chevreuse, whose husband has an income of 500,000 livres, 12,000 livres to Madame de Luignes, that she may not be jealous, 10,000 to the Duchesse de Brancas, 10,000 to the Dowager Duchesse de Brancas, mother of the preceding, etc. At the head of these leeches come the princes of the blood. The king has just given 1,500,000 livres to MLE Prince de Conti to pay his debts, 1 million of which is under the pretext of indemnifying him for the injury done him by the sale of Orange, and 500,000 livres as a gratuity. The Duc d'Orléans formerly had 50,000 crowns pension, as a poor man, and awaiting his father's inheritance. This event making him rich, with an income of more than 3 million livres, he gave up his pension. But having since represented to the king that his expenditure exceeded his income, the king gave him back his 50,000 crowns. 20 years later, in 1780, when Louis XVI, desirous of relieving the treasury, signs the great reformation of the table, 600,000 livres are given to Mesdames for their tables. This is what the dinners, cut down, of 3 old ladies, cost the public. For the king's 2 brothers, 8,300,000 livres, besides 2 million income in appanages, for the Dauphin, Madame Royale, Madame Elizabeth, and Mesdames 3,500,000 livres, for the Queen, 4 million, such is the statement of Necker in 1784. Add to this the casual donations, admitted or concealed, 200,000 francs to M. de Sartines, to aid him in paying his debts, 200,000 to M. Lamoignon, keeper of the seals, 100,000 to M. de Miromenil for expenses in establishing himself, 166,000 to the widow of M. de Maurepas, 400,000 to the Prince de Somme, 1,200,000 to the Duc de Polignac for the pledge of the county Fenestranges, 754,337 to Mesdames to pay for Bellevue. 1,419 M. de Calonne, says Augerd, a reliable witness, 1,420 scarcely entered on his duties, raised a loan of 100 million livres, 1/4 of which did not find its way into the royal treasury, the rest was eaten up by people at the court. His donations to the Comte Artois are estimated at 56 million, the portion of Monsieur is 5 million, he gave to the Prince de Condé, in exchange for 300,000 livres income, 12 million paid down and 600,000 livres annuity, and he causes the most burdensome acquisition to be made for the state, in exchanges of which the damage is more than 5 to 1. We must not forget that in actual rates all these donations, pensions, and salaries are worth double the amount. Such is the use of the great in relation to the central power. Instead of constituting themselves representatives of the people, they aim to be the favorites of the sovereign, and they shear the flock which they ought to preserve. 4. Isolation of the chiefs. Isolation of the chief sentiments of subordinates. Provincial nobility. The curates. The fleeced flock is to discover finally what is done with its wool. Sooner or later, says a parliament of 1764, 1421, the people will learn that the remnants of our finances continue be wasted in donations which are frequently undeserved, in excessive and multiplied pensions for the same persons, in dowries and promises of dowry, and in useless offices and salaries. Sooner or later they will thrust back these greedy hands which are always open and never full, that insatiable crowd which seems to be born only to seize all and possess nothing, and pitiless as it is shameless. And when this day arrives the extortioners will find that they stand alone. For the characteristic of an aristocracy which cares only for itself is to live aloof in a closed circle. Having forgotten the public, it also neglects its subordinates. After being separated from the nation it separates itself from its own adherents. Like a group of staff officers on furlough, it indulges in sports without giving itself further concern about inferior officers, when the hour of battle comes nobody will march under its orders, and chieftains are sought elsewhere. Such is the isolation of the seigneurs of the court and of the prelates among the lower grades of the nobility and the clergy. They appropriate to themselves too large a share, and give nothing, or almost nothing, to the people who are not of their society. For a century a steady murmur against them, rising, and goes on expanding until it becomes an uproar, which the old and the new spirit, feudal ideas and philosophic ideas, threaten in unison. I see, said the bailiff of Mirabeau, 1422, that the nobility is demeaning itself and becoming a wreck. It is extended to all those children of bloodsuckers, the vagabonds of finance, introduced by La Pompadour, herself the spring of this foulness. One portion of it demeans itself in its servility to the court, the other portion is amalgamated with that quill-driving rabble who are converting the blood of the king's subjects into ink, another perishes stifled beneath vile robes, the ignoble atoms of cabinet dust which an office drags up out of the mire, and all, parvenus of the old or of the new stock, form a band called the court, the court. Exclaims D'Argenson. The entire evil is found in this word. The court has become the senate of the nation, the least of the valets at Versailles is a senator, chambermaids take part in the government, if not to legislate, at least to impede laws and regulations, and by dint of hindrance there are no longer either laws, or rules, or lawmakers. Under Henry IV courtiers remained each one at home, they had not entered into ruinous expenditure to belong to the court, favors were not thus due to them as at the present day. The court is the sepulchre of the nation. Many noble officers, finding that high grades are only for courtiers, abandon the service, and betake themselves with their discontent to their estates. Others, who have not left their domains, brood there in discomfort, idleness, and ennui, their ambition embittered by their powerlessness. In 1789, says the Marquis de Ferriers, most of them are so weary of the court and of the ministers, they are almost democrats. At least, they want to withdraw the government from the ministerial oligarchy in whose hands it is concentrated. There are no grand seigneurs for deputies, they set them aside and absolutely reject them, saying that they would traffic with the interests of the nobles. They themselves, in their registers, insist that there be no more court nobility. The same sentiments prevail among the lower clergy, and still more actively, for they are excluded from the high offices, not only as inferiors, but also as commoner. 1423 already, in 1766, the Marquis de Mirabeau writes, "It would be an insult to most of our pretentious ecclesiastics to offer them a curacy. Revenues and honors are for the abbés commendatory, for tonsured beneficiaries not in orders, for the numerous chapters, of nobility. On the contrary, the true pastors of souls, the collaborators in the holy ministry, scarcely obtain a subsistence. The first class drawn from the nobility and from the best of the bourgeoisie have pretensions only, without being of the true ministry. The other, only having duties to fulfill without expectations and almost without income, can be recruited only from the lowest ranks of civil society, while the parasites who despoil the laborers affect to subjugate them and to degrade them more and more. I pity," said Voltaire, "the lot of a country curate, obliged to contend for a sheaf of wheat with his unfortunate parishioner, to plead against him, to exact the tithe of peas and lentils, to waste his miserable existence in constant strife. I pity still more the curate with a fixed allowance to whom monks, called gros decimateurs 1424 dare offer a salary of 40 ducats, to go about during the year, 2 or 3 miles from his home, day and night, in sunshine and in rain, in the snow and in the ice, exercising the most trying and most disagreeable functions. Attempts are made for 30 years to secure their salaries and raise them a little, in case of their inadequacy the beneficiary, collator or tithe owner of the parish is required to add to them until the cure obtains 500 livres, 1768, then 700 livres, 1785, the vicar 200 livres, 1768, then 250, 1778, and finally 350, 1785. Strictly, at the prices at which things are, a man may support himself on that. 1425, but he must live among the destitute to whom he owes alms, and he cherishes at the bottom of his heart a secret bitterness towards the indolent Dives who, with full pockets, dispatches him, with empty pockets, on a mission of charity. At Saint-Pierre de Barjouville, in the Toulouse, the Archbishop of Toulouse appropriates to himself 1/2 of the tithes and gives away 8 livres a year in alms. At Bretz, the chapter of Isle Jourdain, which retains 1/2 of certain tithes and 3/4 of others, gives 10 livres. At Croix-Falgard, the Benedictines, to whom 1/2 of the tithes belong, give 10 livres per annum. 1426 at Saint Croix de Bernay in Normandy, 1427 the non-resident abbé, who receives 57,000 livres gives 1,050 livres to the curate without a parsonage, whose parish contains 4,000 communicants. At Saint-Aubin-sur-Gaillon, the abbé, a gros décimature, gives 350 livres to the vicar, who is obliged to go into the village and obtain contributions of flour, bread, and apples. At Plessis-Hébert, the substitute de Portuaire, 1428 not having enough to live on is obliged to get his meals in the houses of neighboring curates. In Artois, where the tithes are often 7.5 and 8 per cent on he product of the soil, a number of curates have a fixed rate and no parsonage, their church goes to ruin and the beneficiary gives nothing to the poor. At Saint-Laurent, in Normandy, the curacy is worth not more than 400 livres, which the curate shares with an abbatier, 1429, and there are 500 inhabitants, 3/4 of whom receive alms. As the repairs on a parsonage or on a church are usually at the expense of a seignior or of a beneficiary often far off, and in debt or indifferent, it sometimes happens that the priest does not know where to lodge, or to say mass. I arrived, says a curate of the Touraine, in the month of June, 1788. The parsonage would resemble a hideous cave were it not open to all the winds and the frosts. Below there are 2 rooms with stone floors, without doors or windows, and 5 feet high, a third room 6 feet high, paved with stone, serves as parlor, hall, kitchen, wash-house, bakery, and sink for the water of the court and garden. Above are 3 similar rooms, the whole cracking and tumbling in ruins, absolutely threatening to fail, without either doors and windows that hold. And, in 1790, the repairs are not yet made. See, by way of contrast, the luxury of the prelates possessing 500,000 income, the pomp of their palaces, the hunting equipment of M. de Dillon, Bishop of Évreux, the confessionals lined with satin of M. de Beryl, Bishop of Troyes, and the innumerable culinary utensils in massive silver of M. de Rohan, Bishop of Strasbourg. Such is the lot of curates at the established rates, and there are a great many who do not get the established rates, withheld from them through the ill will of the higher clergy, who, with their perquisites, get only from 400 to 500 livres, and who vainly ask for the meagre pittance to which they are entitled by the late edict. Should not such a request, says a curate, be willingly granted by messieurs of the upper clergy who suffer monks to enjoy from 5 to 6,000 livres income each person, whilst they see curates, who are at least as necessary, reduced to the lighter portion, as little for themselves as for their parish. And they yet gnaw on this slight pittance to pay the free gift. In this, as in the rest, the poor are charged to discharge the rich. In the Diocese of Clermont, the curates, even with the simple fixed rates, are subject to a tax of 60, 80, 100, 120 livres and even more. The vicars, who live only by the sweat of their brows, are taxed 22 livres. The prelates, on the contrary, pay but little, and it is still accustomed to present bishops on New Year's Day with a receipt for their taxes 1430. There is no escape for the curates. Save 2 or 3 small bishoprics of lackeys, all the dignities of the church are reserved to the nobles, To be a bishop nowadays, says one of them, a man must be a gentleman. I regard them as sergeants who, like their fellows in the army, have lost all hope of becoming officers. Hence there are some whose anger bursts its bounds. We, unfortunate curates at fixed rates, we, commonly assigned to the largest parishes, like my own which, for 2 leagues in the woods, includes hamlets that would form another, we, whose lot makes even the stones and beams of our miserable dwellings cry aloud, we have to endure prelates who would still, through their forest keepers, prosecute a poor curate for cutting a stick in their forests, his sole support on his long journeys over the road. On their passing, the poor man is obliged to jump close against a slope to protect himself from the feet and the spattering of the horses, as likewise from the wheels and, perhaps, the whip of an insolent coachman, and then, begrimed with dirt, with his stick in one hand and his hat, such as it is, in the other, he must salute, humbly and quickly, through the door of the close, gilded carriage, the counterfeit hierophant who is snoring on the wool of the flock the poor curate is feeding, and of which he merely leaves him the dung and the grease. The whole letter is one long cry of rage. It is rancor of the stamp which is to fashion Joseph Lebens and Fouches in this situation, and with these sentiments it is evident that the lower clergy will treat its chiefs as the provincial nobility treated theirs. 1431 They will not select for representatives those who swim in opulence and who have always regarded their sufferings with tranquility. The curates, on all sides will confederate together to send only curates to the States General, and to exclude not only canons, abbés, priors, and other beneficiaries, but again the principal superiors, the heads of the hierarchy, that is to say, the bishops. In fact, in the States General, out of 300 clerical deputies we count 208 curates, and, like the provincial nobles, these bring along with them the distrust and the ill will which they have so long entertained against their chiefs. Events are soon to prove this. If the first 2 orders are constrained to combine against the communes, it is at the critical moment when the curates withdraw. If the institution of an upper chamber is rejected, it is owing to the commonalty of the gentry, la plebe de gentilshommes, being unwilling to allow the great families a prerogative which they have abused. V. The king's incompetence and generosity. The most privileged of all, having monopolized all powers, he takes upon himself their functional activity. The burden of this task he evades it or is incompetent. His conscience at ease. France is his property. How he abuses it. Royalty the center of abuses. One privilege remains the most considerable of all, that of the king, for, in his staff of hereditary nobles he is the hereditary general. His office, indeed, is not a sinecure, like their rank, but it involves quite as grave disadvantages and worse temptations. 2 things are pernicious to man, the lack of occupation and the lack of restraint. Neither inactivity nor omnipotence are in harmony with his nature. The absolute prince who is all-powerful, like the listless aristocracy with nothing to do, in the end become useless and mischievous in grasping all powers. The king insensibly took upon himself all functions, an immense undertaking and one surpassing human strength. For it is the monarchy, and not the revolution, which endowed France with administrative centralization. 1432. 3 functionaries, one above the other, manage all public business under the direction of the King's Council, the Controller General at the center, the Intendant in each generalship. 1433 The subdelegate in each election, fixing, apportioning and levying taxes, and the militia, laying out and building highways, employing the national police force, distributing succor, regulating cultivation, imposing their tutelage on the parishes, and treating municipal magistrates as valets. A village, says Turgot, 1434 is simply an assemblage of houses and huts, and of inhabitants equally passive. Your Majesty is obliged to decide wholly by yourself or through your mandiataries. Each awaits your special instructions to contribute to the public good, to respect the rights of others, and even sometimes to exercise his own. Consequently, adds Necker, the government of France is carried on in the bureaus. The clerks, relishing their influence, never fail to persuade the minister that he cannot separate himself from command in a single detail. Bureaucratic at the center, arbitrariness, exceptions, and favors everywhere, such is a summary of the system. Subdelegates, officers of elections, receivers and controllers of the victuals, commissaires and collectors of the tails, officers of the salt tax, process servers, voituriers buralistes, overseers of the corvées, clerks of the excise, of the registry, and of dues reserved, all these men belonging to the tax service. Each of these will, aided by his fiscal knowledge and petty authority, so overwhelm the ignorant and inexperienced taxpayer that he does not recognize that he is being cheated. 1435 A rude species of centralization with no control over it, with no publicity, without uniformity, thus installs over the whole country an army of petty pashas who, as judges, decide causes in which they are themselves contestants, ruling by delegation, and, to sanction their theft or their insolence, always having on their lips the name of the king, who is obliged to let them do as they please. In short, the machine, through its complexity, irregularity, and dimensions, escapes from his grasp. A Frederick II, who rises at 4 o'clock in the morning, a Napoleon who dictates half the night in his bath, and who works 18 hours a day, would scarcely suffice for its needs. Such a regime cannot operate without constant strain, without indefatigable energy, without infallible discernment, without military rigidity, without superior genius. On these conditions alone can one convert 25 millions of men into automatons and substitute his own will, lucid throughout, coherent throughout and everywhere present, for the wills of those he abolishes. Louis XV lets the good machine work by itself, while he settles down into apathy. They would have it so, they thought it all for the best. 1436 is his manner of speaking when ministerial measures prove unsuccessful. If I were a lieutenant of the police, he would say again, I would prohibit cabs. In vain is he aware of the machine being dislocated, for he can do nothing and he causes nothing to be done. In the event of misfortune he has a private reserve, his purse apart. The king, said Madame de Pompadour, would sign away 1,000,000 without thinking of it, but he would scarcely bestow 100 louis out of his own little treasury. Louis XVI strives for some time to remove some of the wheels, to introduce better ones and to reduce the friction of the rest, but the pieces are too rusty, and too weighty. He cannot adjust them, or harmonize them and keep them in their places. His hand falls by his side wearied and powerless. He is content to practice economy himself. He records in his journal the mending of his watch, and leaves the state carriage in the hands of Calonne to be loaded with fresh abuses that it may revert back to the old rut from which it is to issue only by breaking down. Undoubtedly the wrong they do, or which is done in their name, dissatisfies the kings and upsets them, but, at the bottom, their conscience is not disturbed. They may feel compassion for the people, but they do not feel guilty. They are its sovereigns and not its representatives. France, to them, is as a domain to its lord, and a lord is not deprived of honor in being prodigal and neglectful. He merely gambles away his own property, and nobody has a right to call him to account. Founded on feudal society, royalty is like an estate, an inheritance. It would be infidelity, almost treachery in a prince, in any event weak and base, should he allow any portion of the trust received by him intact from his ancestors for transmission to his children, to pass into the hands of his subjects. Not only according to medieval traditions is he proprietor commandant of the French and of France, but again, according to the theory of the jurists, he is, like Caesar, the sole and perpetual representative of the nation, and, according to the theological doctrine, like David, the sacred and special delegate of God himself. It would be astonishing, if, with all these titles, he did not consider the public revenue as his personal revenue, and if, in many cases, he did not act accordingly. Our point of view, in this matter, is so essentially opposed to his, we can scarcely put ourselves in his place, but at that time his point of view was everybody's point of view. It seemed, then, as strange to meddle with the king's business as to meddle with that of a private person. Only at the end of the year 1788-1437 the famous Salon of the Palais Royal with boldness and unimaginable folly, asserts that in a true monarchy the revenues of the state should not be at the sovereign's disposition, that he should be granted merely a sum sufficient to defray the expenses of his establishment, of his donations, and for favors to his servants as well as for his pleasures, while the surplus should be deposited in the royal treasury to be devoted only to purposes sanctioned by the National Assembly. To reduce the sovereign to a civil list, to seize 9/10 of his income, to forbid him cash on demand, what an outrage! The surprise would be no greater if at the present day it were proposed to divide the income of each millionaire into two portions, the smallest to go for the owner's support, and the largest to be placed in the hands of a government to be expended in works of public utility. An old farmer general, an intellectual and unprejudiced man, gravely attempts to justify the purchase of St. Cloud by calling it a ring for the Queen's finger. The ring cost, indeed, 7,700,000 francs, but the King of France then had an income of 447 million. What could be said of any private individual who, with 477,000 livres income, should, for once in his life, give his wife diamonds worth 7,000 or 8,000 livres, 1438. People would say that the gift is moderate, and that the husband is reasonable. To properly understand the history of our kings, let the fundamental principle be always recognized that France is their land, a farm transmitted from father to son, at first small, then slowly enlarged, and, at last, prodigiously enlarged, because the proprietor, always alert, has found means to make favorable additions to it at the expense of his neighbors. At the end of 800 years it comprises about 27,000 square leagues of territory. His interests and his vanity harmonize, certainly, in several areas with public welfare. He is, all in all, not a poor administrator, and, since he has always expanded his territory, he has done better than many others. Moreover, around him, a number of expert individuals, old family councillors, withdrawn from business and devoted to the domain, with good heads and grey beards, respectfully remonstrate with him when he spends too freely. They often interest him in public improvements, in roads, canals, homes for the invalids, military schools, scientific institutions and charity workshops, in the control of trust funds and foundations, in the tolerance of heretics, in the postponement of monastic vows to the age of 21, in provincial assemblies, and in other reforms by which a feudal domain becomes transformed into a modern domain. Nevertheless, the country, feudal or modern, remains his property, which he can abuse as well as use. However, whoever uses with full sway ends by abusing with full license. If, in his ordinary conduct, personal motives do not prevail over public motives, he might be a saint like Louis IX, a stoic like Marcus Aurelius, while remaining a signior, a man of the world like the people of his court, yet more badly brought up, worse surrounded, more solicited, more tempted and more blindfolded. At the very least he has, like them, his own vanity, his own tastes, his own relatives, his mistress, his wife, his friends, all intimate and influential solicitors who must first be satisfied, while the nation only comes after them. The result is, that, for 100 years, from 1672 to 1774, whenever he makes war it is through wounded pride, through family interest, through calculation of private advantages, or to gratify a woman. Louis XV maintains his wars yet worse than in undertaking them, 1439, while Louis XVI, during the whole of his foreign policy, finds himself hemmed in by the marriage he has made at home. The king lives like other nobles, but more grandly, because he is the greatest lord in France. I shall describe his court presently, and further on we shall see by what exact ions this pomp is made possible. In the meantime let us know 2 or 3 details. According to authentic statements, Louis XV expended on Madame de Pompadour 36 millions of livres, which is at least 72 millions nowadays, 1,440 according to Darganson, 1,441 in 1751, he has 4,000 horses in his stable, and we are assured that his household alone, or his person, cost this year 68,000,000, almost a quarter of the public revenue. Why be astonished if we look upon the sovereign in the manner of the day, that is to say, as a lord of the manor enjoying of his hereditary property? He constructs, he entertains, he gives festivals, he hunts, and he spends money according to his station. Moreover, being the master of his own funds, he gives to whomsoever he pleases, and all his selections are favors. Abbé de Vermond writes to Empress Maria Theresa 1442, Your Majesty knows better than myself, that, according to immemorial custom, 3/4 of the places, honors and pensions are awarded not on account of services but out of favor and through influence. This favor was originally prompted by birth, alliance, and fortune. The fact is that it nearly always is based on patronage and intrigue. This procedure is so well established, that is respected as a sort of justice even by those who suffer the most from it. A man of worth not able to dazzle by his court alliances, nor through a brilliant expenditure, would not dare to demand a regiment, however ancient and illustrious his services, or his birth. 20 years ago, the sons of dukes and ministers, of people attached to the court, of the relations and protégés of mistresses, became colonels at the age of 16. M. de Choiseul caused loud complaints on extending this age to 23 years. But to compensate favoritism and absolutism he assigned to the pure grace of the king, or rather to that of his ministers, the appointment to the grades of lieutenant colonel and major which, until that time, belonged of right to priority of services in the government, also the commands of provinces and of towns. You are aware that these places have been largely multiplied, and that they are bestowed through favor and credit, like the regiments. The cordon bleu and the cordon rouge are in the like position, and abbeys are still more constantly subject to the regime of influence. As to positions in the finances, I dare not allude to them. Appointments in the judiciary are the most conditioned by services rendered, and yet how much do not influence and recommendation affect the nomination of intendants, first presidents, and the others? Necker, entering on his duties, finds 28 millions in pensions paid from the royal treasury, and, at his fall, there is an outflow of money showered by millions on the people of the court. Even during his term of office the king allows himself to make the fortunes of his wife's friends of both sexes. The Countess de Polignac obtains 400,000 francs to pay her debts, 100,000 francs dowry for her daughter, and, besides, for herself, the promise of an estate of 35,000 livres income, and, for her lover, the Count de Vaudreuil, a pension of 30,000 livres. The Princess de la Mole obtains 100,000 crowns per annum, as much for the post of superintendent of the Queen's household, which is revived on her behalf, as for a position for her brother. 1443 The king is reproached for his parsimony. Why should he be sparing of his purse? Started on a course not his own, he gives, buys, builds, and exchanges, he assists those belonging to his own society, doing everything in a style becoming to a grand seigneur, that is to say, throwing money away by handfuls. One instance enables us to judge of this. In order to assist the bankrupt Guamini family, he purchases of them 3 estates for about 12,500,000 livres, which they had just purchased for 4 million, moreover, in exchange for 2 domains in Brittany, which produce 33,758 livres income, he makes over to them the Principality of Doms which produces nearly 70,000 livres income. 1444 When we come to read the Red Book further on we shall find 700,000 livres of pensions for the Polignac family, most of them revertible from one member to another, and nearly 2 million of annual benefits to the Noailles family. The king has forgotten that his favors are mortal blows. The courtier who obtains 6,000 livres pension, receiving the taille of 6 villages 1445. Each largesse of the monarch, considering the state of the taxes, is based on the privation of the peasants, the sovereign, through his clerks, taking bread from the poor to give coaches to the rich. The center of the government, in short, is the center of the evil. All the wrongs and all the miseries start from it as from the center of pain and inflammation. Here it is that the public abscess comes to the head, and here will it break. 1446. 6. Latent disorganization in France. Such is the just and fatal effect of privileges turned to selfish purposes instead of being exercised for the advantage of others. To him who utters the word sire or seigneur stands for the protector who feeds, the ancient who leads. 1447. With such a title and for this purpose too much cannot be granted to him, for there is no more difficult or more exalted post. But he must fulfill its duties, otherwise in the day of peril he will be left to himself. Already, and long before the day arrives, his flock is no longer his own. If it marches onward it is through routine, it is simply a multitude of persons, but no longer an organized body. Whilst in Germany and in England the feudal regime, retained or transformed, still composes a living society, in France 1448 its mechanical framework encloses only so many human particles. We still find the material order, but we no longer find the moral order of things. A lingering, deep-seated revolution has destroyed the close hierarchical union of recognized supremacies and of voluntary deference. It is like an army in which the attitudes of chiefs and subordinates have disappeared. Grades are indicated by uniforms only, but they have no hold on consciences. All that constitutes a well-founded army, the legitimate ascendancy of officers, the justified trust of soldiers, the daily interchange of mutual obligations, the conviction of each being useful to all, and that the chiefs are the most useful all, is missing. How could it be otherwise in an army whose staff officers have no other occupation but to dine out, to display their epaulets and to receive double pay? Long before the final crash France is in a state of dissolution, and she is in a state of dissolution because the privileged classes had forgotten their characters as public men. Book 2nd. Morals and Characters. Chapter I. Moral Principles. Under the ancient regime. The court and a life of pomp and parade. A military staff on furlough for a century and more, around a commander-in-chief who gives fashionable entertainment, is the principle and summary of the habits of society under the ancient regime. Hence, if we seek to comprehend them we must first study them at their center and their source, that is to say, in the court itself. Like the whole ancient regime, the court is the empty form, the surviving adornment of a military institution, the causes of which have disappeared while the effects remain, custom surviving utility. Formerly, in the early times of feudalism, in the companionship and simplicity of the camp and the castle, the nobles served the king with their own hands. One providing for his house, another bringing a dish to his table, another disrobing him at night, and another looking after his falcons and horses. Still later, under Richelieu and during the Fronde, 2101 amid the sudden attacks and the rude exigencies of constant danger they constitute the garrison of his lodgings, forming an armed escort for him, and a retinue of ever-ready swordsmen. Now as formerly they are equally assiduous around his person, wearing their swords, awaiting a word, and eager to his bidding, while those of highest rank seemingly perform domestic service in his household. Pompous parade, however, has been substituted for efficient service. They are elegant adornments only and no longer useful tools, they act along with the king who is himself an actor, their persons serving as royal decoration. I. Versailles. The physical aspect and the moral character of Versailles. It must be admitted that the decoration is successful, and that since the fates of the Italian Renaissance, more magnificent displays have not been seen. Let us follow the file of carriages which, from Paris to Versailles, rolls steadily along like a river. Certain horses called d'enrages, fed in a particular way, go and come in 3 hours. 2102 One feels, at the first glance, as if he were in a city of a particular stamp, suddenly erected and at one stroke, like a prize medal for a special purpose, of which only one is made, its form being a thing apart, as well as its origin and use. In vain is it one of the largest cities of the kingdom, with its population of 80,000 souls, 2,103 it is filled, peopled, and occupied by the life of a single man. It is simply a royal residence, arranged entirely to provide for the wants, the pleasures, the service, the guardianship, the society, the display of a king. Here and there, in corners and around it, are inns, stalls, taverns, hovels for laborers and for drudges, for dilapidated soldiers and accessory menials. These tenements necessarily exist, since technicians are essential to the most magnificent apotheosis. The rest, however, consists of sumptuous hotels and edifices, sculptured facades, cornices and balustrades, monumental stairways, seigneurial architecture, regularly spaced and disposed, as in a procession, around the vast and grandiose palace where all this terminates. Here are the fixed abodes of the noblest families. To the right of the palace are the hotels de Bourbon, d'Eckervilly, de la Tremoille, de Condé, de Maurepas, de Bouillon, d'Eu, de Noailles, de Penthièvre, de Livry, du Comte de la Marche, de Broglie, du Prince de Tingry, d'Orleans, de Chatillon, de Villeray, d'Harcourt, de Monaco. On the left are the pavilions d'Orleans, d'Harcourt, the hotels de Chevreuse, de Babelie, de El Hopital, d'Antin, de Dangeau, de Pontchartrain, no end to their enumeration. Add to these those of Paris, all those which, 10 leagues around. At Siaz, at Gennevilliers, at Brunoy, at Isle-Adam, at Rancy, at Saint-Ouen, at Colombes, at Saint-Germain, at Marly, at Bellevue, in countless places, they form a crown of architectural flowers, from which daily issue as many gilded wasps to shine and buzz about Versailles, the center of all luster and affluence. About 100 of these are presented each year, men and women, which makes about 2,000 or 3,000 in all, 2,104. This forms the king's society, the ladies who courtesy before him, and the seigneurs who accompany him in his carriage. Their hotels are nearby, or within reach, ready to fill his drawing room or his antechamber at all hours. A drawing room like this calls for proportionate dependencies. The hotels and buildings at Versailles devoted to the private service of the king and his attendants count by hundreds. No human existence since that of the Caesars has so spread itself out in the sunshine. In the Rue de Reservoirs we have the old hotel and the new one of the governor of Versailles, the hotel of the tutor to the children of the Comte d'Artois, the wardrobe of the crown, the building for the dressing rooms and green rooms of the actors who perform at the palace, with the stables belonging to Monsieur. In the Rue de Bon Enfant are the hotel of the keeper of the wardrobe, the lodgings for the fountain men, the hotel of the officers of the Comtesse de Provence. In the Rue de la Pampa, the hotel of the Grand Provost, the Duke of Orleans' stables, the hotel of the Comte d'Artois' guardsmen, the Queen's stables, the Pavilion des Sources in the Rue Sainterie, the Comtesse d'Artois' stables, Monsieur's English garden, the King's ice houses, the riding hall of the King's light horse guards, the garden belonging to the hotel of the treasurers of the buildings judge of other streets. By these four, one cannot take 100 steps without encountering some accessory of the palace: the hotel of the staff of the bodyguard, the hotel of the staff of light horse guards, the immense hotel of the bodyguard itself, the hotel of the gendarmes of the guard, the hotel of the grand wolf huntsman, of the grand falconer, of the grand huntsman, of the grand master, of the commandant of the canal, of the controller general, of the superintendent of the buildings, and of the chancellor, buildings devoted to falconry, and the Val de Cabinet, to boar hunting, to the grand kennel, to the dauphin kennel, to the kennel for untrained dogs, to the court carriages, to shops and storehouses connected with amusements, to the great stable and the little stables, to other stables in the Rue de Limoges, in the Rue Royale, and in the Avenue Saint Cloud, to the King's vegetable garden, comprising 29 gardens and 4 terraces, to the great dwelling occupied by 2,000 persons. with other tenements called Louises in which the king assigned temporary or permanent lodgings. Words on paper render no physical impression of the physical enormity. At the present day nothing remains of this old Versailles, mutilated and appropriated to other uses, but fragments, which, nevertheless, one should go and see. Observe those 3 avenues meeting in the great square. 240 feet broad and 2400 long, and not too large for the gathering crowds, the display, the blinding velocity of the escorts in full speed and of the carriages running at death's door. 2105. Observe the 2 stables facing the chateau with their railings 192 feet long. In 1682 they cost 3 millions, that is to say, 15 millions today. They are so ample and beautiful that, even under Louis XIV himself, they sometimes served as a cavalcade circus for the princes, sometimes as a theatre, and sometimes as a ballroom. Then let the eye follow the development of the gigantic semicircular square which, from railing to railing and from court to court, ascends and slowly decreases, at first between the hotels of the ministers and then between the 2 colossal wings, terminating in the ostentatious frame of the marble court where pilasters, statues, pediments, and multiplied and accumulated ornaments, story above story, carry the majestic regularity of their lines and the overcharged mass of their decoration up to the sky. According to a bound manuscript bearing the arms of Mansard, the palace cost 153 million, that is to say, about 750 million francs of today, 2106. When a king aims at imposing display, this is the cost of his lodging. Now turn the eye to the other side, towards the gardens, and this self-display becomes the more impressive. The parterres and the park are, again, a drawing room in the open air. There is nothing natural of nature here, she is put in order and rectified wholly with a view to society. This is no place to be alone and to relax oneself, but a place for promenades and the exchange of polite salutations. Those formal groves are walls and hangings, those shaven yews are vases and lyres. The parterres are flowering carpets. In those straight, rectilinear avenues the king, with his cane in his hand, groups around him his entire retinue. 60 ladies in brocade dresses, expanding into skirts measuring 24 feet in circumference, easily find room on the steps of the staircases. 2107. Those verdant cabinets afford shade for a princely collation. Under that circular portico, all the seigneurs enjoying the privilege of entering it witness together the play of a new jet d'eau. Their counterparts greet them even in the marble and bronze figures which people the paths and basins, in the dignified face of an Apollo, in the theatrical air of a Jupiter, in the worldly ease or studied nonchalance of a Diana or a Venus. The stamp of the court, deepened through the joint efforts of society for a century, is so strong that it is graven on each detail as on the whole, and on material objects as on matters of the intellect. To the king's household, its officials and expenses, his military family, his stable, kennel, chapel, attendants, table, chamber, wardrobe, outhouses, furniture, journeys. The foregoing is but the framework. Before 1789 it was completely filled up. You have seen nothing, says Chateaubriand, if you have not seen the pomp of Versailles. Even after the disbanding of the king's household, Louis XIV was always there. 2108. It is a swarm of liveries, uniforms, costumes, and equipages as brilliant and as varied as in a picture. I should be glad to have lived 8 days in this society. It was made expressly to be painted, being specially designed for the pleasure of the eye, like an operatic scene. But how can we of today imagine people for whom life was wholly operatic? At that time a grandee was obliged to live in great state, his retinue and his trappings formed a part of his personality. He fails in doing himself justice if these are not as ample and as splendid as he can make them. He would be as much mortified at any blank in his household as we with a hole in our coats. Should he make any curtailment he would decline in reputation. On Louis XVI undertaking reforms the court says that he acts like a bourgeois. When a prince or princess becomes of age a household is formed for them, when a prince marries, a household is formed for his wife, and by a household it must be understood that it is a pompous display of 15 or 20 distinct services, stables, a hunting train, a chapel, a surgery, the bedchamber and the wardrobe, a chamber for accounts, a table, pantry, kitchen, and wine cellars, a fruitery, a foyer, a common kitchen, a cabinet, a council. 2109. She would feel that she was not a princess without all this. There are 274 appointments in the household of the Duc d'Orléans, 210 in that of Madame, 68 in that of Madame Elizabeth, 239 in that of the Comtesse d'Artois, 256 in that of the Comtesse de Provence, and 496 in that of the Queen. When the formation of a household for Madame Royale, 1 month old, is necessary, the Queen, writes the Austrian ambassador, desires to suppress a baneful indolence, a useless affluence of attendants, and every practice tending to give birth to sentiments of pride. In spite of the said retrenchment, the household of the young princess is to consist of nearly 80 persons destined to the sole service of Her Royal Highness. 2110. The civil household of Monsieur comprises 420 appointments, his military household, 179, that of the Comte d'Artois 237, and his civil household 456. 3/4 of them are for display, with their embroideries and laces, their unembarrassed and polite expression, their attentive and discreet air, their easy way of saluting, walking, and smiling. They appear well in an antechamber, placed in lines, or scattered in groups in a gallery. I should have liked to contemplate even the stable and kitchen array, the figures filling up the background of the picture. By these stars of inferior magnitude we may judge of the splendor of the royal sun. The king must have guards, infantry, cavalry, bodyguards, French guardsmen, Swiss guardsmen, cent Suisses, light horse guards, gendarmes of the guard, gate guardsmen, in all, 9,050 men, 2,111, costing annually 7,681,000 livres. 4 companies of the French Guard, and 2 of the Swiss Guard, parade every day in the court of the ministers between the 2 railings, and when the king issues in his carriage to go to Paris or Fontainebleau the spectacle is magnificent. 4 trumpeters in front and 4 behind, the Swiss Guards on one side and the French Guards on the other, form a line as far as it can reach. 2112. The center Swisses march ahead of the horsemen in the costume of the 16th century, wearing the halberd, ruff, plumed hat, and the ample parti-colored striped doublet. Alongside of these are the provost guard with scarlet facings and gold frogs, and companies of yeomanry bristling with gold and silver. The officers of the various corps, the trumpeters, and the musicians, covered with gold and silver lace, are dazzling to look at. The kettledrum suspended at the saddle-bow, overcharged with painted and gilded ornaments, is a curiosity for a glass case. The Negro cymbal player of the French Guards resembles the Sultan of a fairy tale. Behind the carriage and alongside of it trot the bodyguards, with sword and carbine, wearing red breeches, high black boots, and a blue coat sewn with white embroidery, all of them unquestionable gentlemen. There were 1,200 of these selected among the nobles, and according to size. Among them are the Gardes de la Manche, still more intimate, who at church and on ceremonial occasions, in white doublets starred with silver and gold spangles, holding their Damascene partisans in their hands, always remain standing and turned towards the king so as to see his person from all sides. Thus is his protection ensured. Being a gentleman, the king is a cavalier, and he must have a suitable stable. 2,113 1,857 horses, 217 vehicles, 1,458 men whom he clothes, the liveries costing 540,000 francs a year. Besides these there were 20 tutors and sub-tutors, almoners, professors, cooks, and valets to govern, educate, and serve the pages, and again about 30 physicians, apothecaries, nurses for the sick, intendants, treasurers, workmen, and licensed and paid merchants for the accessories of the service, in all more than 1,500 men. Horses to the amount of 250,000 francs are purchased yearly, and there are stock stables in Limousin and in Normandy to draw on for supplies. 287 horses are exercised daily in the 2 riding halls. There are 443 saddle horses in the small stable, 437 in the large one, and these are not sufficient for the vivacity of the service. The whole cost 4,600,000 livres in 1775, which sum reaches 6,200,000 livres in 1787. 2114 Still another spectacle should be seen with one's own eyes: the pages, 2115 the grooms, the laced pupils, the silver-buttoned pupils, the boys of the little livery in silk, the instrumentalists and the mounted messengers of the stable. The use of the horse is a feudal art. No luxury is more natural to a man of quality. Think of the stables at Chantilly, which are palaces. To convey an idea of a well-educated and genteel man, he was then called an accomplished cavalier. In fact, his importance was fully manifest only when he was in the saddle, on a blood horse like himself. Another genteel taste, an effect of the preceding, is the chase. It costs the king from 1,100,000 to 1,200,000 livres a year, and requires 280 horses besides those of the 2 stables. A more varied or more complete equipment could not be imagined: a pack of hounds for the boar, another for the wolf, another for the roebuck, a cast of hawks for the crow, a cast for the magpie, a cast for merlins, a cast for hares, a cast for the fields. In 1783, 179,194 livres are expended for feeding horses, and 53,412 livres for feeding dogs. 2116 The entire territory, 10 leagues around Paris, is a game preserve. Not a gun could be fired there. 2117 Accordingly the plains are seen covered with partridges accustomed to man, quietly picking up the grain and never stirring as he passes. Add to this the prince's captaincies, extending as far as Villers Cotterets and Orleans. These form an almost continuous circle around Paris, 30 leagues in circumference, where game, protected, replaced and multiplied, swarms for the pleasure of the king. The Park of Versailles alone forms an enclosure of more than 10 leagues. The forest of Rambouillet embraces 25,000 arpents, 30,000 acres. Herds of 75 and 80 stags are encountered around Fontainebleau. No true hunter could read the minute book of the chase without feeling an impulse of envy. The wolfhounds run twice a week, and they take 40 wolves a year. Between 1743 and 1744 Louis XV runs down 6,400 stags. Louis XVI writes, August 30, 1781, killed 460 head today. In 1780 he brings down 20,534 head, in 1781 20,291, in 14 years, 189,251 head, besides 1,254 stags, while boars and bucks are proportionate, and it must be noted that this is all done by his own hand, since his parks approach his houses. Such, in fine, is the character of a well-appointed household, that is to say, provided with its dependencies and services. Everything is within reach. It is a complete world in itself and self-sufficient. One exalted being attaches to and gathers around it, with universal foresight and minuteness of detail, every appurtenance it employs or can possibly employ. Thus, each prince, each princess has a professional surgery and a chapel. 2118 It would not answer for the almoner who says mass or the doctor who looks after their health to be obtained outside. So much stronger is the reason that the king should have ministrants of this stamp. His chapel embraces 75 almoners, chaplains, confessors, masters of the oratory, clerks, announcers, carpet-bearers, choristers, copyists, and composers of sacred music. His faculty is composed of 48 physicians, surgeons, apothecaries, oculists, operators, bone-setters, distillers, chiropodists, and spagyrists, a species of alchemists. We must still note his department of profane music, consisting of 128 vocalists, dancers, instrumentalists, directors, and superintendents, his library corps of 43 keepers, readers, interpreters, engravers, medalists, geographers, binders, and printers, the staff of ceremonial display, 62 heralds, sword-bearers, ushers and musicians, the staff of housekeepers, consisting of 68 marshals, guides, and commissaries. I omit other services in haste to reach the most important, that of the table, a fine house and good housekeeping being known by the table. There are 3 sections of the table service, 2119, the first for the king and his younger children, the second, called the Little Ordinary, for the table of the Grand Master, the Grand Chamberlain and the princes and princesses living with the king, the third, called the Great Ordinary, for the Grand Master's second table, that of the butlers of the king's household, the almoners, the gentlemen in waiting, and that of the valets de chamber, in all 383 officers of the table and 103 waiters, at an expense of 2,177,771 livres. Besides this there are 389,173 livres appropriated to the table of Madame Elizabeth, and 1,093,547 livres for that of Mesdames, the total being 3,660,491 livres for the table. The wine merchant furnished wine to the amount of 300,000 francs per annum, and the purveyor game, meat, and fish at a cost of 1,000,000 livres. Only to fetch water from Ville d'Avray, and to convey servants, waiters, and provisions, required 50 horses hired at the rate of 70,591 francs per annum. The privilege of the royal princes and princesses to send to the bureau for fish on fast days when not residing regularly at the court, amounts in 1778 to 175,116 livres. On reading in the almanac the titles of these officials we see a gargantuous feast spread out before us. The formal hierarchy of the kitchens, so many grand officials of the table, the butlers, controllers, and controller pupils, the clerks and gentlemen of the pantry, the cupbearers and carvers, the officers and equerries of the kitchen, the chiefs, assistants, and head cooks, the ordinary scullions, turnspits, and cellarers, the common gardeners and salad gardeners, laundry servants, pastry cooks, plate changers, table setters, crockery keepers, and brooch bearers, the butler of the table of the head butler, an entire procession of broad braided backs and imposing round bellies, with grave countenances, which, with order and conviction, exercise their functions before the saucepans and around the buffets. One step more and we enter the sanctuary, the king's apartment. 2 principal dignitaries preside over this, and each has under him about 100 subordinates. On one side is the Grand Chamberlain with his first gentlemen of the bedchamber, the pages of the bedchamber, their governors and instructors, the ushers of the antechamber, with the 4 first valets de chambre in ordinary, 16 special valets serving in turn, his regular and special cloak-bearers, his barbers, upholsterers, watchmenders, waiters, and porters. On the other hand is the Grand Master of the wardrobe, with the masters of the wardrobe and the valets of the wardrobe regular and special, the ordinary. Trunk carriers, mail bearers, tailors, laundry servants, starchers, and common waiters, with the gentlemen, officers, and secretaries in ordinary of the cabinet, in all 198 persons for domestic service, like 50 many domestic utensils for every personal want, or as sumptuous pieces of furniture for the decoration of the apartment. Some of them fetch the maul and the balls, others hold the mantle and cane, others comb the king's hair and dry him off after a bath, others drive the mules which transport his bed, others watch his pet greyhounds in his room, others fold, put on and tie his cravat, and others fetch and carry off his easy chair. 2,120 some there are whose sole business it is to fill a corner which must not be left empty. Certainly, with respect to ease of deportment and appearance these are the most conspicuous of all. Being so close to the master they are under obligation to appear well, in such proximity their bearing must not create a discord such as the king's household, and I have only described one of his residences, he has a dozen of them besides Versailles, great and small, Marly, the two Trianons, La Muette, Meudon, Choisy, Saint Hubert, Saint Germain, Fontainebleau, Compiègne, Saint Cloud. Rambouillet, 2,121 without counting the Louvre, the Tuileries, and Chambord, with their parks and hunting grounds, their governors, inspectors, controllers, concierges, fountain tenders, gardeners, sweepers, scrubbers, mole catchers, wood rangers, mounted and foot guards, in all more than 1,000 persons. Naturally he entertains, plans, and builds, and, in this way expends 3 or 4 millions per annum. 2,122 naturally, also, he repairs and renews his furniture, in 1778, which is an average year, this costs him 1,936,853 livres. Naturally, also, he takes his guests along with him and defrays their expenses, they and their attendants, at Choisy, in 1780, there are 16 tables with 345 seats besides the distributions, at St. Cloud, in 1785, there are 26 tables, an excursion to Marly of 21 days is a matter of 120,000 livres extra expense, the excursion to Fontainebleau has cost as much as 400,000 and 500,000 livres. His removals, on the average, cost 500,000 and more per annum. 2123 To complete our idea of this immense paraphernalia, it must be borne in mind that the artisans and merchants belonging to these various official bodies are obliged, through the privileges they enjoy, to follow the court on its journeys, that it may be provided on the spot with apothecaries, armorers, gunsmiths, sellers of silken and woolen hosiery, butchers, bakers, embroiderers, publicans, cobblers, belt makers, candle makers, hatters, pork dealers, surgeons, shoemakers, cueilleurs, cooks, pinkers, gilders and engravers, spur makers, sweetmeat dealers, furbishers, old clothes brokers, glove perfumers, watchmakers, booksellers, linen drapers, wholesale and retail wine dealers, carpenters, coarse jewelry haberdashers, jewelers, parchment makers, dealers in trimmings, chicken roasters, fish dealers, purveyors of hay, straw and oats, hardware sellers, saddlers, tailors, gingerbread and starch dealers, fruiters, dealers in glass and in violins. 2124. One might call it an oriental court which, to be set in motion, moves an entire world. When it is to move one must, if one wants to travel anywhere, take the post in well in advance. The total is near 4,000 persons for the king's civil household, 9,000 to 10,000 for his military household, at least 2,000 for those of his relatives, in all 15,000 individuals, at a cost of between 40 and 50 million livres, which would be equal to double the amount today, and which, at that time, constituted 1/10 of the public revenue. 2,125 we have here. The central figure of the monarchical show. However grand and costly it may be, it is only proportionate to its purpose, since the court is a public institution, and the aristocracy, with nothing to do, devotes itself to filling up the king's drawing room. 3. The king's associates. The society of the king, officers of the household. Invited guests. Two causes maintain this affluence, one the feudal form still preserved, and the other the new centralization just introduced, one placing the royal service in the hands of the nobles, and the other converting the nobles into place hunters through the duties of the palace. The highest nobility live with the king, residing under his roof. The grand almoner is M. de Montmorency Laval, Bishop of Metz, the first almoner is M. de Bussy-Giles, Bishop of Senlis, the Grand Master of France is the Prince de Condé, the first royal boudier is the Comte d'Escars, the second is the Marquis de Montdragon, the Master of the Pantry is the Duc de Brissac, the chief cupbearer is the Marquis de Vemouille, the chief carver is the Marquis de la Chesnaye, The first gentlemen of the bedchamber are the Ducs de Richelieu, de Durefort, de Villequier, and de Fleury. The Grand Master of the Wardrobe is the Duc de la Rochefoucauld Liancourt. The Masters of the Wardrobe are the Comte de Boiscelin and the Marquis de Chauvelin. The Captain of the Falconry is the Chevalier du Forget. The Captain of the Boar Hunt is the Marquis d'Equevilly. The Superintendent of Edifices is the Comte d'Angevalier. The Grand Equerry is the Prince de Lambesc. The Master of the Hounds is the Duc de Penthièvre. The Grand Master of Ceremonies is the Marquis de Brise. The Grand Master of the Household is the Marquis de la Suzy. The Captains of the Guards are the Ducs d'Agen, de Villery, de Brissac, d'Aguilon, and de Biron, the Princes de Poix, de Luxembourg, and de Soubise. The Provost of the Hotel is the Marquis de Tourzel. The Governors of the Residences and Captains of the Chase are the Duc de Noailles, Marquis de Champsnitz, Baron de Champlost, Duc de Coigny, Comte de Medina, Comte de Montmorin, Duc de Laval, Comte de Brienne, Duc d'Orleans, and the Duc de Gesvres. 2126. All these seigneurs are the king's necessary intimates, his permanent and generally hereditary guests, dwelling under his roof, in close and daily intercourse with him, for they are his folks, gens. 2127. And perform domestic service about his person. Add to these their equals, as noble and nearly as numerous, dwelling with the Queen, with Madame Elizabeth, with the Comte and Comtesse de Provence and the Comte and Comtesse d'Artois, and these are only the heads of the service. If, below them in rank and office, I count the titular nobles, I find, among others, 68 almoners or chaplains, 170 gentlemen of the bedchamber or in waiting, 117 gentlemen of the stable or of the hunting train, 148 pages, 114 titled ladies in waiting, besides all the officers, even to the lowest of the military household, without counting 1,400 ordinary guards who, verified by the genealogist, are admitted by virtue of their title to pay their court. 2128. Such is the fixed body of recruits for the royal receptions. The distinctive trait of this regime is the conversion of its servants into guests, the drawing room being filled from the anteroom. Not that the drawing room needs all that to be filled. Being the source of all preferment and of every favor, it is natural that it should overflow. 2129. It is the same in our leveling society, in 1875, where the drawing room of an insignificant deputy, a mediocre journalist, or a fashionable woman, is full of courtiers under the name of friends and visitors. Moreover, here, to be present is an obligation, it might be called a continuation of ancient feudal homage. The staff of nobles is maintained as the retinue of its born general. In the language of the day, it is called paying one's duty to the king. Absence, in the sovereign's eyes, would be a sign of independence as well as of indifference, while submission as well as regular attention is his due. In this respect we must study the institution from the beginning. The eyes of Louis XIV go their rounds at every moment, on arising or retiring, on passing into his apartments, in his gardens. Nobody escapes, even those who hoped they were not seen. It was a demerit with some, and the most distinguished, not to make the court their ordinary sojourn, to others to come to it but seldom, and certain disgrace to those who never, or nearly never, came. 2130. Henceforth, the main thing, for the first personages in the kingdom, men and women, ecclesiastics and laymen, the grand affair, the first duty in life, the true occupation, is to be at all hours and in every place under the king's eye, within reach of his voice and of his glance. Whoever, says La Bruyere, considers that the king's countenance is the courtier's supreme felicity, that he passes his life looking on it and within sight of it, will comprehend to some extent how to see God constitutes the glory and happiness of the saints. There were at this time prodigies of voluntary assiduity and subjection. The Duc de Fronsac, every morning at 7 o'clock, in winter and in summer, stationed himself, at his father's command, at the foot of the small stairway leading to the chapel, solely to shake hands with Madame de Maintenon on her leaving for Saint-Cyr. 2131. Pardon me, madam, writes the Duc de Richelieu to her, the great liberty I take in presuming to send you the letter which I have written to the king, begging him on my knees that he will occasionally allow me to pay my court to him at Rouen, for I would rather die than pass 2 months without seeing him. The true courtier follows the prince as a shadow follows its body. Such, under Louis XIV, was the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, the master of the hounds. He never missed the king's rising or retiring, both changes of dress every day, the hunts and the promenades, likewise every day, for 10 years in succession, never sleeping away from the place where the king rested, and yet on a footing to demand leave, but not to stay away all night, for he had not slept out of Paris once in 40 years, but to go and dine away from the court, and not be present on the promenade. If, later, and under less exacting masters, and in the general laxity of the 18th century, this discipline is relaxed, the institution nevertheless subsists. 2132. In default of obedience, tradition, interest, and amour-propre suffice for the people of the court. To approach the king, to be a domestic in his household, an usher, a cloak-bearer, a valet, is a privilege that is purchased, even in 1789, for 30, 40, and 100,000 livres, so much greater the reason why it is a privilege to form a part of his society, the most honorable, the most useful, and the most coveted of all. In the first place, it is a proof of noble birth. A man, to follow the king in the chase, and a woman, to be presented to the queen, must previously satisfy the genealogist, and by authentic documents, that his or her nobility goes back to the year 1400. In the next place, it ensures good fortune. This drawing room is the only place within reach of royal favors. Accordingly, up to 1789, the great families never stir away from Versailles, and day and night they lie in ambush. The valet of the Marshal de Noailles says to him one night on closing his curtains, "At what hour will Monseigneur be awakened?" "At 10 o'clock, if no one dies during the night." 2133. Old courtiers are still found who, at the age of 80, have passed 45 on their feet in the antechambers of the king, of the princes, and of the ministers. "You have only 3 things to do," says one of them to a debutante: "speak well of everybody, ask for every vacancy, and sit down when you can." Hence, the king always has a crowd around him. The Comtesse du Barry says, on presenting her niece at court, the 1st of August, 1773, "The crowd is so great at a presentation, one can scarcely get through the antechambers." 2134. In December, 1774, at Fontainebleau, when the Queen plays at her own table every evening, the apartment, though vast, is never empty. The crowd is so great that one can talk only to the 2 or 3 persons with whom one is playing. The 14 apartments, at the receptions of ambassadors, are full to overflowing with seigneurs and richly dressed women. On the 1st of January, 1775, the Queen counted over 200 ladies presented to her to pay their court. In 1780, at Choisy, a table for 30 persons is spread every day for the king, another with 30 places for the seigneurs, another with 40 places for the officers of the guard and the equerries, and one with 50 for the officers of the bedchamber. According to my estimate, the king, on getting up and on retiring, on his walks, on his hunts, at play, has always around him at least 40 or 50 seigneurs and generally 100, with as many ladies, besides his attendants. On duty. At Fontainebleau, in 1756, although there were neither fêtes nor ballets this year, 106 ladies were counted. When the king holds a grand appartement, when play or dancing takes place in the gallery of mirrors, 400 or 500 guests, the elect of the nobles and of the fashion, range themselves on the benches or gather around the card and cabanole tables. 2135. This is a spectacle to be seen, not by the imagination, or through imperfect records, but with our own eyes and on the spot, to comprehend the spirit, the effect, and the triumph of monarchical culture. In an elegantly furnished house, the drawing room is the principal room, and never was one more dazzling than this. Suspended from the sculptured ceiling peopled with sporting cupids, descend, by garlands of flowers and foliage, blazing chandeliers, whose splendor is enhanced by the tail mirrors, the light streams down in floods on gilding, diamonds, and beaming, arch physiognomies, on fine busts, and on the capacious, sparkling and garland dresses. The skirts of the ladies ranged in a circle, or in tiers on the benches, form a rich espalier covered with pearls, gold, silver, jewels, spangles, flowers and fruits, with their artificial blossoms, gooseberries, cherries, and strawberries, a gigantic animated bouquet of which the eye can scarcely support the brilliancy. There are no black coats, as nowadays, to disturb the harmony. With the hair powdered and dressed, with buckles and knots, with cravats and ruffles of lace, in silk coats and vests of the hues of fallen leaves, or of a delicate rose tint, or of celestial blue, embellished with gold braid and embroidery, the men are as elegant as the women. Men and women, each is a selection, they all are of the accomplished class, gifted with every grace which good blood, education, fortune, leisure, and custom can bestow, they are perfect of their kind. There is no toilet, no carriage of the head, no tone of the voice, no expression in language which is not a masterpiece of worldly culture, the distilled quintessence of all that is exquisitely elaborated by social art. Polished as the high society of Paris may be, it does not approach this. 2136. Compared with the court it seems provincial. It is said that 100,000 roses are required to make an ounce of the unique perfume used by Persian kings, such is this drawing room, the frail vial of crystal and gold containing the substance of a human vegetation. To fill it, a great aristocracy had to be transplanted to a hothouse and become sterile in fruit and flowers, and then, in the royal alembic, its pure sap is concentrated into a few drops of aroma. The price is excessive, but only at this price can the most delicate perfumes be manufactured. For everyday life in court. The king's occupations rising in the morning, mass, dinner, walks, hunting, supper, play, evening receptions. He is always on parade and in company. An operation of this kind absorbs him who undertakes it as well as those who undergo it. A nobility for useful purposes is not transformed with impunity into a nobility for ornament. 2137. One falls himself into the ostentation which is substituted for action. The king has a court which he is compelled to maintain. So much the worse if it absorbs all his time, his intellect, his soul, the most valuable portion of his active forces and the forces of the state. To be the master of a house is not an easy task, especially when 500 persons are to be entertained. One must necessarily pass one's life in public and all the time being on exhibition. Strictly speaking, it is the life of an actor who is on the stage the entire day. To support this load, and work besides, required the temperament of Louis XIV, the vigor of his body, the extraordinary firmness of his nerves, the strength of his digestion, and the regularity of his habits. His successors who come after him grow weary or stagger under the same load. But they cannot throw it off. An incessant, daily performance is inseparable from their position, and it is imposed on them like a heavy, gilded, ceremonial coat. The king is expected to keep the entire aristocracy busy, consequently to make a display of himself, to pay back with his own person, at all hours, even the most private, even on getting out of bed, and even in his bed. In the morning, at the hour named by himself beforehand, 2138, the head valet awakens him, 5 series of persons enter in turn to perform their duty, and, although very large, there are days when the waiting rooms can hardly contain the crowd of courtiers. The first admittance is l'entrée familière, consisting of the children of France, the princes and princesses of the blood, and, besides these, the chief physician, the chief surgeon and other serviceable persons. 2139 next, comes the grande entrée, which comprises the Grand Chamberlain, the Grand Master and Master of the Wardrobe, the First Gentleman of the Bedchamber, the Dux d'Orléans and de Penthièvre, some other highly favoured seigneurs, the ladies of honour and in waiting of the Queen, Mesdames and other princesses, without enumerating barbers, tailors and various descriptions of valets. Meanwhile spirits of wine are poured on the king's hands from a service of plate, and he is then handed the basin of holy water. He crosses himself and repeats a prayer. Then he gets out of bed before all these people and puts on his slippers. The Grand Chamberlain and the First Gentleman hand him his dressing gown, he puts this on and seats himself in the chair in which he is to put on his clothes. At this moment the door opens and a third group enters, which is the entrée de brevets. The seigneurs who compose this enjoy, in addition, the precious privilege of assisting at the petite couture, while, at the same moment there enters a detachment of attendants, consisting of the physicians and surgeons in ordinary, the intendants of the amusements, readers and others, and among the latter those who preside over physical requirements. The publicity of a royal life is so great that none of its functions can be exercised without witnesses. At the moment of the approach of the officers of the wardrobe to dress him, the First Gentleman, notified by an usher, advances to read to the king the names of the grandees who are waiting at the door. This is the fourth entry, called La Chamber, and larger than those preceding it, for, not to mention the cloak-bearers, gun-bearers, rug-bearers and other valets, it comprises most of the superior officials, the Grand Almoner, the almoners on duty, the chaplain, the master of the oratory, the captain and major of the bodyguard, the colonel general and major of the French guards, the colonel of the king's regiment, the captain of the Cent Suisses, the grand huntsman, the grand wolf huntsman, the grand provost, the grand master and master of ceremonies, the first butler, the grand master of the pantry, the foreign ambassadors, the ministers and secretaries of state, the marshals of France and most of the seigneurs and prelates of distinction. Ushers place the ranks in order and, if necessary, impose silence. Meanwhile the king washes his hands and begins his toilet. 2 pages remove his slippers, the Grand Master of the Wardrobe draws off his nightshirt by the right arm, and the first valet of the wardrobe by the left arm, and both of them hand it to an officer of the wardrobe, whilst a valet of the wardrobe fetches the shirt wrapped up in white taffeta. Things have now reached the solemn point, the culmination of the ceremony. The fifth entry has been introduced, and, in a few moments, after the king has put his shirt on, all that is left of those who are known, with other household officers waiting in the gallery, complete the influx. There is quite a formality in regard to this shirt. The honor of handing it is reserved to the sons and grandsons of France, in default of these to the princes of the blood or those legitimized, in their default to the Grand Chamberlain or to the First Gentleman of the Bedchamber, the latter case, it must be observed, being very rare, the princes being obliged to be present at the king's lever, as were the princesses at that of the Queen. 2140. At last the shirt is presented and a valet carries off the old one. The first valet of the wardrobe and the first valet de chambre hold the fresh one, each by a right and left arm respectively. 2141. While 2 other valets, during this operation, extend his dressing gown in front of him to serve as a screen. The shirt is now on his back and the toilet commences. A valet de chambre supports a mirror before the king while 2 others on the 2 sides light it up, if occasion requires, with flambeaux. Valets of the wardrobe fetch the rest of the attire. The Grand Master of the wardrobe puts the vest on and the doublet, attaches the blue ribbon, and clasps his sword around him. Then a valet assigned to the cravats brings several of these in a basket, while the Master of the wardrobe arranges around the king's neck that which the king selects. After this a valet assigned to the handkerchiefs brings 3 of these on a silver salver, while the Grand Master of the wardrobe offers the salver to the king, who chooses one. Finally the Master of the wardrobe hands to the king his hat, his gloves, and his cane. The king then steps to the side of the bed, kneels on a cushion and says his prayers, whilst an almoner in a low voice recites the Oraison Consumus, Deus Omnipotens. This done, the king announces the order of the day, and passes with the leading persons of his court into his cabinet, where he sometimes gives audience. Meanwhile the rest of the company await him in the gallery in order to accompany him to mass when he comes out. Such is the lever, a piece in 5 acts. Nothing could be contrived better calculated to fill up the void of an aristocratic life. 100 or thereabouts of notable seigneurs dispose of a couple of hours in coming, in waiting, in entering, in defiling, in taking positions, in standing on their feet, in maintaining an air of respect and of ease suitable to a superior class of walking gentlemen, while those best qualified are about to do the same thing over in the Queen's apartment. 2142. The king, however, as an indirect consequence, suffers the same torture and the same inaction as he imposes. He also is playing a part. All his steps and all his gestures have been determined beforehand. He has been obliged to arrange his physiognomy and his voice, never to depart from an affable and dignified air, to award judiciously his glances and his nods, to keep silent or to speak only of the chase, and to suppress his own thoughts, if he has any. One cannot indulge in reverie, meditate or be absent-minded when one is before the footlights. The part must have due attention. Besides, in a drawing-room there is only drawing-room conversation, and the master's thoughts, instead of being directed in a profitable channel, must be scattered about like the holy water of the court. All hours of his day are passed in a similar manner, except 3 or 4 during the morning, during which he is at the council or in his private room. It must be noted, too, that on the days after his hunts, on returning home from Rambouillet at 3 o'clock in the morning, he must sleep the few hours he has left to him. The ambassador Mercy, 2143. Nevertheless, a man of close application, seems to think it sufficient. He, at least, thinks that Louis XVI is a man of order, losing no time in useless things. His predecessor, indeed, worked much less, scarcely an hour a day. 3/4 of his time is thus given up to show. The same retinue surrounds him when he puts on his boots, when he takes them off, when he changes his clothes to mount his horse, when he returns home to dress for the evening, and when he goes to his room at night to retire. Every evening for 6 years, says a page, 2144, either myself or one of my comrades has seen Louis XVI get into bed in public, with the ceremonial just described. It was not omitted 10 times to my knowledge, and then accidentally or through indisposition. The attendance is yet more numerous when he dines and takes supper, for, besides men there are women present, duchesses seated on the folding chairs, also others standing around the table. It is needless to state that in the evening when he plays, or gives a ball, or a concert, the crowd rushes in and overflows. When he hunts, besides the ladies on horses and in vehicles, besides officers of the hunt, of the guards, the equerry, the cloak-bearer, gun-bearer, surgeon, bone-setter, lunch-bearer and I know not how many others, all the gentlemen who accompany him are his permanent guests. And do not imagine that the suite is a small one. 2145. The day M. de Chateaubriand is presented there are 4 fresh editions, and with the utmost punctuality all the young men of high rank join the king's retinue 2 or 3 times a week. Not only the 8 or 10 scenes which compose each of these days, but again the short intervals between the scenes are besieged and carried. People watch for him, walk by his side and speak with him on his way from his cabinet to the chapel, between his apartment and his carriage, between his carriage and his apartment, between his cabinet and his dining room. And still more, his life behind the scenes belongs to the public. If he is indisposed and broth is brought to him, if he is ill and medicine is handed to him, a servant immediately summons the grande entrée. Verily, the king resembles an oak stifled by the innumerable creepers which, from top to bottom, cling to its trunk. Under a regime of this stamp there is a want of air, some opening has to be found. Louis XV availed himself of the chase and of suppers, Louis XVI of the chase and of lock-making. And I have not mentioned the infinite detail of etiquette, the extraordinary ceremonial of the state dinner, the 15, 20 and 30 beings busy around the king's plates and glasses, the sacramental utterances of the occasion, the procession of the retinue, the arrival of la neflsa de Platz, all as if in a Byzantine or Chinese court. 2146 On Sundays the entire public, the public in general, is admitted, and this is called the Grand Couvert, as complex and as solemn as a high mass. Accordingly to eat, to drink, to get up, to go to bed, is to a descendant of Louis XIV, to officiate. 2147 Frederick II, on hearing an explanation of this etiquette, declared that if he were King of France his first edict would be to appoint another king to hold court in his place. In effect, if there are idlers to salute there must be an idler to be saluted. Only one way was possible by which the monarch could have been set free, and that was to have recast and transformed the French nobles, according to the Prussian system, into a hard-working regiment of serviceable functionaries. But, so long as the court remains what it is, that is to say, a pompous parade and a drawing-room decoration, the king himself must likewise remain a showy decoration, of little or no use. V. Royal distractions. Diversions of the royal family and of the court. Louis XV. Louis XVI. In short, what is the occupation of a well-qualified master of a house? He amuses himself and he amuses his guests. Under his roof a new pleasure party comes off daily. Let us enumerate those of a week. Yesterday, Sunday, says the Duc de Luynes, I met the king going to hunt on the plain of Saint Denis, having slept at La Muette, where he intends to remain shooting today and tomorrow, and to return here on Tuesday or Wednesday morning, to run down a stag the same day, Wednesday 2148. 2 months after this, the king, again says M. de Luynes, has been hunting every day of the past and of the present week, except today and on Sundays, killing, since the beginning, 3,500 partridges. He is always on the road, or hunting, or passing from one residence to another, from Versailles to Fontainebleau, to Choisy, to Marly, to La Muette, to Compiègne, to Trianon, to Saint Hubert, to Bellevue, to Rambouillet, and, generally, with his entire court. 2149 At Choisy, especially, and at Fontainebleau this company all lead a merry life. At Fontainebleau Sunday and Friday, play, Monday and Wednesday, a concert in the Queen's apartments, Tuesday and Thursday, the French comedians, and Saturday it is the Italians. There is something for every day in the week. At Choisy, writes the Dauphin, 2150 from 1 o'clock, in the afternoon, when we dine, to 1 o'clock at night we remain out. After dining we play until 6 o'clock, after which we go to the theatre, which lasts until 9:30 o'clock, and next, to supper. After this, play again, until 1, and sometimes 1:30 o'clock. At Versailles things are more moderate. There are but 2 theatrical entertainments and 1 ball a week, but every evening there is play and a reception in the king's apartment, in his daughter's, in his mistress's, in his daughter-in-law's, besides hunts and 3 petty excursions a week. Records show that, in a certain year, Louis XV slept only 52 nights at Versailles, while the Austrian ambassador well says that his mode of living leaves him not an hour in the day for attention to important matters. As to Louis XVI, we have seen that he reserves a few hours of the morning, but the machine is wound up, and go it must. How can he withdraw himself from his guests and not do the honors of his house? Here propriety and custom are tyrants, and a third despotism must be added, still more absolute, the imperious vivacity of a lively young queen who cannot endure an hour's reading at Versailles, 3 theatrical entertainments and 2 balls a week, 2 grand suppers Tuesday and Thursday, and from time to time, the opera in Paris. 2151 At Fontainebleau, the theatre 3 times a week, and on other days, play and suppers. During the following winter the Queen gives a masked ball each week, in which the contrivance of the costumes, the quadrilles arranged in ballets, and the daily rehearsals, take so much time as to consume the entire week. During the carnival of 1777 the Queen, besides her own fetes, attends the balls of the Palais Royal and the masked balls of the Opera. A little later, I find another ball at the abode of the Comtesse Diana de Polignac, which she attends with the whole royal family except Mesdames, and which lasts from 11:30 at night until 11 o'clock the next morning. Meanwhile, on ordinary days, there is the Rage of Pharaoh. In her drawing room there is no limit to the play. In one evening the Duc de Chartres loses 8,000 louis. It really resembles an Italian carnival. There is nothing lacking, neither masks nor the comedy of private life. They play, they laugh, they dance, they dine, they listen to music, they don costumes, they get up picnics, fêtes champêtres, they indulge in gossip and gallantries. The newest song, 2152, says a cultivated, earnest lady of the bedchamber, the current witticism and little scandalous stories, formed the sole subjects of conversation in the Queen's circle of intimates. As to the King, who is rather dull and who requires physical exercise, the chase is his most important occupation. Between 1755 and 1789, 2153, he himself, on recapitulating what he had accomplished, finds 104 boar hunts, 134 stag hunts, 266 of bucks, 33 with hounds, and 1025 shootings, in all 1562 hunting days, averaging at least one hunt every 3 days. Besides this there are 149 excursions without hunts, and 223 promenades on horseback or in carriages. During 4 months of the year he goes to Rambouillet twice a week and returns after having supped, that is to say, at 3 o'clock in the morning. 2154. This inveterate habit ends in becoming a mania, and even in something worse. The nonchalance, writes Arthur Young, June 26, 1789, and even stupidity of the court, is unparalleled. The moment demands the greatest decision, and yesterday, while it was actually a question whether he should be a Doge of Venice or a King of France, the King went a-hunting. His journal reads like that of a gamekeeper's. On reading it at the most important dates one is amazed at its entries. He writes nothing on the days not devoted to hunting, which means that to him these days are of no account. July 11, 1789, nothing, M. Necker leaves. July 12, Vespers and Benediction, Messieurs de Montmorin, de Saint Priest and de la Luzerne leave. July 13, nothing. July 14, nothing. July 29, nothing, M. Necker returns. August 4, stag hunt in the forest at Marly, took one, go and come on horseback. August 13, audience of the States in the gallery, te Deum during the mass below, one stag taken in the hunt at Marly. August 25, complimentary audience of the States, high mass with the cordons bleus, M. Bailey sworn in, vespers and benediction, state dinner. October 5, shooting near Chatillon, killed 81 head, interrupted by events, go and come on horseback. October 6, leave for Paris at 12:30, visit the Hôtel de Ville, sup and rest at the Tuileries. October 7, nothing, my aunts come and dine. October 8, nothing. October 12, nothing, the stag hunted at Port Royal. Shut up in Paris, held by the crowds, his heart is always with the hounds. 20 times in 1790 we read in his journal of a stag hunt occurring in this or that place. He regrets not being on hand. No privation is more intolerable to him. We encounter traces of his chagrin even in the formal protest he draws up. Before leaving for Varennes, transported to Paris, shut up in the Tuileries, where, far from finding conveniences to which he is accustomed, he has not even enjoyed the advantages common to persons in easy circumstances, his crown to him having apparently lost its brightest jewel. 6. Upper-class distractions. Other similar lives. Princes and princesses, signiers of the court, financiers and parvenus, ambassadors, ministers, governors, general officers. As is the general so is his staff, the grandees imitate their monarch. Like some costly colossal effigy in marble, erected in the center of France, and of which reduced copies are scattered by thousands throughout the provinces, thus does royal life repeat itself, in minor proportions, even among the remotest gentry. The object is to make a parade and to receive, to make a figure and to pass away time in good society. I find, first, around the court, about a dozen princely courts. Each prince or princess of the blood royal, like the king, has his house fitted up, paid for, in whole or in part, out of the treasury, its service divided into special departments, with gentlemen, pages, and ladies in waiting, in brief, 50, 100, 200, and even 500 appointments. There is a household of this kind for the Queen, one for Madame Victoire, one for Madame Elizabeth, one for Monsieur, one for Madame, one for the Comte d'Artois, and one for the Comtesse d'Artois. There will be one for Madame Royale, one for the little Dauphin, one for the Duc de Normandy, all three children of the king, one for the Duc d'Angoulême, one for the Duc de Berry, both sons of the Comte d'Artois. Children 6 or 7 years of age receive and make a parade of themselves. On referring to a particular date, in 1771, 2155, I find still another for the Duc d'Orléans, one for the Duc de Bourbon, one for the Duchesse, one for the Prince de Condé, one for the Comte de Clermont, one for the Princess Dowager de Conti, one for the Prince de Conti, one for the Comte de la Marche, one for the Duc de Penthièvre. Each personage, besides his or her apartment under the king's roof, has his or her chateau and palace with his or her own circle, the Queen at Trianon and at St. Cloud, Mesdames at Bellevue, Monsieur at the Luxembourg and at Brunoy, the Comte d'Artois at Meudon and at Bagatelle, the Duc d'Orléans at the Palais Royal, at Monceaux, at Rancy and at Villers-Cotterets, the Prince de Conti at the Temple and at Isle-Adam, the Condés at the Palais Bourbon and at Chantilly, the Duc de Penthièvre at Siaz, Ainet, and Châteauvillain. I omit one half of these residences. At the Palais Royal those who are presented may come to the supper on opera days. At Châteauvillain all those who come to pay court are invited to dinner, the nobles at the Duke's table and the rest at the table of his first gentleman. At the Temple 150 guests attend the Monday suppers. 40 or 50 persons, said the Duchesse de Maine, constitute a prince's private company. 2156. The prince's train is so inseparable from their persons that it follows them even into camp. The Prince de Condé, says M. de Luynes, sets out for the army tomorrow with a large suite. He has 225 horses, and the Comte de la Marche 100. MLE Duc d'Orléans leaves on Monday. He has 350 horses for himself and suite. 2157. Below the rank of the king's relatives all the grandees who figure at the court figure as well in their own residences, at their hotels at Paris or at Versailles, also in their chateaux a few leagues away from Paris. On all sides, in the memoirs, we obtain a foreshortened view of some one of these seigneurial existences. Such is that of the Duc de Gavras, first gentleman of the bedchamber, governor of Paris, and of the Isle de France, possessing besides this the special governorships of Laon, Soissons, Noyon, Crespy and Valois, the captainry of Mousseau, also a pension of 20,000 livres, a veritable man of the court, a sort of sample in high relief of the people of his class, and who, through his appointments, his heirs, his luxury, his debts, the consideration he enjoys, his tastes, his occupations and his turn of mind presents to us an abridgment of the fashionable world. 2158. His memory for relationships and genealogies is surprising. He is an adept in the precious science of etiquette, and on these two grounds he is an oracle and much consulted. He greatly increased the beauty of his house and gardens at Saint-Ouen. At the moment of his death, says the Duc de Luynes, he had just added 25 arpents to it which he had begun to enclose with a covered terrace. He had quite a large household of gentlemen, pages, and domestic of various kinds, and his expenditure was enormous. He gave a grand dinner every day. He gave special audiences almost daily. There was no one at the court, nor in the city, who did not pay his respects to him. The ministers, the royal princes themselves did so. He received company whilst still in bed. He wrote and dictated amidst a large assemblage. His house at Paris and his apartment at Versailles were never empty from the time he arose till the time he retired. 200 or 300 households at Paris, at Versailles, and in their environs, offer a similar spectacle. Never is there solitude. It is the custom in France, says Horace Walpole, to burn your candle down to its snuff in public. The mansion of the Duchesse de Gramont is besieged at daybreak by the noblest seigneurs and the noblest ladies. 5 times a week, under the Duc de Choiseul's roof, the butler enters the drawing room at 10 o'clock in the evening to bestow a glance on the immense crowded gallery and decide if he shall lay the cloth for 50, 60, or 80 persons. 2159. With this example before them, all the rich establishments soon glory in providing an open table for all comers. Naturally the parvenus, the financiers who have purchased or taken the name of an estate, all those traffickers and sons of traffickers who, since law, associate with the nobility, imitate their ways. And I do not allude to the Bourrets, the Beaujonts, the St. Jameses and other financial wretches whose paraphernalia effaces that of the princes, but take a plain associé de firms, M.D. Epinay, whose modest and refined wife refuses such excessive display. 2160. He had just completed his domestic arrangements, and was anxious that his wife should take a second maid, but she resisted, nevertheless, in this curtailed household. The officers, women, and valets, amounted to 16. When M.D. Epinay gets up, his valet enters on his duties. 2 lackeys stand by awaiting his orders. The first secretary enters for the purpose of giving an account of the letters received by him and which he has to open, but he is interrupted 200 times in this business by all sorts of people imaginable. Now it is a horse jockey with the finest horses to sell. Again some saucy girl who calls to bawl out a piece of music, and on whose behalf some influence has been exerted to get her into the opera, after giving her a few lessons in good taste and teaching her what is proper in French music. This young lady has been made to wait to ascertain if I am still at home. I get up and go out. 2 lackeys open the folding doors to let me make it through. This eye of a needle, while 2 servants bawl out in the antechamber, "Madam, gentlemen, madam." All form a line, the gentlemen consisting of dealers in fabrics, in instruments, jewelers, hawkers, lackeys, shoeblacks, creditors, in short everything imaginable that is most ridiculous and annoying. The clock strikes 12 or 1 before this toilet matter is over, and the secretary, who, doubtless, knows by experience the impossibility of rendering a detailed statement of his business, hands to his master a small memorandum informing him what he must say in the assembly of fermiers. Indolence, disorder, debts, ceremony, the tone and ways of the patron, all seems a parody of the real thing. We are beholding the last stages of aristocracy. And yet the court of M.D. Epinay is a miniature resemblance of that of the king. So much more essential is it that the ambassadors, ministers, and general officers who represent the king should display themselves in a grandiose manner. No circumstance rendered the ancient regime so brilliant and more oppressive. In this, as in all the rest, Louis XIV is the principal originator of evil as of good. The policy which fashioned the court prescribed ostentation. A display of dress, table, equipages, buildings and play was made purposely to please. These afforded opportunities for entering into conversation with him. The contagion had spread from the court into the provinces and to the armies, where people of any position were esteemed only in proportion to their table and magnificence. 2161. During the year passed by the Marshal de Belle-Isle at Frankfurt, on account of the election of Charles VI, he expended 750,000 livres in journeys, transportations, festivals, and dinners, in constructing a kitchen and dining hall, and besides all this, 150,000 livres in snuff boxes, watches and other presents, by order of Cardinal Fleury, so economical, he had in his kitchens 101 officials. 2,162 at Vienna. In 1772, the ambassador, the Prince de Rohan, had 2 carriages costing together 40,000 livres, 40 horses, 7 noble pages, 6 gentlemen, 5 secretaries, 10 musicians, 12 footmen, and 4 grooms whose gorgeous liveries each cost 4,000 livres, and the rest in proportion. 2,163. We are familiar with the profusion, the good taste, the exquisite dinners, and the admirable ceremonial display of the Cardinal de Bernis in Rome. He was called the King of Rome, and indeed he was such through his magnificence and in the consideration he enjoyed. His table afforded an idea of what is possible. In festivities, ceremonies, and illuminations he was always beyond comparison. He himself remarked, smiling, "I keep a French inn on the crossroads of Europe 2164. Accordingly their salaries and indemnities are 2 or 3 times more ample than at the present day. The king gives 50,000 crowns to the great embassies. The Duc de Duras received even 200,000 livres per annum for that of Madrid, also, besides this, 100,000 crowns gratuity, 50,000 livres for secret service, and he had the loan of furniture and effects valued at 400,000 and 500,000 livres, of which he kept 1/2 2165. The outlays and salaries of the ministers are similar. In 1789, the Chancellor gets 120,080 livres salary and the Keeper of the Seals 135,000. M. de Villetuille, as Secretary of State, was to have had 180,670 livres, but as he represented that this sum would not cover his expenses, his salary was raised to 226,000 livres, everything included 2166. Moreover, the rule is, that on retiring from office the king awards them a pension of 20,000 livres and gives a dowry of 200,000 livres to their daughters. This is not excessive considering the way they live. They are obliged to maintain such state in their households, for they cannot enrich themselves by their places. All keep open table at Paris 3 days in the week, and at Fontainebleau every day 2167. M. de Lamoignon being appointed Chancellor with a salary of 100,000 livres, people at once declare that he will be ruined, 2,168 for he has taken all the officials of M. d'Agusillo's kitchen, whose table alone cost 80,000 livres. The banquet he gave at Versailles to the first council held by him cost 6,000 livres, and he must always have seats at table, at Versailles and at Paris, for 20 persons. At Chambord, 2,169 Marshal de Saxe always has 2 tables, one for 60, and the other for 80 persons, also 400 horses in his stables, a civil list of more than 100,000 crowns, a regiment of Uhlans for his guard, and a theatre costing over 600,000 livres, while the life he leads, or which is maintained around him, resembles one of Rubens's bacchanalian scenes. As to the special and general provincial governors, we have seen that, when they reside on the spot, they fulfill no other duty than to entertain, alongside of them the intendant, who alone attends to business, likewise receives, and magnificently, especially for the country of a States General. Commandants, lieutenants general, the envoys of the central government throughout, are equally induced by habit and propriety, as well as by their own lack of occupation, to maintain a drawing room. They bring along with them the elegance and hospitality of Versailles. If the wife follows them she becomes weary and vegetates in the midst of about 50 companions, talking nothing but commonplace, knitting or playing lotto, and sitting 3 hours at the dinner table. But all the military men, all the neighboring gentry and all the ladies in the town, eagerly crowd to her balls and delight in commending her grace, her politeness, her equality 2170. These sumptuous habits prevail even among people of secondary position. By virtue of established usage colonels and captains entertain their subordinates and thus expend much beyond their salaries 2171. This is one of the reasons why regiments are reserved for the sons of the best families, and companies in them for wealthy gentlemen. The vast royal tree, expanding so luxuriantly at Versailles, sends forth its offshoots to overrun France by thousands, and to bloom everywhere, as at Versailles, in bouquets of finery and of drawing-room sociability. 7. Provincial nobility. Prelates, seigneurs and minor provincial nobles. The feudal aristocracy transformed into a drawing-room group. Following this pattern, and as well through the effect of temperature, we see, even in remote provinces, all aristocratic branches having a flourishing social life. Lacking other employment, the nobles exchange visits, and the chief function of a prominent seigneur is to do the honors of his house creditably. This applies as well to ecclesiastics as to laymen. The 131 bishops and archbishops, the 700 abbés commendatory, are all men of the world, they behave well, are rich, and are not austere, while their episcopal palace or abbey is for them a country house, which they repair or embellish with a view to the time they pass in it, and to the company they welcome to it. 2172 at Clairvaux, Dom Rocourt, very affable with men and still more gallant with the ladies, never drives out except with 4 horses, and with a mounted groom ahead. His monks do him the honors of a monseigneur, and he maintains a veritable court. The Chartreuse of Val Saint-Pierre is a sumptuous palace in the center of an immense domain, and the Father Procurator, Dom Effinger, passes his days in entertaining his guests. 2173 at the convent of Origny, near Saint Quentin. 2174 The abbess has her domestics and her carriage and horses, and receives men on visits, who dine in her apartments. The Princess Christine, abbess of Remiremont, with her lady canonesses, are almost always traveling, and yet they enjoy themselves in the abbey, entertaining there a good many people in the private apartments of the princess, and in the strangers' rooms. 2175. The 25 noble chapters of women, and the 19 noble chapters of men, are as many permanent drawing rooms and gathering places incessantly resorted to by the fine society which a slight ecclesiastical barrier scarcely divides from the great world from which it is recruited. At the chapter of Alex, near Lyons, the canonesses wear hoop skirts into the choir, dressed as in the world outside, except that their black silk robes and their mantles are lined with ermine. 2176 At the chapter of Haute-Marchame in Alsace, our week was passed in promenading, in visiting the traces of Roman roads, in laughing a good deal, and even in dancing, for there were many people visiting the abbey, and especially talking over dresses. Near Sarbiz, the canonesses of Lutry dine with the officers and are anything but prudish. 2177 Numbers of convents serve as agreeable and respectable asylums for widowed ladies, for young women whose husbands are in the army, and for young ladies of rank, while the superior, generally some noble damsel, wields, with ease and dexterity, the scepter of this pretty feminine world. But nowhere is the pomp of hospitality or the concourse greater, than in the episcopal palaces. I have described the situation of the bishops, with their opulence, possessors of the like feudal rights, heirs and successors to the ancient sovereigns of the territory, and besides all this, men of the world and frequenters of Versailles. Why should they not keep a court? Assis, Archbishop of Bordeaux, a Dillon, Archbishop of Narbonne, a Brienne, Archbishop of Toulouse, a Castellane, Bishop of Mende and Seigneur Suzerain of the whole of Gavaudan, an Archbishop of Cambrai, Duke of Cambrai, Seigneur Suzerain of the whole of Cambresis, and President by birth of the Provincial States General, are nearly all princes. Why not parade themselves like princes? Hence, they build, hunt and have their clients and guests, a lover, an antechamber, ushers, officers, a free table, a complete household, equipages, and, oftener still, debts, the finishing touch of a grand seigneur. In the almost regal palace which the Rohans, hereditary bishops of Strasbourg and cardinals from uncle to nephew, erected for themselves at Saverne, 2178 there are 700 beds, 180 horses, 14 butlers, and 25 valets. The whole province assembles there, the cardinal lodges as many as 200 guests at a time, without counting the valets. At all times there are found under his roof from 20 to 30 ladies the most agreeable of the province, and this number is often increased by those of the court and from Paris. The entire company sup together at 9 o'clock in the evening, which always looks like a fete, and the cardinal himself is its chief ornament. Splendidly dressed, fine-looking, gallant, exquisitely polite, the slightest smile is a grace. His face, always beaming, inspired confidence, he had the true physiognomy of a man expressly designed for pompous display. Such likewise is the attitude and occupation of the principal Lasigniers, at home, in summer, when a love of the charms of fine weather brings them back to their estates. For example, Harcourt in Normandy and Brienne in Champagne are two chateaux the best frequented. Persons of distinction resort to it from Paris, eminent men of letters, while the nobility of the canton pay there an assiduous court. 2179. There is no residence where flocks of fashionable people do not light down permanently to dine, to dance, to hunt, to gossip, to unravel. 2180, Parfiller, to play comedy. We can trace these birds from cage to cage, they remain a week, a month, 3 months, displaying their plumage and their prattle. From Paris to Isle Adam, to Villers-Cotterets, to Fritoy, to Planchette, to Soissons, to Reims, to Grisals, to Sillery, to Braine, to Ballancourt, to Vaudreuil, the Comte and Comtesse de Genlis thus bear about their leisure, their wit, their gaiety, at the domiciles of friends whom, in their turn, they entertain at Genlis. A glance at the exteriors of these mansions suffices to show that it was the chief duty in these days to be hospitable, as it was a prime necessity to be in society. 2181. Their luxury, indeed, differs from ours. With the exception of a few princely establishments, it is not great in the matter of country furniture. A display of this description is left to the financiers. But it is prodigious in all things which can minister to the enjoyment of others, in horses, carriages, and in an open table, in accommodations given even to people not belonging to the house, in boxes at the play which are lent to friends, and lastly, in servants, much more numerous than nowadays. Through this mutual and constant attention the most rustic nobles lose the rust still encrusting their brethren in Germany or in England. We find in France few Squire Western and Barons de Thunder Tentroenc, an Alsatian lady, on seeing at Frankfurt the grotesque country squires of Westphalia, is struck with the contrast. 2182. Those of France, even in distant provinces, have frequented the drawing rooms of the commandant and intendant, and have encountered on their visits some of the ladies from Versailles, hence they always show some familiarity with superior manners and some knowledge of the changes of fashion and dress. The most barbarous will descend, with his hat in his hand, to the foot of his steps to escort his guests, thanking them for the honor they have done him. The greatest rustic, when in a woman's presence, dives down into the depths of his memory for some fragment of chivalric gallantry. The poorest and most secluded furbishes up his coat of royal blue and his cross of St. Louis that he may, when the occasion offers, tender his respects to his neighbor, the Grand Seigneur, or to the prince who is passing by. Thus is the feudal staff wholly transformed, from the lowest to the highest grades. Taking in at one glance its 30 or 40,000 palaces, mansions, manors, and abbeys, what a brilliant and engaging scene France presents. She is one vast drawing room, and I detect only drawing room company. Everywhere the rude chieftains once possessing authority have become the masters of households administering favors. Their society is that in which, before fully admiring a great general, the question is asked, is he amiable? Undoubtedly they still wear swords, and are brave through pride and tradition, and they know how to die, especially in duels and according to form. But worldly traits have hidden the ancient military groundwork. At the end of the 18th century their genius is to be well bred and their employment consists in entertaining or in being entertained. Chapter 2. Drawing Room. Life. 2201. I perfect only in France. Perfect only in France. Reasons for this derived from the French character. Reasons derived from the tone of the court. This life becomes more and more agreeable and absorbing. Similar circumstances have led other aristocracies in Europe to nearly similar ways and habits. There also the monarchy has given birth to the court and the court to a refined society. But the development of this rare plant has been only partial. The soil was unfavorable and the seed was not of the right sort. In Spain, the king stands shrouded in etiquette like a mummy in its wrappings, while a too rigid pride, incapable of yielding to the amenities of the worldly order of things, ends in a sentiment of morbidity and in insane display. 2202 in Italy, under petty despotic sovereigns, and most of them strangers, the constant state of danger and of hereditary distrust, after having tied all tongues, turns all hearts towards the secret delights of love and towards the mute gratification of the fine arts. In Germany and in England, a cold temperament, dull and rebellious to culture, keeps man, up to the close of the last century, within the Germanic habits of solitude, inebriety, and brutality. In France, on the contrary, all things combine to make the social sentiment flourish. In this the national genius harmonizes with the political regime, the plant appearing to be selected for the soil beforehand. The Frenchman loves company through instinct, and the reason is that he does well and easily whatever society calls upon him to do. He has not the false shame which renders his northern neighbors awkward, nor the powerful passions which absorb his neighbors of the south. Talking is no effort to him, having none of the natural timidity which begets constraint, and with no constant preoccupation to overcome. He accordingly converses at his ease, ever on the alert, and conversation affords him extreme pleasure. For the happiness which he requires is of a peculiar kind, delicate, light, rapid, incessantly renewed and varied, in which his intellect, his vanity, all his emotional and sympathetic faculties find nourishment, and this quality of happiness is provided for him only in society and in conversation. Sensitive as he is, personal attention, consideration, cordiality, delicate flattery, constitute his natal atmosphere, outside which he breathes with difficulty. He would suffer almost as much in being impolite as in encountering impoliteness in others. For his instincts of kindliness and vanity there is an exquisite charm in the habit of being amiable, and this is all the greater because it proves contagious. When we afford pleasure to others there is a desire to please us, and what we bestow in deference is returned in attentions. In company of this kind one can talk, for to talk is to amuse another in being oneself amused, a Frenchman finding no pleasure equal to it. 2203 lively and sinuous, conversation to him is like the flying of a bird, he wings his way from idea to idea, alert, excited by the inspiration of others, darting forward, wheeling round and unexpectedly returning, now up, now down, now skimming the ground, now aloft on the peaks, without sinking into quagmires, or getting entangled in the briars, and claiming nothing of the thousands of objects he slightly grazes but the diversity and the gaiety of their aspects. Thus endowed, and thus disposed, he is made for a regime which, for 10 hours a day, brings men together. Natural feeling in accord with the social order of things renders the drawing-room perfect. The king, at the head of all, sets the example. Louis XIV had every qualification for the master of a household, a taste for pomp and hospitality, condescension accompanied with dignity, the art of playing on the self-esteem of others and of maintaining his own position, chivalrous gallantry, tact, and even charms of intellectual expression. His address was perfect, 2204 whether it was necessary to jest, or he was in a playful humor, or deigned to tell a story, it was ever with infinite grace, and a noble refined air which I have found only in him. Never was man so naturally polite, 2205 nor of such circumspect politeness, so powerful by degrees, nor who better discriminated age, worth, and rank, both in his replies and in his deportment. His salutations, more or less marked, but always slight, were of incomparable grace and majesty. he was admirable in the different acknowledgments of salutes at the head of the army and at reviews. But especially toward women, there was nothing like it. Never did he pass the most insignificant woman without taking off his hat to her, and I mean chambermaids whom he knew to be such. Never did he chance to say anything disobliging to anybody. Never before company anything mistimed or venturesome, but even to the smallest gesture, his walk, his bearing, his features, all were proper, respectful, noble, grand, majestic, and thoroughly natural. Such is the model, and, nearly or remotely, it is imitated up to the end of the ancient regime. If it undergoes any change, it is only to become more sociable. In the 18th century, except on great ceremonial occasions, it is seen descending step by step from its pedestal. It no longer imposes that stillness around it which lets one hear a fly walk. "Sire," said the Marshal de Richelieu, who had seen 3 reigns, addressing Louis XVI, "under Louis XIV no one dared utter a word, under Louis XV people whispered, under your Majesty they talk aloud. If authority is a loser, society is the gainer. Etiquette, insensibly relaxed, allows the introduction of ease and cheerfulness. Henceforth the great, less concerned in overawing than in pleasing, cast off stateliness like an uncomfortable and ridiculous garment, seeking respect less than applause. It no longer suffices to be affable, one has to appear amiable at any cost with one's inferiors as with one's equals." 2206. "The French princes," says again a contemporary lady, "are dying with fear of being deficient in favors." 2207. Even around the throne the style is free and playful. The grave and disciplined court of Louis XIV became at the end of the century, under the smiles of the youthful queen, the most seductive and gayest of drawing rooms. Through this universal relaxation, a worldly existence gets to be perfect. He who has not lived before 1789, says Talleyrand at a later period, knows nothing of the charm of living. It was too great, no other way of living was appreciated, it engrossed man wholly. When society becomes so attractive, people live for it alone. Too social life has priority. Subordination of it to other interests and duties. Indifference to public affairs, they are merely a subject of jest, neglect of private affairs, disorder in the household and abuse of money. There is neither leisure nor taste for other matters, even for things which are of most concern to man, such as public affairs, the household, and the family. With respect to the first, I have already stated that people abstain from them, and are indifferent. The administration of things, whether local or general, is out of their hands and no longer interests them. They only allude to it in jest. Events of the most serious consequence form the subject of witticisms. After the edict of the Abbé Terry, which half ruined the state creditors, a spectator, too much crowded in the theatre, cried out, "Ah, how unfortunate that our good Abbé Terry is not here to cut us down one half." Everybody laughs and applauds. All Paris the following day is consoled for public ruin by repeating the phrase alliances, battles, taxation, treaties, ministries, coups d'état. The entire history of the country is put into epigrams and songs. One day, 2208, in an assembly of young people belonging to the court, one of them, as the current witticism was passing around, raised his hands in delight and exclaimed, "How can one help being pleased with great events, even with disturbances, when they provide us with such amusing witticisms?" Thereupon the sarcasms circulate, and every disaster in France is turned into nonsense. A song on the Battle of Hochstadt was pronounced poor, and someone in this connection said, "I am sorry that battle was lost, the song is so worthless." 2209. Even when eliminating from this trait all that belongs to the sway of impulse and the license of paradox, there remains the stamp of an age in which the state is almost nothing and society almost everything. We may on this principle divine what order of talent was required in the ministers. M. Necker, having given a magnificent supper with serious and comic opera, finds that this festivity is worth more to him in credit, favor, and stability than all his financial schemes put together. His last arrangement concerning the Vingtium was only talked about for one day, while everybody is still talking about his fate. At Paris, as well as in Versailles, its attractions are dwelt on in detail, people emphatically declaring that Monsieur and Madame Necker are a grace to society. 2210. Good society devoted to pleasure imposes on those in office the obligation of providing pleasures for it. It might also say, in a half-serious, half-ironical tone, with Voltaire, that the gods created kings only to give fetes every day, provided they varied, that life is too short to make any other use of it, that lawsuits, intrigues, warfare, and the quarrels of priests, which consume human life, are absurd and horrible things, that man is born only to enjoy himself, and that among the essential things we must put the superfluous in the first rank. According to this, we can easily foresee that they will be as little concerned with their private affairs as with public affairs. Housekeeping, the management of property, domestic economy, are in their eyes vulgar, insipid in the highest degree, and only suited to an intendant or a butler. Of what use are such persons if we must have such cares? Life is no longer a festival if one has to provide the ways and means. Comforts, luxuries, the agreeable must flow naturally and greet our lips of their own accord. As a matter of course and without his intervention, a man belonging to this world should find gold always in his pocket, a handsome coat on his toilet table, powdered valets in his antechamber, a gilded coach at his door, a fine dinner on his table, so that he may reserve all his attention to be expended in favors on the guests in his drawing room. Such a mode of living is not to be maintained without waste, and the domestics, left to themselves, make the most of it. What matter is it, so long as they perform their duties? Moreover, everybody must live, and it is pleasant to have contented and obsequious faces around one, hence the first houses in the kingdom are given up to pillage. Louis XV, on a hunting expedition one day, accompanied by the Duc de Choiseul, 2211, inquired of him how much he thought the carriage in which they were seated had cost. M. de Choiseul replied that he should consider himself fortunate to get one like it for 5,000 or 6,000 francs, but, His Majesty paying for it as a king, and not always paying cash, might have paid 8,000 francs for it. You are wide of the mark, rejoined the king, for this vehicle, as you see it, cost me 30,000 francs. The robberies in my household are enormous, but it is impossible to put a stop to them. So, the great help themselves as well as the little, either in money, or in kind, or in services. There are in the king's household 54 horses for the grand equerry, 38 of them being for Madame de Brionnais, the administratrix of the office of the stables during her son's minority. There are 215 grooms on duty, and about as many horses kept at the king's expense for various other persons, entire strangers to the department. 2212. What a nest of parasites on this one branch of the royal tree! Elsewhere I find Madame Elizabeth, so moderate, consuming fish amounting to 30,000 francs per annum, meat and game to 70,000 francs, candles to 60,000 francs, Mesdames burn white and yellow candles to the amount of 215,068 francs, the light for the Queen comes to 157,109 francs. The street at Versailles is still shown, formerly lined with stalls, to which the king's valets resorted to nourish Versailles by the sale of his dessert. There is no article from which the domestic insects do not manage to scrape and glean something. The king is supposed to drink orgeat and lemonade to the value of 2,190 francs. The grand broth, day and night, which Madame Royale, aged 6 years, sometimes drinks, costs 5,201 francs per annum. Towards the end of the preceding reign 2213 the femmes de chambre enumerate in the Dauphine's outlay 4 pairs of shoes per week, 3 ells of ribbon per diem, to tie her dressing gown, 2 ells of taffeta per diem, to cover the basket in which she keeps her gloves and fan. A few years earlier the king paid 200,000 francs for coffee, lemonade, chocolate, barley water, and water ices. Several persons were inscribed on the list for 10 or 12 cups a day, while it was estimated that the coffee, milk, and bread each morning for each lady of the bedchamber cost 2,000 francs per annum. 2214. We can readily understand how, in households thus managed, the purveyors are willing to wait. They wait so well that often under Louis XV they refuse to provide and hide themselves. Even the delay is so regular that, at last, they are obliged to pay them 5% interest on their advances. At this rate, in 1778, after all Turgot's economic reforms, the king still owes nearly 800,000 livres to his wine merchant, and nearly 3 millions and a half to his purveyor. 2215. The same disorder exists in the houses which surround the throne. Madame de Guimeni owes 60,000 livres to her shoemaker, 16,000 livres to her paper hanger, and the rest in proportion. Another lady, whom the Marquis de Mirabeau sees with hired horses, replies at his look of astonishment, "It is not because there are not 70 horses in our stables, but none of them are able to walk today." 2216. Madame de Montmorin, on ascertaining that her husband's debts are greater than his property, thinks she can save her dowry of 200,000 livres, but is informed that she had given security for a tailor's bill, which, incredible and ridiculous to say, amounts to the sum of 180,000 livres. 2217. One of the decided manias of these days, says Madame d'Auberkirk, is to be ruined in everything and by everything. The two brothers Vilmor build country cottages at from 500,000 to 600,000 livres. One of them keeps 40 horses to ride occasionally in the Bois de Boulogne on horseback. 2218. In one night M. de Chenonceau, son of Met Madame de Pan, loses at play 700,000 livres. M. de Chenonceau and M. de Franqueuil ran through 7 or 8 millions at this epoch. 2219. The Duc de la Jeune, at the age of 26, after having run through the capital of 100,000 crowns revenue, is prosecuted by his creditors for nearly 2 millions of indebtedness. 2220. MLE Prince de Conti lacks bread and wood, although with an income of 600,000 livres, for the reason that he buys and builds wildly on all sides. 2221. Where would be the pleasure if these people were reasonable? What kind of a seigneur is he who studies the price of things? And how can the exquisite be reached if one grudges money? Money, accordingly, must flow and flow on until it is exhausted, first by the innumerable secret or tolerated bleedings through domestic abuses, and next in broad streams of the master's own prodigality, through structures, furniture, toilets, hospitality, gallantry, and pleasures. The Comte d'Artois, that he may give the Queen a fete, demolishes, rebuilds, arranges, and furnishes bagatelle from top to bottom, employing 900 workmen, day and night, and, as there is no time to go any distance for lime, plaster, and cut stone, he sends patrols of the Swiss guards on the highways to seize, pay for, and immediately bring in all carts thus loaded. 2222. The Marshal de Soubise, entertaining the king one day at dinner and overnight, in his country house, expends 200,000 livres. 2223. Madame de Matignon makes a contract to be furnished every day with a new headdress at 24,000 livres per annum. Cardinal de Rohan has an albe bordered with point lace, which is valued at more than 100,000 livres, while his kitchen utensils are of massive silver. 2224. Nothing is more natural, considering their ideas of money, hoarded and piled up, instead of being a fertilizing stream, it is a useless marsh exhaling bad odors. The Queen, having presented the Dauphin with a carriage whose silver gilt trappings are decked with rubies and sapphires, naively exclaims, "Has not the king added 200,000 livres to my treasury? That is no reason for keeping them." 2225. They would rather throw it out of the window. Which was actually done by the Marshal de Richelieu with a purse he had given to his grandson, and which the lad, not knowing how to use, brought back intact. Money, on this occasion, was at least of service to the passing street sweeper that picked it up. but had there been no passerby to pick it up, it would have been thrown into the river. One day Madame de B, being with the Prince de Conti, hinted that she would like a miniature of her canary bird set in a ring. The prince offers to have it made. His offer is accepted, but on condition that the miniature be set plain and without jewels. Accordingly the miniature is placed in a simple rim of gold. But, to cover over the painting, a large diamond, made very thin, serves as a glass. Madame de B, having returned the diamond, MLE Prince de Conti had it ground to powder, which he used to dry the ink of the note he wrote to Madame de B on the subject. This pinch of powder cost 4 or 5,000 livres, but we may divine the turn and tone of the note. The extreme of profusion must accompany the height of gallantry, the man of the world being so much the more important according to his contempt for money. 3. Universal pleasure seeking. Moral divorce of husband and wife, gallantry, separation of parents and children, education, its object, and omissions, the tone of servants and purveyors, pleasure seeking universal. In a drawing room the woman who receives the least attention from a man is his own wife, and she returns the compliment. Hence at a time like this, when people live for society and in society, there is no place for conjugal intimacy. Moreover, when a married couple occupy an exalted position they are separated by custom and decorum. Each party has his or her own household, or at least their own apartments, servants, equipage, receptions, and distinct society, and, as entertainment entails ceremony, they stand towards each other in deference to their rank on the footing of polite strangers. They are each announced in each other's apartment, they address each other Madame, Monsieur, and not alone in public, but in private. They shrug their shoulders when, 60 leagues out from Paris, they encounter in some old chateau a provincial wife ignorant enough to say my dear to her husband before company. 22-26. Already separated at the fireside, the two lives diverge beyond it at an ever-increasing radius. The husband has a government of his own, his private command, his private regiment, his post at court, which keeps him absent from home. Only in his declining years does his wife consent to follow him into garrison or into the provinces. 2227. And rather is this the case because she is herself occupied, and as seriously as himself, often with a position near a princess, and always with an important circle of company which she must maintain. At this epoch woman is as active as man. 2228. Following the same career, and with the same resources, consisting of the flexible voice, the winning grace, the insinuating manner, the tact, the quick perception of the right moment, and the art of pleasing, demanding, and obtaining, there is not a lady at court who does not bestow regiments and benefices. Through this right the wife has her personal retinue of solicitors and protégés, also, like her husband, her friends, her enemies, her own ambitions, disappointments, and rancorous feeling. Nothing could be more effectual in the disruption of a household than this similarity of occupation and this division of interests. The tie thus loosened ends by being sundered under the ascendancy of opinion. It looks well not to live together, to grant each other every species of tolerance, and to devote oneself to society. Society, indeed, then fashions opinion, and through opinion it creates the morals which it requires. Toward the middle of the century the husband and wife lodged under the same roof, but that was all. They never saw each other, one never met them in the same carriage, they are never met in the same house, nor, with very good reason, are they ever together in public. Strong emotions would have seemed odd and even ridiculous, in any event unbecoming. It would have been as unacceptable as an earnest remark aside in the general current of light conversation. Each has a duty to all, and for a couple to entertain each other is isolation. In company there is no right to the tête-à-tête. 2229. It was hardly allowed for a few days to lovers. 2230. And even then it was regarded unfavorably, they were found too much occupied with each other. Their preoccupation spread around them an atmosphere of constraint and ennui. One had to be upon one's guard and to check oneself. They were dreaded. The exigencies of society are those of an absolute king, and admit of no partition. If morals lost by this, society was infinitely the gainer, says M. de Bezenval, a contemporary. Having got rid of the annoyances and dullness caused by the husband's presence, the freedom was extreme, the coquetry both of men and women kept up social vivacity and daily provided piquant adventures. Nobody is jealous, not even when in love. People are mutually pleased and become attached. If one grows weary of the other, they part with as little concern as they came together. Should the sentiment revive, they take to each other with as much vivacity as if it were the first time they had been engaged. They may again separate, but they never quarrel. As they have become enamored without love, they part without hate, deriving from the feeble desire they have inspired the advantage of being always ready to oblige. 2231. Appearances, moreover, are respected. An uninformed stranger would detect nothing to excite suspicion. An extreme curiosity, says Horace Walpole, 2232, or a great familiarity with things, is necessary to detect the slightest intimacy between the two sexes. No familiarity is allowed except under the guise of friendship, while the vocabulary of love is as much prohibited as its rights apparently are. Even with Crebillanphils, even with Laclos, at the most exciting moments, the terms their characters employ are circumspect and irreproachable. Whatever indecency there may be, it is never expressed in words, the sense of propriety in language imposing itself not only on the outbursts of passion, but again on the grossness of instincts. Thus do the sentiments which are naturally the strongest lose their point and sharpness, their rich and polished remains are converted into playthings for the drawing room, and, thus cast to and fro by the whitest hands, fall on the floor like a shuttlecock. We must, on this point, listen to the heroes of the epoch. Their free and easy tone is inimitable, and it depicts both them and their actions. I conducted myself, says the Duc de la Jeune, very prudently, and even deferentially with Madame de la Jeune. I knew Madame de Cambis very openly, for whom I concerned myself very little. I kept the little Eugenie whom I loved a great deal. I played high, I paid my court to the king, and I hunted with him with great punctuality. 2233. He had for others, withal, that indulgence of which he himself stood in need. He was asked what he would say if his wife, whom he had not seen for 10 years, should write to him that she had just discovered that she was enceinte. He reflected a moment and then replied, I would write, and tell her that I was delighted that heaven had blessed our union. Be careful of your health, I will call and pay my respects this evening. There are countless replies of the same sort, and I venture to say that, without having read them, one could not imagine to what a degree social art had overcome natural instincts. Here at Paris, writes Madame d'Auberkirk, I am no longer my own mistress. I scarcely have time to talk with my husband and to answer my letters. I do not know what women do that are accustomed to lead this life. They certainly have no families to look after, nor children to educate. At all events they act as if they had none, and the men likewise. Married people not living together live but rarely with their children, and the causes that disintegrate wedlock also disintegrate the family. In the first place there is the aristocratic tradition, which interposes a barrier between parents and children with a view to maintain a respectful distance. Although enfeebled and about to disappear, 2234, this tradition still subsists. The son says monsieur to his father, the daughter comes respectfully to kiss her mother's hand at her toilet. A caress is rare and seems a favor. Children generally, when with their parents, are silent, the sentiment that usually animates them being that of deferential timidity. At one time they were regarded as so many subjects, and up to a certain point they are so still, while the new exigencies of worldly life place them or keep them effectually aside. M. de Talleyrand stated that he had never slept under the same roof with his father and mother. And if they do sleep there, they are not the less neglected. I was entrusted, says the Count de Tilly, to valets, and to a kind of preceptor resembling these in more respects than one. During this time his father ran after women. I have known him, adds the young man, to have mistresses up to an advanced age, he was always adoring them and constantly abandoning them. The Duc de Lauzun finds it difficult to obtain a good tutor for his son. For this reason the latter writes, he conferred the duty on one of my late mother's lackeys who could read and write tolerably well, and to whom the title of valet de chambre was given to ensure greater consideration. They gave me the most fashionable teachers besides, but M. Roch, which was my mentor's name, was not qualified to arrange their lessons, or to qualify me to benefit by them. I was, moreover, like all the children of my age and of my station, dressed in the handsomest clothes to go out, and naked. And dying with hunger in the house, 2235, and not through unkindness, but through household oversight, dissipation, and disorder, attention being given to things elsewhere. One might easily count the fathers who, like the Marshal de Belle-Isle, brought up their sons under their own eyes, and themselves attended to their education methodically, strictly, and with tenderness. As to the girls, they were placed in convents, relieved from this care, their parents only enjoy the greater freedom. Even when they retain charge of them they are scarcely more of a burden to them. Little Félicité de Saint-Aubin 2236 sees her parents only on their waking up and at meal times. Their day is wholly taken up, the mother is making or receiving visits, the father is in his laboratory or engaged in hunting. Up to 7 years of age the child passes her time with chambermaids who teach her only a little catechism, with an infinite number of ghost stories. About this time she is taken care of, but in a way which well portrays the epoch. The Marquise, her mother, the author of mythological and pastoral operas, has a theatre built in the chateau. A great crowd of company resorts to it from Bourbon-Lancy and Moulins. After rehearsing 12 weeks the little girl, with a quiver of arrows and blue wings, plays the part of Cupid, and the costume is so becoming she is allowed to wear it in common during the entire day for 9 months. To finish the business they send for a dancing fencing master, and, still wearing the Cupid costume, she takes lessons in fencing and in deportment. The entire winter is devoted to playing comedy and tragedy. Sent out of the room after dinner, she is brought in again only to play on the harpsichord or to declaim the monologue of Alzire before a numerous assembly. Undoubtedly such extravagances are not customary, but the spirit of education is everywhere the same, that is to say, in the eyes of parents there is but one intelligible and rational existence, that of society, even for children, and the attentions bestowed on these are solely with a view to introduce them into it or to prepare them for it. Even in the last years of the ancient regime 2237 little boys have their hair powdered, a pomatum chignon, bourse, ringlets, and curls, they wear the sword, the chapeau under the arm, a frill, and a coat with gilded cuffs, they kiss young ladies' hands with the air of little dandies. A lass of 6 years is bound up in a whalebone waist, her large hoop petticoat supports a skirt covered with wreaths, she wears on her head a skillful combination of false curls, puffs, and knots, fastened with pins, and crowned with plumes, and so high that frequently the chin is halfway down to her feet. Sometimes they put rouge on her face. She is a miniature lady, and she knows it. She is fully up in her part, without effort, or inconvenience, by force of habit. The unique, the perpetual instruction she gets is that on her deportment. It may be said with truth that the fulcrum of education in this country is the dancing master. 2238 they could get along with him without any others, without him the others were of no use. For, without him, how could people go through easily, suitably, and gracefully the 1001 actions of daily life, walking, sitting down, standing up, offering the arm, using the fan, listening and smiling, before eyes so experienced and before such a refined public? This is to be the great thing for them when they become men and women, and for this reason it is the thing of chief importance for them as children. Along with graces of attitude and of gesture, they already have those of the mind and of expression. Scarcely is their tongue loosened when they speak the polished language of their parents. The latter amuse themselves with them and use them as pretty dolls. The preaching of Rousseau, which, during the last third of the last century, brought children into fashion, produces no other effect. They are made to recite their lessons in public, to perform in proverbs, to take parts in pastorals. Their sallies are encouraged. They know how to turn a compliment, to invent a clever or affecting repartee, to be gallant, sensitive, and even spirituelle. The little Duc d'Angoulême, holding a book in his hand, receives Suffren, whom he addresses thus: "I was reading Plutarch and his illustrious men." You could not have entered more apropos. 2239. The children of M. de Sabran, a boy and a girl, one 8 and the other 9, having taken lessons from the comedians Sainville and Léive, come to Versailles to play before the king and queen in Voltaire's Oreste, and on the little fellow being interrogated about the classic authors, he replies to a lady, the mother of 3 charming girls: "Madam, Anacreon is the only poet I can think of here." Another, of the same age, replies to a question of Prince Henry of Prussia with an agreeable impromptu in verse. 2240. To cause witticisms, trivialities, and mediocre verse to germinate in a brain 8 years old, what a triumph for the culture of the day! It is the last characteristic of the regime which, after having stolen man away from public affairs, from his own affairs, from marriage, from the family, hands him over, with all his sentiments and all his faculties, to social worldliness, him and all that belong to him. Below him fine ways and forced politeness prevail, even with his servants and tradesmen. A Fronton has a gallant unconstrained air, and he turns a compliment. 2241. An Abigail needs only to be a kept mistress to become a lady. A shoemaker is a monsieur in black, who says to a mother on saluting the daughter, "Madam, a charming young person, and I am more sensible than ever of the value of your kindness," on which the young girl, just out of a convent, takes him for a suitor and blushes scarlet. Undoubtedly less unsophisticated eyes would distinguish the difference between this pinchbeck Louis d'Or and a genuine one, but their resemblance suffices to show the universal action of the central mint machinery which stamps both with the same effigy, the base metal and the refined gold. For enjoyment. The charm of this life etiquette in the 18th century, its perfection and its resources taught and prescribed under feminine authority. A society which obtains such ascendancy must possess some charm. In no country, indeed, and in no age has so perfect a social art rendered life so agreeable. Paris is the schoolhouse of Europe, a school of urbanity to which the youth of Russia, Germany, and England resort to become civilized. Lord Chesterfield in his letters never tires of reminding his son of this, and of urging him into these drawing rooms, which will remove his Cambridge rust. Once familiar with them, they are never abandoned, or if one is obliged to leave them, one always sighs for them. "Nothing is comparable," says Voltaire, 2242, "to the genial life one leads there in the bosom of the arts and of a calm and refined voluptuousness. Strangers and monarchs have preferred this repose, so agreeably occupied in it and so enchanting to their own countries and thrones. The heart there softens and melts away like aromatics slowly dissolving in moderate heat, evaporating in delightful perfumes." Gustavus III, beaten by the Russians, declares that he will pass his last days in Paris in a house on the boulevards, and this is not merely complimentary, for he sends for plans and an estimate. 2243. A supper or an evening entertainment brings people 200 leagues away. Some friends of the prince de Ligny leave Brussels after breakfast, reach the opera in Paris just in time to see the curtain rise, and, after the spectacle is over, return immediately to Brussels, traveling all night. Of this delight, so eagerly sought, we have only imperfect copies, and we are obliged to revive it intellectually. It consists, in the first place, in the pleasure of living with perfectly polite people. There is no enjoyment more subtle, more lasting, more inexhaustible. Man's self-esteem or vanity being infinite, intelligent people are always able to produce some refinement of attention to gratify it. Worldly sensibility being infinite, there is no imperceptible shade of it permitting indifference. After all, man is still the greatest source of happiness or of misery to man, and in those days this ever-flowing fountain brought to him sweetness instead of bitterness. Not only was it essential not to offend, but it was essential to please. One was expected to lose sight of oneself in others, to be always cordial and good-humored, to keep one's own vexations and grievances in one's own breast, to spare others melancholy ideas and to supply them with cheerful ideas. Was anyone old in those days? It is the revolution which brought old age into the world. Your grandfather, my child, 2244, was handsome, elegant, neat, gracious, perfumed, playful, amiable, affectionate, and good-tempered to the day of his death. People then knew how to live and how to die. There was no such thing as troublesome infirmities. If anyone had the gout, he walked along all the same and made no faces. People well brought up concealed their sufferings. There was none of that absorption in business which spoils a man inwardly and dulls his brain. People knew how to ruin themselves without letting it appear, like good gamblers who lose their money. Without showing uneasiness or spite. A man would be carried half dead to a hunt. It was thought better to die at a ball or at the play than in one's bed, between 4 wax candles and horrid men in black. People were philosophers. They did not assume to be austere, but often were so without making a display of it. If one was discreet, it was through inclination and without pedantry or prudishness. People enjoyed this life, and when the hour of departure came they did not try to disgust others with living. The last request of my old husband was that I would survive him as long as possible and live as happily as I could. When, especially, women are concerned, it is not sufficient to be polite, it is important to be gallant. Each lady invited by the Prince de Conti to Isle Adam finds a carriage and horses at her disposal. She is free to give dinners every day in her own rooms to her own friends. 2245. Madame de Sivrac having to go to the springs, her friends undertake to divert her on the journey. They keep ahead of her a few posts, and, at every place where she rests for the night, they give her a little fete champetre disguised as villagers and in bourgeois attire, with bailiff and scrivener, and other masks, all singing and reciting verses. A lady on the eve of Longchamp, knowing that the Vicomte de V possesses 2 calèches, makes a request for one of them. It is disposed of, but he is careful not to decline, and immediately has one of the greatest elegance purchased to lend it for 3 hours. He is only too happy that anybody should wish to borrow from him, his prodigality appearing amiable but not astonishing. 2246. The reason is that women then were queens in the drawing room. It is their right. This is the reason why, in the 18th century, they prescribe the law and the fashion in all things. 2247. Having formed the code of usages, it is quite natural that they should profit by it, and see that all its prescriptions are carried out. In this respect any circle of the best company is a superior tribunal, serving as a court of last appeal. 2248. The Maréchal de Luxembourg is an authority. There is no point of manners which she does not justify with an ingenious argument. Any expression, any neglect of the standard, the slightest sign of pretension or of vanity incurs her disapprobation, from which there is no appeal, and the delinquent is forever banished from refined society. Any subtle observation, any well-timed silence, an O uttered in an appropriate place instead of an ah, secures from her, as from M. Talleyrand, a diploma of good breeding which is the commencement of fame and the promise of a fortune. Under such an instructress it is evident that deportment, gesture, language, every act or omission in this mundane sphere, becomes, like a picture or poem, a veritable work of art, that is to say, infinite in refinement, at once studied and easy, and so harmonious in its details that its perfection conceals the difficulty of combining them. A great lady receives 10 persons with one courtesy, bestowing on each, through the head or by a glance, all that he is entitled to. 2249. Meaning by this the shade of regard due to each phase of position, consideration, and birth. She has always to deal with easily irritated amour-propres, consequently the slightest deficiency in proportion would be promptly detected. 2250. But she is never mistaken, and never hesitates in these subtle distinctions. With incomparable tact, dexterity, and flexibility of tone, she regulates the degrees of her welcome. She has one for women of condition, one for women of quality, one for women of the court, one for titled women, one for women of historic names, another for women of high birth, personally, but married to men beneath them, another for women who by marriage have changed a common into a distinguished name, another still for women of reputable names in the law, and, finally, another for those whose relief consists chiefly of expensive houses and good suppers. A stranger would be amazed on seeing with what certain and adroit steps she circulates among so many watchful vanities without ever hurting or being hurt. She knows how to express all through the style of her salutations, a varied style, extending through imperceptible gradations, from the accessory of a single shrug of the shoulder, almost an impertinence, to that noble and deferential reverence which so few women, even of the court, know how to do well, that slow bending forward, with lowered eyes and straightened figure, gradually recovering and modestly glancing at the person while gracefully raising the body up, altogether much more refined and more delicate than words, but very expressive as the means of manifesting respect. This is but a single action, and very common, there are 100 others, and of importance. Imagine, if it is possible, the degree of elegance and perfection to which they attain through good breeding. I select one at random, a duel between two princes of the blood, the Comte d'Artois and the Duc de Bourbon, the latter being the offended party, the former, his superior, had to offer him a meeting 2251, as soon as the Comte d'Artois saw him he leaped to the ground, and walking directly up to him, said to him smiling, "Monsieur, the public pretends that we are seeking each other." The Duc de Bourbon, removing his hat, replied, "Monsieur, I am here to receive your orders." "To execute your own," returned the Comte d'Artois, "but you must allow me to return to my carriage." He comes back with a sword, and the duel begins. After a certain time they are separated, the seconds deciding that honor is satisfied. "It is not for me to express an opinion," says the Comte d'Artois, "Monsieur le Duc de Bourbon is to express his wishes, I am here only to receive his orders." "Monsieur," responds the Duc de Bourbon, addressing the Comte d'Artois, meanwhile lowering the point of his sword, "I am overcome with gratitude for your kindness, and shall never be insensible to the honor you have done me. Could there be a more just and delicate sentiment of rank, position, and circumstance, and could a duel be surrounded with more graces? There is no situation, however thorny, which is not saved by politeness. Through habit, and a suitable expression, even in the face of the king, they conciliate resistance and respect. When Louis XV, having exiled the Parliament, caused it to be proclaimed through Madame du Barry that his mind was made up and that it would not be changed, "Ah, Madame," replied the Duc de Nivernais, when the king said that he was looking at yourself. "My dear Fontenelle," said one of his lady friends to him, placing her hand on his heart, "the brain is there likewise." Fontenelle smiled and made no reply. We see here, even with an academician, how truths are forced down, a drop of acid in a sugar plum, the whole so thoroughly intermingled that the piquancy of the flavor only enhances its sweetness. Night after night, in each drawing room, sugar plums of this description are served up, 2 or 3 along with the drop of acidity, all the rest not less exquisite, but possessing only the sweetness and the perfume. Such is the art of social worldliness, an ingenious and delightful art, which, entering into all the details of speech and of action, transforms them into graces, which imposes on man not servility and falsehood, but civility and concern for others, and which, in exchange, extracts for him out of human society all the pleasure it can afford. Happiness. What constitutes happiness in the 18th century? The fascination of display, indolence, recreation, light conversation. One can very well understand this kind of pleasure in a summary way, but how is it to be made apparent? Taken by themselves, the pastimes of society are not to be described, they are too ephemeral, their charm arises from their accompaniments. A narrative of them would be but tasteless dregs. Does the libretto of an opera give any idea of the opera itself? if the reader would revive for himself this vanished world, let him seek for it in those works that have preserved its externals or its accent, and first in the pictures and engravings of Watteau, Fragonard, and the Saint Aubins, and then in the novels and dramas of Voltaire and Marivaux, and even in Collet and Crébillon-Fils, 2252. Then do we see the breathing figures and hear their voices, what bright, winning, intelligent faces beaming with pleasure and with the desire to please. What ease in bearing and in gesture. What piquant grace in the toilet, in the smile, in vivaciousness of expression, in the control of the fluted voice, in the coquetry of hidden meanings. How involuntarily we stop to look and listen. Attractiveness is everywhere, in the small spirituelle heads, in the slender hands, in the rumpled attire, in the pretty features, in the demeanor. The slightest gesture, a pouting or mutinous turn of the head, a plump little wrist peering from its nest of lace, a yielding waist bent over an embroidery frame, the rapid rustling of an opening fan, is a feast for the eyes and the intellect. It is indeed all daintiness, a delicate caress for delicate senses, extending to the external decoration of life, to the sinuous outlines, the showy drapery, and the refinements of comfort in the furniture and architecture. Fill your imagination with these accessories and with these figures, and you will take as much interest in their amusements as they did. In such a place and in such company it suffices to be together to be content. Their indolence is no burden to them, for they sport with existence. At Chanteloup, the Duc de Choiseul, in disgrace, finds the fashionable world flocking to see him. Nothing is done, and yet no hours of the day are unoccupied. 2253. The Duchess has only 2 hours' time to herself, and these 2 hours are devoted to her toilet and her letters. The calculation is a simple one. She gets up at 11, breakfasts at noon, and this is followed by conversation, which lasts 3 or 4 hours. Dinner comes at 6, after which there is play and the reading of the memoirs of Madame de Maintenon. Ordinarily the company remains together until 2 o'clock in the morning. Intellectual freedom is complete. There is no confusion, no anxiety. They play whist and trick-track in the afternoon and faro in the evening. They do today what they did yesterday and what they will do tomorrow. The dinner supper is to them the most important affair in life, and their only complaint in the world is of their digestion. Time goes so fast, I always fancy that I arrived only the evening before. Sometimes they get up a little race and the ladies are disposed to take part in it, for they are all very agile and able to run around the drawing room 5 or 6 times every day. But they prefer indoors to the open air. In these days true sunshine consists of candlelight and the finest sky is a painted ceiling. Is there any other less subject to inclemencies or better adapted to conversation and merriment? They accordingly chat and jest, in words with present friends, and by letters with absent friends. They lecture old Madame du Deffant, who is too lively and whom they style the little girl. The young Duchesse, tender and sensible, is her grandmamma. As for grandpapa, M. de Choiseul, a slight cold keeping him in bed, he has fairy stories read to him all day long, a species of reading to which we are all given. We find them as probable as modern history. Do not imagine that he is unoccupied. He has had a tapestry frame put up in the drawing room at which he works, I cannot say with the greatest skill, but at least with the greatest assiduity. Now, our delight is in flying a kite. Grandpapa has never seen the sight and he is enraptured with it. The pastime, in itself, is nothing, it is resorted to according to opportunity or the taste of the hour, now taken up and now let alone, and the Abbé soon writes, I do not speak about our races because we race no more, nor of our readings because we do not read, nor of our promenades because we do not go out. What, then, do we do? Some play billiards, others dominoes, and others backgammon. We weave, we ravel, and we unravel. Time pushes us on and we pay him back. Other circles present the same spectacle. Every occupation being an amusement, a caprice, or an impulse of fashion brings one into favor. At present, it is unraveling, every white hand at Paris, and in the chateaux, being busy in undoing trimmings, epaulettes and old stuffs, to pick out the gold and silver threads. They find in this employment the semblance of economy, an appearance of occupation, in any event something to keep them in countenance. On a circle of ladies being formed, a big unraveling bag in green taffeta is placed on the table, which belongs to the lady of the house. Immediately all the ladies call for their bags and voila les quais nl air 2254, it is all the rage. They unravel every day and several hours in the day, some derive from it 100 louis d'or per annum. The gentlemen are expected to provide the materials for the work. The Duc de la Jeune, accordingly, gives to Madame de V a harp of natural size covered with gold thread, an enormous golden fleece, brought as a present from the Comte de Lowenthal, and which cost 2 or 3,000 francs, brings, picked to pieces, 500 or 600 francs. But they do not look into matters so closely. Some employment is essential for idle hands, some manual outlet for nervous activity. A humorous petulance breaks out in the middle of the pretended work. One day, when about going out, Madame de R observes that the gold fringe on her dress would be capital for unraveling, whereupon, with a dash, she cuts one of the fringes off. 10 women suddenly surround a man wearing fringes, pull off his coat and put his fringes and laces into their bags, just as if a bold flock of tomtits, fluttering and chattering in the air, should suddenly dart on a jay to pluck out its feathers. Thenceforth a man who enters a circle of women stands in danger of being stripped alive. All this pretty world has the same pastimes, the men as well as the women. Scarcely a man can be found without some drawing-room accomplishment, some trifling way of keeping his mind and hands busy, and of filling up the vacant hour. Almost all make rhymes, or act in private theatricals. Many of them are musicians and painters of still life subjects. M. de Choiseul, as we have just seen, works at tapestry, others embroider or make sword knots. M. de Franqueuil is a good violinist and makes violins himself, and besides this he is watchmaker, architect, turner, painter, locksmith, decorator, cook, poet, music composer, and he embroiders remarkably well. 2255. In this general state of inactivity it is essential to know how to be pleasantly occupied in behalf of others as well as in one's own behalf. Madame de Pompadour is a musician, an actress, a painter, and an engraver. Madame Adelaide learns watchmaking and plays on all instruments from a horn to the Jew's harp, not very well, it is true, but as well as a queen can sing, whose fine voice is ever only half in tune. But they make no pretensions. The thing is to amuse oneself and nothing more. High spirits and the amenities of the hour cover all. Rather read this capital fact of Madame de la Jeune at Chanteloup. Do you know, writes the Abbé, that nobody possesses in a higher degree one quality you would never suspect of her, that of preparing scrambled eggs? This talent has been buried in the ground, she cannot recall the time she acquired it. I believe that she had it at her birth. Accident made it known, and immediately it was put to test. Yesterday morning, an hour forever memorable in the history of eggs, the implements necessary for this great operation were all brought out, a heater, some gravy, some pepper and eggs. Behold Madame de la Jeune, at first blushing and in a tremor, soon with intrepid courage, breaking the eggs, beating them up in the pan, turning them over, now to the right, now to the left, now up and now down, with unexampled precision and success. Never was a more excellent dish eaten. What laughter and gaiety in the group comprised in this little scene! And, not long after, what madrigals and allusions! Gaiety here resembles a dancing ray of sunlight, it flickers over all things and reflects its grace on every object. 6. Gaiety. Gaiety in the 18th century, its causes and effects: toleration and license, balls, fêtes, hunts, banquets, pleasures, freedom of the magistrates and prelates. The Frenchman's characteristic, says an English traveller in 1785, is to be always gay. 2256, and he remarks that he must be so because, in France, such is the tone of society and the only mode of pleasing the ladies, the sovereigns of society and the arbiters of good taste. Add to this the absence of the causes which produce modern dreariness, and which convert the sky above our heads into one of leaden gloom. There was no laborious, forced work in those days, no furious competition, no uncertain careers, no infinite perspectives. Ranks were clearly defined, ambitions limited, there was less envy. Man was not habitually dissatisfied, soured, and preoccupied as he is nowadays. Few free passes were allowed where there was no right to pass. We think of nothing but advancement, they thought only of amusing themselves. An officer, instead of raging and storming over the army lists, busies himself in inventing some new disguise for a masked ball. A magistrate, instead of counting the convictions he has secured, provides a magnificent supper. At Paris, every afternoon in the left avenue of the Palais Royal, fine company, very richly dressed, gather under the large trees, and in the evening on leaving the opera at 8:30, they go back there and remain until 2 o'clock in the morning. They have music in the open air by moonlight, Gavotte singing, and the Chevalier de Saint George playing on the violin. 2257 at Mauffontaine, the Comte de Vaudreuil, L'Herbre the poet, the Chevalier de Coigny, so amiable and so gay, Brongniart, Robert, compose charades every night and wake each other up to repeat them. At Maupertuis in M. de Montesquieu's house, at Saint-Ouen with the Marshal de Noailles, at Genvillers with the Comte de Vandreuil, at Reyny with the Duc d'Orleans, at Chantilly with the Prince de Condé, there is nothing but festivity. We read no biography of the day, no provincial document, no inventory, without hearing the tinkling of the universal carnival. At Monchoix, 2258, the residence of the Comte de Bede, Chateaubriand's uncle, they had music, dancing and hunting, rollicking from morning to night, eating up both capital and income. At Aix and Marseilles, throughout the fashionable world, with the Comte de Valbonne, I find nothing but concerts, entertainment, balls, gallantries, and private theatricals with the Comtesse de Mirabeau for the leading performer. At Châteauroux, M. de Pandefranqueuil entertains a troupe of musicians, lackeys, cooks, parasites, horses and dogs, bestowing everything lavishly, in amusements and in charity, wishing to be happy himself and everybody else around him, never casting up accounts, and going to ruin in the most delightful manner possible. Nothing arrests this gaiety, neither old age, exile, nor misfortune. In 1793 it still subsists in the prisons of the Republic. A man in place is not then made uncomfortable by his official coat, puffed up by his situation, obliged to maintain a dignified and important air, constrained under that assumed gravity which democratic envy imposes on us as if a ransom. In 1753, 2259 the parliamentarians, just exiled to Bourges, get up 3 companies of private theatricals and perform comedies, while one of them, M. Dupré de Saint-Maur, fights a rival with the sword. In 1787, 2260, when the entire parliament is banished to Troyes, the bishop, M. de Beryl, returns from his Château de Saint-Ly expressly to receive it, presiding every evening at a dinner of 40 persons. There was no end to the fêtes and dinners in the town. The president kept open house, a triple quantity of food being consumed in the eating houses and so much wood burned in the kitchens, that the town came near being put on short allowance. Feasting and jollity is but little less in ordinary times. A parliamentarian, like a seigneur, must do credit to his fortune. See the letters of the President de Brosses concerning society in Dijon, it reminds us of the Abbey of Theleme, then contrast this with the same town today. 2261 in 1744, Monseigneur de Montigny, brother of the President de Bourbon, apropos of the king's recovery, entertains the workmen, tradesmen, and artisans in his employ to the number of 80, another table being for his musicians and comedians, and a third for his clerks, secretaries, physicians, surgeons, attorneys and notaries. The crowd collects around a triumphal car covered with shepherdesses, shepherds and rustic divinities in theatrical costume, fountains flow with wine as if it were water, and after supper the confectionery is thrown out of the windows. Each parliamentarian around him has his little Versailles, a grand hotel between court and garden. This town, now so silent, then rang with the clatter of fine equipages. The profusion of the table is astonishing, not only on gala days, but at the suppers of each week, and I could almost say, of each day. Amidst all these fate-givers, the most illustrious of all, the President de Brosses, so grave on the magisterial bench, so intrepid in his remonstrances, so laborious, 2262 so learned, is an extraordinary stimulator of fun, boot and train, a genuine Gaul, with a sparkling, inexhaustible fund of salacious humor. With his friends he throws off his peruke, his gown, and even something more. Nobody dreams of being offended by it, nobody conceives that dress is an extinguisher, which is true of every species of dress, and of the gown in particular. When I entered society, in 1785, writes a parliamentarian, I found myself introduced in a certain way, alike to the wives and the mistresses of the friends of my family, passing Monday evening with one, and Tuesday evening with the other. And I was only 18, and I belonged to a family of magistrates 2263. At Basseville, at the residence of M. de Lamoignon, during the autumnal vacation and the Whitsuntide holidays, there are 30 persons at the table daily, there are 3 or 4 hunts a week, and the most prominent magistrates, M. de Lamoignon, M. Pasquire, M. de Rosambo, M. and Madame d'Agusillo, perform the Barber of Seville in the Chateau Theatre. As for the cassock, it enjoys the same freedom as the robe. At Saverne, at Clairvaux, at Le Mans and at other places, the prelates wear it as freely as a court dress. The revolutionary upheaval was necessary to make it a fixture on their bodies, and, afterwards, the hostile supervision of an organized party and the fear of constant danger. Up to 1789 the sky is too serene and the atmosphere too balmy to lead them to button it up to the neck. Freedom, facilities, Monsieur l'Abbé, said the Cardinal de Rohan to his secretary, without these this life would be a desert. 2264. This is what the good cardinal took care to avoid, on the contrary he had made Saverne an enchanting world. According to Watteau, almost a landing place for Cythera. 600 peasants and keepers, ranged in a line a league long, form in the morning and beat up the surrounding country, while hunters, men and women, are posted at their stations. For fear that the ladies might be frightened if left alone by themselves, the man whom they hated least was always left with them to make them feel at ease, and as nobody was allowed to leave his post before the signal it was impossible to be surprised. About 1 p.m. the company gathered under a beautiful tent, on the bank of a stream or in some delightful place, where an exquisite dinner was served up, and, as everybody had to be made happy, each peasant received a pound of meat, 2 of bread and half a bottle of wine, they, as well as the ladies, only asking to begin it all over again. The accommodating prelate might certainly have replied to scrupulous people along with Voltaire, that nothing wrong can happen in good society. In fact, so he did, and in appropriate terms. One day, a lady accompanied by a young officer, having come on a visit, and being obliged to keep them overnight, his valet comes and whispers to him that there is no more room. Is the bathroom occupied? No, Monseigneur. Are there not 2 beds there? Yes, Monseigneur, but they are both in the same chamber, and that officer. Very well, didn't they come together? Narrow people like you always see something wrong. You will find that they will get along well together, there is not the slightest reason to consider the matter. And really nobody did object, either the officer or the lady at Grand Selve. In the Guard, the Bernardines are still more hospitable. 2,265 people resort to the Fête of Saint Bernard, which lasts a couple of weeks. During this time they dance, and hunt, and act comedies, the tables being ready at all hours. The quarters of the ladies are provided with every requisite for the toilet, they lack nothing, and it is even said that it was not necessary for any of them to bring their officer. I might cite 20 prelates not less gallant, the second Cardinal de Rohan, the hero of the necklace, M. de Jarent, Bishop of Orleans, who keeps the record of benefices, the young M. de Grimaldi, Bishop of Le Mans, M. de Bretuil, Bishop of Montauban, M. de Cis, Archbishop of Bordeaux, the Cardinal de Montmorency. Grand Almoner, M. de Talleyrand, Bishop of Autun, M. de Conzi, Bishop of Arras, 2266 and, in the first rank, the Abbé de Saint-Germain-des-Prés, Comte de Clermont, Prince of the Blood, who, with an income of 370,000 francs succeeds in ruining himself twice, who performs in comedies in his town and country residences, who writes to Collet in a pompous style and, who, in his abbatial mansion at Bernay, installs Mademoiselle Leduc, a dancer, to do the honors of his table. There is no hypocrisy. In the house of M. Trudaine, 4 bishops attend the performance of a piece by Collet entitled Les Accidents aux les Abbés, the substance of which, says Collet himself, is so free that he did not dare print it along with his other pieces. A little later, Beaumarchais, on reading his Marriage of Figaro at the Maréchal de Richelieu's domicile, not expurgated, much more crude and coarse than it is today, has bishops and archbishops for his auditors, and these, he says, after being infinitely amused by it, did me the honor to assure me that they would state that there was not a single word in it offensive to good morals. 2267, thus was the piece accepted against reasons of state, against the king's will, and through the connivance of all those most interested in suppressing it. There is something more irrational than my piece, and that is its success, said its author. The attraction was too strong. People devoted to pleasure could not dispense with the liveliest comedy of the age. They came to applaud a satire on themselves, and better still, they themselves acted in it. When a prevalent taste is in fashion, it leads, like a powerful passion, to extreme extravagance. The offered pleasure must, at any price, be had. Faced with a momentary pleasure gratification, it is as a child tempted by fruit, nothing arrests it, neither the danger to which it is insensible, nor the social norms as these are established by itself. 7. Theatre, parade, and extravagance. The principal diversion, elegant comedy, parades and extravagance. To divert oneself is to turn aside from oneself, to break loose and to forget oneself, and to forget oneself fully one must be transported into another, put himself in the place of another, take his mask and play his part. Hence the liveliest of diversions is the comedy in which one is an actor. It is that of children who, as authors, actors and audience, improvise and perform small scenes. It is that of a people whose political regime excludes exacting manly tasks, soucis viril, and who sport with life just like children. At Venice, in the 18th century, the carnival lasts 6 months, in France, under another form, it lasts the entire year. Less familiar and less picturesque, more refined and more elegant, it abandons the public square where it lacks sunshine, to shut itself up in drawing rooms where chandeliers are the most suitable for it. It has retained of the vast popular masquerade only a fragment, the opera ball, certainly very splendid and frequented by princes, princesses, and the queen, but this fragment, brilliant as it is, does not suffice. Consequently, in every chateau, in every mansion, at Paris and in the provinces, it sets up travesties on society and domestic comedies on welcoming a great personage, on celebrating the birthday of the master or mistress of the house. Its guests or invited persons perform in an improvised operetta, in an ingenious, laudatory pastoral, sometimes dressed as gods, as virtues, as mythological abstractions, as operatic Turks, Laplanders, and Poles, similar to the figures then gracing the frontispieces of books, sometimes in the dress of peasants, pedagogues, peddlers, milkmaids and flower girls, like the fanciful villagers with which the current taste then fills the stage. They sing, they dance, and come forward in turn to recite petty verses composed for the occasion, consisting of so many well-turned compliments. 2268 At Chantilly, the young and charming Duchesse de Bourbon, attired as a voluptuous naiad, guides the Comte du Nord, in a gilded gondola, across the Grand Canal to the Island of Love, The Prince de Conti, in his part, serves as pilot to the Grande Duchesse. Other seigneurs and ladies, each in allegorical guise, form the escort, 2269. And on these limpid waters, in this new garden of Alcinous, the smiling and gallant retinue seems a fairy scene in Tasso at Vaudreuil. The ladies, advised that they are to be carried off to Seraglios, attire themselves as Vestals, while the high priest welcomes them with pretty couplets into his temple in the park. Meanwhile over 300 Turks arrive, who force the enclosure to the sound of music, and bear away the ladies in palanquins along the illuminated gardens. At the Little Trianon, the park is arranged as a fair, and the ladies of the court are the saleswomen, the queen keeping a cafe, while, here and there, are processions and theatricals. This festival costs, it is said, 100,000 livres, and a repetition of it is designed at Choisy, attended with a larger outlay. Alongside of these masquerades, which stop at costume and require only an hour, there is a more important diversion, the private theatrical performance, which completely transforms the man, and which for 6 weeks, and even for 3 months, absorbs him entirely at rehearsals. Towards 2270, the rage for it is incredible. There is not an attorney in his cottage who does not wish to have a stage and his company of actors. A Bernardine living in Bresse, in the middle of a wood, writes to Collet that he and his brethren are about to perform La Partie de Chasse de Henry IV, and that they are having a small theatre constructed without the knowledge of bigots and small minds. Reformers and moralists introduce theatrical art into the education of children. Madame de Genlis composes comedies for them, considering these excellent for the securing of a good pronunciation, proper self-confidence and the graces of deportment. The theatre, indeed, then prepares man for society as society prepares him for the theatre. In either case he is on display, composing his attitude and tone of voice, and playing a part. The stage and the drawing room are on an equal footing. Towards the end of the century everybody becomes an actor, everybody having been one before. 2271 We hear of nothing but little theatres set up in the country around Paris. For a long time those of highest rank set the example. Under Louis XV, the Ducs d'Orléans, de Nivernais, d'Ayen, de Coigny, the Marquises de Courtenvaux, and d'Intrigues, the Comte de Maillebois, the Duchesse de Brancas, the Comtesse d'Estrades form, with Madame de Pompadour, the company of the small cabinets. The Duc de la Vallière is the director of them. When the piece contains a ballet, the Marquis de Courtenvaux, the Duc de Beuvrin, the Comtes de Melfort and de Langeron are the titular dancers. 2272 Those who are accustomed to such spectacles, writes the sedate and pious Duc de Luynes, agree in the opinion that it would be difficult for professional comedians to play better and more intelligently. The passion reaches at last still higher, even to the royal family. At Trianon, the Queen, at first before 40 persons and then before a more numerous audience, performs Colette in Le Devin de Village, God, in La Gager Imprévue, Rossini in Le Barbie de Seville, Pierrette in Le Chasseur et l'Aléatoire, 2273 while the other comedians consist of the principal men of the court, the Comte d'Artois, the Comtes d'Adhemar and de Vaudreuil, the Comtesse de Guiche, and the Canoness de Polignac. A theatre is formed in Monsieur's domicile. There are 2 in the Comte d'Artois' house, 2 in that of the Duc d'Orléans, 2 in the Comte de Clermont's, and 1 in the Prince de Condé's. The Comte de Clermont performs serious characters. The Duc d'Orléans represents, with completeness and naturalness, peasants and financiers. M. de Miromenil, keeper of the seals, is the smartest and most finished of Scapins. M. de Vaudreuil seems to rival Mole. The Comte de Pons plays the misanthrope with rare perfection. 2274 More than 10 of our ladies of high rank, writes the Prince de Ligny, play and sing better than the best of those I have seen in our theatres. By their talent judge of their study, assiduity, and zeal. It is evident that for many of them it is the principal occupation. In a certain chateau, that of Saint Aubin, the lady of the house, to secure a large enough troupe, enrolls her 4 chambermaids in it, making her little daughter, 10 years old, play the part of Zaire, and for over 20 months she has no vacation. After her bankruptcy, and in her exile, the first thing done by the Princess de Guimini was to send for upholsterers to arrange a theatre. In short, as nobody went out in Venice without a mask, so here nobody comprehended life without the masqueradings, metamorphoses, representations and triumphs of the player. The last trait I have to mention, yet more significant, is the afterpiece. Really, in this fashionable circle, life is a carnival as free and almost as rakish as that of Venice. The play commonly terminates with a parade borrowed from La Fontaine's tales or from the farces of the Italian drama, which are not only pointed but more than free, and sometimes so broad that they can't be played only before princes and courtesans. 2275 A morbid palate, indeed, having no taste for orgeat, instead demanding a dram. The Duc d'Orléans sings on the stage the most spicy songs, playing Bartholin in Nicaise, and Blaise in Joconde. Le Mariage sans cure, Leandre Grasse, El Amant Poussif, Leandre Adelin, are the showy titles of the pieces composed by Collet for the amusement of His Highness and the court. For one which contains salt there are 10 stuffed with strong pepper. At Brunoy, at the residence of Monsieur, so gross are they 2276. The king regrets having attended, nobody had any idea of such license, 2 women in the auditorium had to go out, and, what is most extraordinary, they had dared to invite the queen. Gaiety is a sort of intoxication which draws the cask down to the dregs, and when the wine is gone it draws on the lees. Not only at their little suppers, and with courtesans, but in the best society and with ladies, they commit the follies of a bagnio. Let us use the right word, they are blackguards, and the word is no more offensive to them than the action. For 5 or 6 months, writes a lady in 1782, 2277, the suppers are followed by a blind man's buff or by a draw dance, and they end in general mischievousness, un polissonerie générale. Guests are invited a fortnight in advance. On this occasion they upset the tables and the furniture, they scattered 20 carafes of water about the room. I finally got away at 1:30. Wearied out, pelted with handkerchiefs, and leaving Madame de Clarence's horse, with her dress torn to shreds, a scratch on her arm, and a bruise on her forehead, but delighted that she had given such a gay supper and flattered with the idea of its being the talk the next day. This is the result of a craving for amusement. Under its pressure, as under the sculptor's thumb, the face of the century becomes transformed and insensibly loses its seriousness. The formal expression of the courtier at first becomes the cheerful physiognomy of the worldling, and then, on these smiling lips, their contours changed, we see the bold, unbridled grin of the scamp. 2278. Chapter 3. Disadvantages of this drawing-room life. Its barrenness and artificiality. Its barrenness and artificiality return to nature and sentiment. Mere pleasure, in the long run, ceases to gratify, and however agreeable this drawing-room life may be, it ends in a certain hollowness. Something is lacking without any one being able to say precisely what that something is. The soul becomes restless, and slowly, aided by authors and artists, it sets about investigating the cause of its uneasiness and the object of its secret longings. Barrenness and artificiality are the 2 traits of this society, the more marked because it is more complete, and, in this one, pushed to extreme, because it has attained to supreme refinement. In the first place, naturalness is excluded from it, everything is arranged and adjusted: decoration, dress, attitude, tone of voice, words, ideas, and even sentiments. A genuine sentiment is so rare, said M. de V., that, when I leave Versailles, I sometimes stand still in the street to see a dog gnaw a bone. 2301. Man, in abandoning himself wholly to society, had withheld no portion of his personality for himself, while decorum, clinging to him like so much ivy, had abstracted from him the substance of his being and subverted every principle of activity. There was then, says one who was educated in this style. 2302 A certain way of walking, of sitting down, of saluting, of picking up a glove, of holding a fork, of tendering any article. In short, a complete set of gestures and facial expressions, which children had to be taught at a very early age in order that habit might become a second nature, and this conventionality formed so important an item in the life of men and women in aristocratic circles that the actors of the present day, with all their study, are scarcely able to give us an idea of it. Not only was the outward factitious but, again, the inward, there was a certain prescribed mode of feeling and of thinking, of living and of dying. It was impossible to address a man without placing oneself at his orders, or a woman without casting oneself at her feet. Fashion, le bon ton, regulated every important or petty proceeding, the manner of making a declaration to a woman and of breaking an engagement, of entering upon and managing a duel, of treating an equal, an inferior, and a superior. If any one failed in the slightest degree to conform to this code of universal custom, he is called a specimen. A man of heart or of talent, D'Argenson, for example, bore a surname of simpleton, because his originality transcended the conventional standard. That has no name, there is nothing like it. Embodies the strongest censure. In conduct as in literature, whatever departs from a certain type is rejected. The quantity of authorized actions is as great as the number of authorized words. The same super-refined taste impoverishes the initiatory act as well as the initiatory expression, people acting as they write, according to acquired formulas and within a circumscribed circle. Under no consideration can the eccentric, the unforeseen, the spontaneous, vivid inspiration be accepted. Among 20 instances I select the least striking since it merely relates to a simple gesture, and is a measure of other things. Mademoiselle de obtains, through family influence, a pension for Marcel, a famous dancing master, and runs off, delighted, to his domicile to convey him the patent. Marcel receives it and at once flings it on the floor. Mademoiselle, did I teach you to offer an object in that manner? Pick up that paper and hand it to me as you ought to. She picks up the patent and presents it to him with all suitable grace. That's very well, mademoiselle, I accept it, although your elbow was not quite sufficiently rounded, and I thank you. 2303. So many graces end in becoming tiresome. After having eaten rich food for years, a little milk and dry bread becomes welcome. Among all these social flavorings one is especially abused, one which, unremittingly employed, communicates to all dishes its frigid and piquant relish, I mean insincerity, badinage. Society does not tolerate passion, and in this it exercises its right. One does not enter company to be either vehement or somber, a strained air or one of concentration would appear inconsistent. The mistress of a house is always right in reminding a man that his emotional constraint brings on silence. Monsieur such a one, you are not amiable today. To be always amiable is, accordingly, an obligation, and, through this training, a sensibility that is diffused through innumerable little channels never produces a broad current. One has 100 friends, and out of these 100 friends 2 or 3 may have some chagrin every day, but one could not award them sympathy for any length of time as, in that event, one would be wanting in consideration for the remaining 97. 2304 One might sigh for an instant with some one of the 97, and that would be all. Madame du Deffant, having lost her oldest friend, the President Henault, that very day goes to sup in a large assemblage. Alas, she exclaimed, he died at 6 o'clock this evening, otherwise you would not see me here. Under this constant regime of distractions and diversions there are no longer any profound sentiments, we have nothing but an epidermic exterior, love itself is reduced to the exchange of 2 fantasies. And, as one always falls on the side to which one inclines, levity becomes deliberate and a matter of elegance. 2305 Indifference of the heart is in fashion, one would be ashamed to show any genuine emotion. One takes pride in playing with love, in treating woman as a mechanical puppet, in touching one inward spring, and then another, to force out, at will, her anger or her pity. Whatever she may do, there is no deviation from the most insulting politeness. The very exaggeration of false respect which is lavished on her is a mockery by which indifference for her is fully manifested. But they go still further, and in souls naturally unfeeling, gallantry turns into wickedness. Through ennui and the demand for excitement, through vanity and as a proof of dexterity, delight is found in tormenting, in exciting tears, in dishonoring and in killing women by slow torture. At last, as vanity is a bottomless pit, there is no species of blackness of which these polished executioners are not capable. The personages of Laclos are derived from these originals. 2306 monsters of this kind are, undoubtedly, rare, but there is no need of reverting to them to ascertain how much egotism is harbored in the gallantry of society. The women who erected it into an obligation are the first to realize its deceptiveness, and, amidst so much homage without heat, to pine for the communicative warmth of a powerful sentiment. The character of the century obtains its last trait and the man of feeling comes on the stage. To return to nature and sentiment. Final trait of the century, an increased sensitivity in the best circles. Date of its advent, its symptoms in art and in literature, its dominion in private, its affectations, its sincerity, its delicacy. It is not that the groundwork of habits becomes different, for these remain equally worldly and dissipated up the last. But fashion authorizes a new affectation, consisting of effusions, reveries, and sensibilities as yet unknown. The point is to return to nature, to admire the country, to delight in the simplicity of rustic manners, to be interested in village people, to be human, to have a heart, to find pleasure in the sweetness and tenderness of natural affections, to be a husband and a father, and still more, to possess a soul, virtues, and religious emotions, to believe in providence and immortality, to be capable of enthusiasm. One wants to be all this, or at least show an inclination that way. In any event, if the desire does exist, it is the implied condition, that one shall not be too much disturbed in his ordinary pursuits, and that the sensations belonging to the new order of life shall in no respect interfere with the enjoyments of the old one. Accordingly, the exaltation which arises is little more than cerebral fermentation, and the idyll is to be almost entirely performed in the drawing rooms. Behold, then, literature, the drama, painting and all the arts pursuing the same sentimental road to supply heated imaginations with factitious nourishment. 2307 Rousseau, in labored periods, preaches the charms of an uncivilized existence, while other masters, between two madrigals, fancy the delight of sleeping naked in the primeval forest. The lovers in La Nouvelle Heloise interchange passages of fine style through 4 volumes, whereupon a person not merely methodical but prudent, the Comtesse de Blot, exclaims, at a social gathering at the Duchesse de Chartres, a woman truly sensitive, and less of extraordinary virtue, could refuse nothing to the passion of Rousseau. 2308. People collect in a dense crowd in the exhibition around La Courtie de Village, La Cruche Cassée, and the Retour de Nourrice, with other rural and domestic idylls by Groiti. The voluptuous element, the tempting undercurrent of sensuality made perceptible in the fragile simplicity of his artless maidens, is a dainty bit for the libertine tastes which are kept alive beneath moral aspirations. 2309 After these, Ducis, Thomas, Parny, Collardo, Boucher, Delille, Bernardine de Saint-Pierre, Marmontel, Florian, the mass of orators, authors, and politicians, the misanthrope Champfort, the logician La Harpe, the minister Necker, the versifiers and the imitators of Gessner and Young, the Birkins, the Beitaub, nicely combed and bedizened, holding embroidered handkerchiefs to wipe away tears, are to marshal forth the universal eclogue down to the acme of the Revolution. Marmontel's moral tales appear in the columns of the Mercury for 1791 and 1792, 2310, while the number following the massacres of September opens with verses to the manes of my canary bird. Consequently, in all the details of private life, sensibility displays its magniloquence. A small temple to friendship is erected in a park. A little altar to benevolence is set up in a private closet. Dresses à la Jean-Jacques Rousseau are worn analogous to the principles of that author. Headdresses are selected with puffs of sentiment in which one may place the portrait of one's daughter, mother, canary, or dog, the whole garnished with the hair of one's father or intimate friend. 2311. People keep intimate friends for whom they experience something so warm and so tender that it nearly amounts to a passion, and whom they cannot go 3 hours a day without seeing. Every time female companions interchange tender ideas, the voice suddenly changes into a pure and languishing tone, each fondly regarding the other with approaching heads and frequently embracing, and suppressing a yawn a quarter of an hour after, with a nap in concert, because they have no more to say. Enthusiasm becomes an obligation. On the revival of Le Père de Famille there are as many handkerchiefs counted as spectators, and ladies faint away. It is customary, especially for young women, to be excited, to turn pale, to melt into tears and, generally, to be seriously affected on encountering M. de Voltaire. They rush into his arms, stammer and weep, their agitation resembling that of the most passionate love. 2312. When a society author reads his work in a drawing room, fashion requires that the company should utter exclamations and sob, and that some pretty fainting subject should be unlaced. Madame de Genlis, who laughs at these affectations, is no less affected than the rest. Suddenly someone in the company is heard to say to the young orphan whom she is exhibiting, "Pamela, show us Heloise," whereupon Pamela, loosening her hair, falls on her knees and turns her eyes up to heaven with an air of inspiration, to the great applause of the assembly. 2313. Sensibility becomes an institution. The same Madame de Genlis founds an order of perseverance which soon includes as many as 90 chevaliers in the very best society. To become a member it is necessary to solve some riddle, to answer a moral question and pronounce a discourse on virtue. Every lady or chevalier who discovers and publishes 3 well-verified virtuous actions obtains a gold medal. Each chevalier has his brother in arms, each lady has her bosom friend, and each member has a device, and each device, framed in a little picture, figures in the Temple of Honor, a sort of tent gallantly decorated, and which M. de la Jeune causes to be erected in the middle of a garden. 2314. The sentimental parade is complete, a drawing-room masquerade being visible even in this revival of chivalry. The froth of enthusiasm and of fine words nevertheless leaves in the heart a residuum of active benevolence, trustfulness, and even happiness, or, at least, expansiveness and freedom. Wives, for the first time, are seen accompanying their husbands into garrison, mothers desire to nurse their infants, and fathers begin to interest themselves in the education of their children. Simplicity again forms an element of manners. Hair powder is no longer put on little boys' heads, many of the Signires abandon laces, embroideries, red heels and the sword, except when in full dress. People appear in the streets dressed à la Franklin, in coarse cloth, with a knotty cane and thick shoes. 2315. The taste no longer runs on cascades, statues and stiff and pompous decorations, the preference is for the English garden. 2316. The Queen arranges a village for herself at the Trianon, where, dressed in a frock of white cambric muslin and a gauze neck handkerchief, and with a straw hat, she fishes in the lake and sees her cows milked. Etiquette falls away like the paint scaling off from the skin, disclosing the bright hue of natural emotions. Madame Adelaide takes up a violin and replaces an absent musician to let the peasant girls dance. The Duchesse de Bourbon goes out early in the morning incognito to bestow alms, and to see the poor in their garrets. The Dauphine jumps out of her carriage to assist a wounded postboy, a peasant knocked down by a stag. The King and the Comte d'Artois help a carter to extract his cart from the mud. People no longer think about self-constraint, and self-adjustment, and of keeping up their dignity under all circumstances, and of subjecting the weaknesses of human nature to the exigencies of rank. On the death of the first Dauphin, 2317 Whilst the people in the room place themselves before the king to prevent him from entering it, the queen falls at his knees, and he says to her, weeping, "Ah, my wife, our dear child is dead, since they do not wish me to see him." And the narrator adds with admiration, "I always seem to see a good farmer and his excellent wife a prey to the deepest despair at the loss of their beloved child." Tears are no longer concealed, as it is a point of honor to be a human being. One becomes human and familiar with one's inferiors. A prince, on a review, says to the soldiers on presenting the princess to them, "My boys, here is my wife." There is a disposition to make people happy and to take great delight in their gratitude. To be kind, to be loved is the object of the head of a government, of a man in place. This goes so far that God is prefigured according to this model. The harmonies of nature are construed into the delicate attentions of Providence. On instituting filial affection the Creator deigned to choose for our best virtue our sweetest pleasure. 23:18 The idol which is imagined to take place in heaven corresponds with the idol practiced on earth. From the public up to the princes, and from the princes down to the public, in prose, in verse, in compliments at festivities, in official replies, in the style of royal edicts down to the songs of the market women, there is a constant interchange of graces and of sympathies. Applause bursts out in the theatre at any verse containing an allusion to princes, and, a moment after, at the speech which exalts the merits of the people, the princes return the compliment by applauding in their turn. 23:19 On all sides, just as this society is vanishing, a mutual deference, a spirit of kindliness arises, like a soft and balmy autumnal breeze, to dissipate whatever harshness remains of its aridity and to mingle with the radiance of its last hours the perfume of dying roses. We now encounter acts and words of infinite grace, unique of their kind, like a lovely, exquisite little figure on old Sèvres porcelain. One day, on the Comtesse Amélie de Beaufillers speaking somewhat flippantly of her husband, her mother-in-law interposes, "You forget that you are speaking of my son." "True, mamma, I thought I was only speaking of your son-in-law." It is she again who, on playing the boat, and obliged to decide between this beloved mother-in-law and her own mother, whom she scarcely knew, replies, "I would save my mother and drown with my mother-in-law." 23:20. The Duchesse de Choiseul, the Duchesse de la Jeune, and others besides, are equally charming miniatures. When the heart and the mind combine their considerations they produce masterpieces, and these, like the art, the refinements, and the society which surrounds them, possess a charm unsurpassed by anything except their own fragility. 3. Personality defects. The failings of character thus formed adapted to one situation but not to a contrary situation. Defects of intelligence, defects of disposition. Such a character is disarmed by good breeding. The reason is that, the better people have become adapted to a certain situation the less prepared are they for the opposite situation. The habits and faculties that serve them in the previous condition become prejudicial to them in the new one. In acquiring talents adapted to tranquil times they lose those suited to times of agitation, reaching the extreme of feebleness at the same time with the extreme of urbanity. The more polished an aristocracy becomes the weaker it becomes, and when no longer possessing the power to please it not longer possesses the strength to struggle. And yet, in this world, we must struggle if we would live. In humanity, as in nature, empire belongs to force. Every creature that loses the art and energy of self-defense becomes so much more certainly a prey according as its brilliancy, imprudence and even gentleness deliver it over in advance to the gross appetites roaming around it. Where find resistance in characters formed by the habits we have just described? To defend ourselves we must, first of all, look carefully around us, see and foresee, and provide for danger. How could they do this living as they did? Their circle is too narrow and too carefully enclosed. Confined to their castles and mansions they see only those of their own sphere, they hear only the echo of their own ideas, they imagine that there is nothing beyond. The public seems to consist of 200 persons. Moreover, disagreeable truths are not admitted into a drawing room, especially when of personal import, an idle fancy there becoming a dogma because it becomes conventional. Here, accordingly, we find those who, already deceived by the limitations of their accustomed horizon, fortify their delusion still more by delusions about their fellow men. They comprehend nothing of the vast world, which envelopes their little world. They are incapable of entering into the sentiments of a bourgeois, of a villager. They have no conception of the peasant as he is but as they would like him to be. The idol is in fashion, and no one dares dispute it. Any other supposition would be false because it would be disagreeable, and as the drawing rooms have decided that all will go well, all must go well. Never was a delusion more complete and more voluntary. The Duc d'Orléans offers to wager 100 louis that the States General will dissolve without accomplishing anything, not even abolishing the lettre de cachet. After the demolition has begun, and yet again after it is finished, they will form opinions no more accurate. They have no idea of social architecture, they know nothing about its materials, its proportions, or its harmonious balance. They have had no hand in it, they have never worked at it. They are entirely ignorant of the old building 2321 in which they occupy the first story. They are not qualified to calculate either its pressure or its resistance. 2322 They conclude, finally, that it is better to let the thing tumble in, and that the restoration of the edifice in their behalf will follow its own course, and that they will return to their drawing room, expressly rebuilt for them, and freshly gilded, to begin over again the pleasant conversation which an accident, some tumult in the street, had interrupted. 2323 Clear-sighted in society, they are obtuse in politics. They examine everything by the artificial light of candles, they are disturbed and bewildered in the powerful light of open day. The eyelid has grown stiff through age. The organ so long bent on the petty details of one refined life no longer takes in the popular life of the masses, and, in the new sphere into which it is suddenly plunged, its refinement becomes the source of its blindness. Nevertheless action is necessary, for danger is seizing them by the throat. But the danger is of an ignoble species, while their education has provided them with no arms suitable for warding it off. They have learned how to fence, but not how to box. They are still the sons of those at Fontenoy, who, instead of being the first to fire, courteously raised their hats and addressed their English antagonists, "No, gentlemen, fire yourselves." Being the slaves of good breeding, they are not free in their movements. Numerous acts, and those the most important, those of a sudden, vigorous, and rude stamp, are opposed to the respect a well-bred man entertains for others, or at least to the respect which he owes to himself. They do not consider these allowable among themselves, they do not dream of their being allowed, and, the higher their position the more their rank fetters them. When the royal family sets out for Varennes, the accumulated delays by which they are lost are the result of etiquette. Madame de Tousel insists on her place in the carriage to which she is entitled as governess of the children of France. The king, on arriving, is desirous of conferring the marshal's baton on M. de Bull, and after running to and fro to obtain a baton he is obliged to borrow that of the Duc de Choiseul. The queen cannot dispense with a traveling dressing case, and one has to be made large enough to contain every imaginable implement from a warming pan to a silver porridge dish, with other dishes besides, and, as if there were no shifts to be had in Brussels, there had to be a complete outfit in this line for herself and her children. 2324 A fervent devotion, even humanus, the frivolity of the small literary spirit, graceful urbanity, profound ignorance. 2325 The lack or rigidity of the comprehension and determination are still greater with the princes than with the nobles. All are impotent against the wild and roaring outbreak. They have not the physical superiority that can master it, the vulgar charlatanism which can charm it away, the tricks of escapin to throw it off the scent, the bull's neck, the mountebank's gestures, the stentor's lungs, in short, the resources of the energetic temperament and of animal cunning, alone capable of diverting the rage of the unchained brute. To find such fighters, they seek 3 or 4 men of a different race and education, men having suffered and roamed about, a brutal commoner like the Abbé Maury, a colossal and dirty satyr like Mirabeau, a bold and prompt adventurer like that Dumouriez who, at Cherbourg, when, through the feebleness of the Duc de Beuvrin, the stores of grain were given up and the riot began, hooted at and nearly cut to pieces, suddenly seized the keys of the storehouse in the hands of a Dutch sailor, and, yelling to the mob that it was betrayed through a foreigner having got hold of the keys, himself jumps down from the railing, seizes the keys and hands them to the officer of the guard, saying to the people, "I am your father, I am the man to be responsible for the storehouse." 23-26. To entrust oneself with porters and brawlers, to be collared by a political club, to improvise on the highways, to bark louder than the barkers, to fight with the fists or a cudgel, as much later with the young and rich gangs, against brutes and lunatics incapable of employing other arguments, and who must be answered in the same vein, to mount guard over the assembly, to act as volunteer constable, to spare neither one's own hide nor that of others, to be one of the people to face the people, all these are simple and effectual proceedings, but so vulgar as to appear to them disgusting. The idea of resorting to such means never enters their head, they neither know how, nor do they care to make use of their hands in such business. 2327. They are skilled only in the duel and, almost immediately, the brutality of opinion, by means of assaults, stops the way to polite combats. Their arms, the shafts of the drawing room, epigrams, witticisms, songs, parodies, and other needle thrusts are impotent against the popular bull. 2328. Their personality lacks both roots and resources, through super-refinement it has weakened, their nature, impoverished by culture, is incapable of the transformations by which we are renewed and survive. An all-powerful education has repressed, mollified, and enfeebled their very instincts. About to die, they experience none of the reactions of blood and rage, the universal and sudden restoration of the forces, the murderous spasm, the blind irresistible need of striking those who strike them. If a gentleman is arrested in his own house by a Jacobin, we never find him splitting his head open. 2329. They allow themselves to be taken, going quietly to prison. To make an uproar would be bad taste. It is necessary, above all things, to remain what they are, well-bred people of society. In prison both men and women dress themselves with great care, pay each other visits and keep up a drawing room, it may be at the end of a corridor, by the light of 3 or 4 candles, but here they circulate jests, compose madrigals, sing songs, and pride themselves on being as gallant, as gay and as gracious as ever. Need people be morose and ill-behaved because accident has consigned them to a poor inn? They preserve their dignity and their smile before their judges and on the cart. The women, especially, mount the scaffold with the ease and serenity characteristic of an evening entertainment. It is the supreme characteristic of good breeding, erected into an unique duty, and become to this aristocracy a second nature, which is found in its virtues as well as in its vices, in its faculties as well as in its impotencies, in its prosperity as at its fall, and which adorns it even in the death to which it conducts. Book 3rd. The Spirit N. The Doctrine. Chapter I. Scientific Acquisition. The composition of the revolutionary spirit. Scientific acquisition its first element. On seeing a man with a somewhat feeble constitution, but healthy in appearance and of steady habits, greedily swallow some new kind of cordial and then suddenly fall to the ground, foam at the mouth, act deliriously and writhe in convulsions, we at once surmise that this agreeable beverage contains some dangerous substance, but a delicate analysis is necessary to detect and decompose the poison. The philosophy of the 18th century contained poison, and of a kind as potent as it was peculiar, for, not only is it a long historic elaboration, the final and condensed essence of the tendency of the thought of the century, but again its 2 principal ingredients have this peculiarity, that, separate, they are salutary, and in combination they form a venomous compound. I. Scientific progress. The accumulation and progress of discoveries in science and in nature, they serve as a starting point for the new philosophers. The first is scientific discovery, admirable on all sides, and beneficent in its nature, it is made up of masses of facts slowly accumulated and then summarily presented, or in rapid succession. For the first time in history the sciences expand and affirm each other to the extent of providing, not, as formerly, under Galileo and Descartes, constructive fragments or provisional scaffolding, but a definite and demonstrated system of the universe, that of Newton. 3101. Around this capital fact, almost all the discoveries of the century, either as complementary or as prolongations, range themselves. In pure mathematics we have the infinitesimal calculus discovered simultaneously by Leibniz and Newton, mechanics reduced by D'Alembert to a single theorem, and that superb collection of theories which, elaborated by the Bernoullis, Euler, Clairaut, D'Alembert, Taylor, and Maclaurin, is finally completed at the end of the century by Monge, Lagrange, and Laplace. 3102. In astronomy, the series of calculations and observations which, from Newton to Laplace, transforms science into a problem of mechanics, explains and predicts the movements of the planets and of their satellites, indicating the origin and formation of our solar system, and, extending beyond this, through the discoveries of Herschel, affording an insight into the distribution of the stellar archipelagos, and of the grand outlines of celestial architecture. In physics, the decomposition of light and the principles of optics discovered by Newton, the velocity of sound, the form of its undulations, and from Sauveur to Chladni, from Newton to Bernoulli and Lagrange, the experimental laws and leading theorems of acoustics, the primary laws of the radiation of heat by Newton, Kraft, and Lambert, the theory of latent heat by Black, the proportions of caloric by Lavoisier and Laplace, the first true conceptions of the source of fire and heat, the experiments, laws, and means by which Dufay, Nollet, Franklin, and especially Coulomb explain, manipulate and, for the first time, utilize electricity in chemistry, all the foundations of the science, isolated oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen, the composition of water, the theory of combustion, chemical nomenclature, quantitative analysis, the indestructibility of matter, in short, the discoveries of Scheele, Priestley, Cavendish, and Stahl, crowned with the clear and concise theory of Lavoisier. In mineralogy, the goniometer, the constancy of angles and the primary laws of derivation by Rome de Lisle, and next the discovery of types and the mathematical deduction of secondary forms by Hauy. In geology, the verification and results of Newton's theory, the exact form of the Earth, the depression of the poles, the expansion of the equator. 3103. The cause and the law of the tides, the primitive fluidity of the planet, the constancy of its internal heat, and then, with Buffon, Desmarets, Hutton and Werner, the aqueous or igneous origin of rocks, the stratifications of the earth, the structure of beds of fossils, the prolonged and repeated submersion of continents, the slow growth of animal and vegetable deposits, the vast antiquity of life, the stripping, fracturing and gradual transformation of the terrestrial surface. 3104. And, finally, the grand picture in which Buffon describes in approximate manner the entire history of our globe, from the moment it formed a mass of glowing lava down to the time when our species, after so many lost or surviving species, was able to inhabit it. Upon this science of inorganic matter we see arising at the same time the science of organic matter. Grew, and then Valiant had just demonstrated the sexual system and described the fecundating of plants. Linnaeus invents botanical nomenclature and the first complete classifications. The Jussiers discover the subordination of characteristics and natural classification. Digestion is explained by Réaumur and Spallanzani, respiration by Lavoisier. Prochaska verifies the mechanism of reflex actions. Haller and Spallanzani experiment on and describe the conditions and phases of generation. Scientists penetrate to the lowest stages of animal life. Réaumur publishes his admirable observations on insects and Linné devotes 20 years to portraying the willow caterpillar. Spallanzani resuscitates his rotifers, Tremblay dissects his freshwater polyps, and Needham reveals his infusoria. The experimental conception of life is deduced from these various researches. Buffon already, and especially Lamarck, in their great and incomplete sketches, outline with penetrating divination the leading features of modern physiology and zoology. Organic molecules everywhere diffused or everywhere growing, species of globules constantly in course of decay and restoration, which, through the blind and spontaneous development, transform themselves, multiply and combine, and which, without either foreign direction or any preconceived end, solely through the effect of their structure and surroundings, unite together to form those masterly organisms which we call plants and animals, in the beginning, the simplest forms, and next a slow, gradual, complex, and perfected organization, the organ created through habits, necessity, and surrounding medium, heredity transmitting acquired modifications, 3105 all denoting in advance, in a state of conjecture and approximation, the cellular theory of later physiologists 3106 and the conclusions of Darwin. In the picture which the human mind draws of nature, the general outline is marked by the science of the 18th century, the arrangement of its plan and of the principal masses being so correctly marked, that today the leading lines remain intact. With the exception of a few partial corrections we have nothing to efface. This vast supply of positive or probable facts, either demonstrated or anticipated, furnishes food, substance and impulse to the intellect of the 18th century. Consider the leaders of public opinion, the promoters of the new philosophy, they are all, in various degrees, versed in the physical and natural sciences. Not only are they familiar with theories and authorities, but again they have a personal knowledge of facts and things. Voltaire 3108 is among the first to explain the optical and astronomical theories of Newton, and again to make calculations, observations, and experiments of his own. He writes memoirs for the Academy of Sciences on the measure of motive forces, and on the nature and diffusion of heat. He handles Reaumur's thermometer, Newton's prism, and Muskenbrock's pyrometer. In his laboratory at Zurich he has all the known apparatus for physics and chemistry. He experiments with his own hand on the reflection of light in space, on the increase of weight in calcified metals, on the renewal of amputated parts of animals, and in the spirit of a true savant, persistently, with constant repetitions, even to the beheading of 40 snails and slugs, to verify an assertion made by Spallanzani. The same curiosity and the same preparation prevails with all imbued with the same spirit. In the other camp, among the Cartesians, about to disappear, Fontenelle is an excellent mathematician, the competent biographer of all eminent men of science, the official secretary and true representative of the Academy of Sciences. In other places, in the Academy of Bordeaux, Montesquieu reads discourses on the mechanism of the echo, and on the use of the renal glands. He dissects frogs, tests the effect of heat and cold on animated tissues, and publishes observations on plants and insects. Rousseau, the least instructed of all, attends the lectures of the chemist Rouelle, botanizing and appropriating to himself all the elements of human knowledge with which to write his Émile. Diderot taught mathematics and devoured every science and art even to the technical processes of all industries. D'Alembert stands in the first rank of mathematicians. Buffon translated Newton's theory of flux, and the vegetable statics of Hales. He is in turn a metallurgist, optician, geographer, geologist and, last of all, an anatomist. Condillac, to explain the use of signs and the relation of ideas, writes abridgments of arithmetic, algebra, mechanics, and astronomy. 3109 Maupertuis, Condorcet, and Lalande are mathematicians, physicists and astronomers. D'Holbach, Lametrie, and Cabanis are chemists, naturalists, physiologists and physicians, prophets of a superior or inferior kind, masters or pupils, specialists or simple amateurs, all draw directly or indirectly from the living source that has just burst forth. This is their basis when they begin to teach about man, what he is, from whence he came, where he is going, what he may become and what he should be. A new point of departure leads to new points of view, so that the idea, which was then entertained of the human being will become completely transformed. 2. Science detached from theology. Change of the point of view in the science of man. It is detached from theology and is united with the natural sciences. Let us suppose a mind thoroughly imbued with these new truths, to be placed on the orbit of Saturn, and let him observe 3110. Amidst this vast and overwhelming space and in these boundless solar archipelagos, how small is our own sphere, and the Earth, what a grain of sand! What multitudes of worlds beyond our own, and, if life exists in them, what combinations are possible other than those of which we are the result? What is life, what is organic substance in the monstrous universe but an indifferent mass, a passing accident, the corruption of a few epidermic particles? And if this be life, what is that humanity which is so small a fragment of it, such is man in nature, an atom and an ephemeral particle? Let this not be lost sight of in our theories concerning his origin, his importance, and his destiny. A might that would consider itself as the center of all things would be grotesque, and therefore it is essential that an insect almost infinitely small should not show conceit almost infinitely great. 3111. How slow has been the evolution of the globe itself! What myriads of ages between the first cooling of its mass and the beginnings of life! 3112. Of what consequence is the turmoil of our anthill compared to the geological tragedy in which we have borne no part, the strife between fire and water, the thickening of the earth's crust, formation of the universal sea, the construction and separation of continents? Previous to our historical record, what a long history of vegetable and animal existence! What a succession of flora and fauna! What generations of marine organisms in forming the strata of sediment! What generations of plants in forming the deposits of coal! What transformations of climate to drive the pachydermata away from the pole! And now comes man, the latest of all. He is like the uppermost bud on the top of a tall ancient tree, flourishing there for a while, but, like the tree, destined to perish after a few seasons, when the increasing and foretold congelation allowing the tree to live shall force the tree to die. He is not alone on the branch; beneath him, around him, on a level with him, other buds shoot forth, born of the same sap, but he must not forget, if he would comprehend his own being, that, along with himself, other lives exist in his vicinity, graduated up to him and issuing from the same trunk. If he is unique, he is not isolated, being an animal among other animals. 3113. In him and with them, substance, organization and birth, the formation and renewal of the functions, senses and appetites, are similar, while his superior intelligence, like their rudimentary intelligence, has for an indispensable organ a nervous matter whose structure is the same with him as with them. Thus surrounded, brought forth and borne along by nature, is it to be supposed that in nature he is an empire within? An empire? He is there as the part of a whole, by virtue of being a physical body, a chemical composition, an animated organism, a sociable animal, among other bodies, other compositions. Other social animals, all analogous to him, and by virtue of these classifications, he is, like them, subject to laws. For, if the first cause is unknown to us, and we dispute among ourselves to know what it is, whether innate or external, we affirm with certainty the mode of its action, and that it operates only according to fixed and general laws. Every circumstance, whatever it may be, is conditioned, and, its conditions being given, it never fails to conform to them. Of two links forming a chain, the first always draws on the second. There are laws, for numbers, forms, and motions, for the revolution of the planets and the fall of bodies, for the diffusion of light and the radiation of heat, for the attractions and repulsion of electricity, for chemical combinations, and for the birth, equilibrium, and dissolution of organic bodies. They exist for the birth, maintenance, and development of human societies, for the formation, conflict, and direction of ideas, passions and determinations of human individuals. 3114. In all this, man is bound up with nature. Hence, if we would comprehend him, we must observe him in her, after her, and like her, with the same independence, the same precautions, and in the same spirit. Through this remark alone the method of the moral sciences is fixed. In history, in psychology, in morals, in politics, the thinkers of the preceding century, Pascal, Bossuet, Descartes, Fenelon, Malebranche, and La Bruyere, all based their thoughts on dogma. It is plain to every one qualified to read them that their base is predetermined. Religion provided them with a complete theory of the moral order of things. According to this theory, latent or exposed, they described man and accommodated their observations to the preconceived model. The writers of the 18th century rejected this method. They dwell on man, on the observable man, and on his surroundings. In their eyes, conclusions about the soul, its origin, and its destiny, must come afterwards and depend wholly, not on that which the revelation provided, but on that which observation does and will provide. The moral sciences are now divorced from theology and attach themselves, as if a prolongation of them, to the physical sciences. 3. The transformation of history. Voltaire. Criticism and conceptions of unity. Montesquieu. An outline of social laws. Through the separation from theology and the attachment to natural science, the humanities become science. In history, every foundation on which we now build, is laid. Compare Bossuet's Discours sur l'histoire universelle, with Voltaire's Essai sur les mœurs, and we at once see how new and profound these foundations were. The critics of religious dogma here establish their fundamental principle. In view of the fact that the laws of nature are universal and permanent, it follows that, in the moral world, as in the physical world, there can be no exception from them, and that no arbitrary or foreign force intervenes to disturb the regular scientific procedures, which will provide a sure means of discerning myth from truth. 3115 Biblical exegesis is born out of this maxim, and not alone that of Voltaire, but also the critical explanatory methods of the future. 3116 Meanwhile they skeptically examine the annals of all people, carelessly cutting away and suppressing, too hastily, extravagantly, especially where the ancients are concerned, because their historical expedition is simply a scouting trip. But nevertheless with such an overall insight that we may still approve almost all the outlines of their summary chart. The newly discovered primitive man was not a superior being, enlightened from above, but a coarse savage, naked and miserable, slow of growth, sluggish in progress, the most destitute and most needy of all animals, and, on this account, sociable, endowed like the bee and the beaver with an instinct for living in groups, and moreover an imitator like the monkey, but more intelligent, capable of passing by degrees from the language of gesticulation to that of articulation, beginning with a monosyllabic idiom which gradually increases in richness, precision, and subtlety. 3117 How many centuries are requisite to attain to this primitive language? How many centuries more to the discovery of the most necessary arts, the use of fire, the fabrication of hatches of silex and jade, the melting and refining of metals, the domestication of animals, the production and modification of edible plants, the formation of early civilized and durable communities, the discovery of writing, figures, and astronomical periods. 3118 Only after a dawn of vast and infinite length do we see in Chaldea and in China the commencement of an accurate chronological history. There are 5 or 6 of these great independent centers of spontaneous civilization: China, Babylon, ancient Persia, India, Egypt, Phoenicia, and the 2 American empires. On collecting these fragments together, on reading such of their books as have been preserved, and which travelers bring to us, the 5 kings of the Chinese, the Vedas of the Hindus, the Zoroastrians of the ancient Persians, we find that all contain religions, moral theories, philosophies, and institutions, as worthy of study as our own. 3 of these codes, those of India, China, and the Muslims, still at the present time govern countries as vast as our Europe, and nations of equal importance. We must not, like Bossuet, overlook the universe in a universal history, and subordinate humanity to a small population confined to a desolate region around the Dead Sea. 3119 Human history is a thing of natural growth like the rest, its direction is due to its own elements, no external force guides it, but the inward forces that create it. It is not tending to any prescribed end but developing a result. And the chief result is the progress of the human mind. Amidst so many ravages and so much destruction, we see a love of order secretly animating the human species, and forestalling its utter ruin. It is one of the springs of nature ever recovering its energy, it is the source of the formation of the codes of nations, it causes the law and the ministers of the law to be respected in Tinquin and in the islands of Formosa as well as in Rome. Man thus possesses, said Voltaire, a principle of reason, namely, an instinct for engineering suggesting to him useful implements, 3120 also an instinct of right suggesting to him his moral conceptions. These two instincts form a part of his makeup, he has them from his birth, as birds have their feathers, and bears their hair. Hence he is perfectible through nature, and merely conforms to nature in improving his mind and in bettering his condition. Extend the idea farther along with Turgot and Condorcet, 3121 and, with all its exaggerations, we see arising, before the end of the century, our modern theory of progress, that which founds all our aspirations on the boundless advance of the sciences, on the increase of comforts which their applied discoveries constantly bring to the human condition, and on the increase of good sense which their discoveries, popularized, slowly deposit in the human brain. A second principle has to be established to complete the foundations of history. Discovered by Montesquieu, it still today serves as a constructive support, and, if we resume the work, as if on the substructure of the master's edifice, it is simply owing to accumulated erudition placing at our disposal more substantial and more abundant materials. In human society all parts are interdependent, no modification of one can take place without affecting proportionate changes in the others. Institutions, laws, and customs are not mingled together, as in a heap, through chance or caprice, but connected one with the other through convenience or necessity, as in a harmony. 3122 According as authority is in all, in several or in one hand, according as the sovereign admits or rejects laws superior to himself, with intermediary powers below him, everything changes or tends to differ in meaning and in importance, public intelligence, education, the form of judgments, the nature and order of penalties, the condition of women, military organization and the nature and the extent of taxation. A multitude of subordinate wheels depend on the great central wheel. For if the clock runs, it is owing to the harmony of its various parts, from which it follows that, on this harmony ceasing, the clock gets out of order. But, besides the principal spring, there are others which, acting on or in combination with it, give to each clock a special character and a peculiar movement. Such, in the first place, is climate, that is to say, the degree of heat or cold, humidity or dryness, with its infinite effects on man's physical and moral attributes, followed by its influence on political, civil, and domestic servitude or freedom. Likewise the soil, according to its fertility, its position, and its extent. Likewise the physical regime, according as a people is composed of hunters, shepherds or agriculturists. Likewise the fecundity of the race, and the consequent slow or rapid increase of population, and also the excess in number, now of males and now of females. And finally, likewise, our national character and religion, all these causes, each added to the other, or each limited by the other, contribute together to form a total result, namely society. Simple or complex, stable or unstable, barbarous or civilized, this society contains within itself its explanations of its being. Strange as a social structure may be, it can be explained, also its institutions, however contradictory. Neither prosperity, nor decline, nor despotism, nor freedom, is the result of a throw of the dice, of luck, or an unexpected turn of events caused by rash men. They are conditions we must live with. In any event, it is useful to understand them, either to improve our situation or bear it patiently, sometimes to carry out appropriate reforms, sometimes to renounce impracticable reforms, now to assume the authority necessary for success, and now the prudence making us abstain. For the new psychology. The transformation of psychology conduct the theory of sensation and of signs. We now reach the core of moral science, the human being in general. The natural history of the mind must be dealt with, and this must be done as we have done the others, by discarding all prejudice and adhering to facts, taking analogy for our guide, beginning with origins and following, step by step, the development by which the infant, the savage, the uncultivated primitive man, is converted into the rational and cultivated man. Let us consider life at the outset, the animal at the lowest degree on the scale, the human being as soon as it is born. The first thing we find is perception, agreeable or disagreeable, and next a want, propensity or desire, and therefore at last, by means of a physiological mechanism, voluntary or involuntary movements, more or less accurate and more or less appropriate and coordinated. And this elementary fact is not merely primitive, it is, again, constant and universal, since we encounter it at each moment of each life, and in the most complicated as well as in the simplest. Let us accordingly ascertain whether it is not the thread with which all our mental cloth is woven, and whether its spontaneous unfolding, and the knotting of mesh after mesh, is not finally to produce the entire network of our thought and passion. Condillac, 1715 to 1780, provides us here with an incomparable clarity and precision with the answers to all our questions, which, however, the revival of theological prejudice and German metaphysics was to bring into discredit in the beginning of the 19th century, but which fresh observation, the establishment of mental pathology, and dissection have now, in 1875, brought back, justified and completed. 3123 Locke had already stated that our ideas all originate in outward or inward experience. Condillac shows further that the actual elements of perception, memory, idea, imagination, judgment, reasoning, knowledge are sensations, properly so called, or revived sensations. Our loftiest ideas are derived from no other material, for they can be reduced to signs which are themselves sensations of a certain kind. Sensations accordingly form the substance of human or of animal intelligence, but the former infinitely surpasses the latter in this, that, through the creation of signs, it succeeds in isolating, abstracting and noting fragments of sensations, that is to say, in forming, combining, and employing general conceptions. This being granted, we are able to verify all our ideas, for, through reflection, we can revive and reconstruct the ideas we had formed without any reflection. No abstract definitions exist at the outset, abstraction is ulterior and derivative. Foremost in each science must be placed examples, experiences, evident facts. From these we derive our general idea. In the same way we derive from several general ideas of the same degree another general idea, and so on successively, step by step, always proceeding according to the natural order of things, by constant analysis, using expressive signs, as with mathematicians in passing from calculation by the fingers to calculation by numerals, and from this to calculation by letters, and who, calling upon the eyes to aid reason, depict the inward analogy of quantities by the outward analogy of symbols. In this way, science becomes complete by means of a properly organized language. 3124 Through this reversal of the usual method we summarily dispose of disputes about words, escape the illusions of human speech, simplify study, remodel education, enhance discoveries, subject every assertion to control, and bring all truths within reach of all understandings. V. The analytical method. The analytical method, its principle, the conditions requisite to make it productive. These conditions wanting or inadequate in the 18th century, the truth and survival of the principle. Such is the course to be pursued with all the sciences, and especially with the moral and political sciences. To consider in turn each distinct province of human activity, to decompose the leading notions out of which we form our conceptions, those of religion, society, and government, those of utility, wealth, and exchange, those of justice, right, and duty. To revert to manifest facts, to first experiences, to the simple circumstances in which the elements of our ideas are included, to extricate from these the precious load without omission or mixture, to recompose our idea with these, to define its meaning and determine its value, to substitute for the vague and vulgar notion with which we started out the precise scientific definition we arrive at, and for the impure metal we received the refined metal we recovered, constituted the prevalent method taught by the philosophers under the name of analysis, and which sums up the whole progress of the century up to this point, and not farther. They are right, truth, every truth, is found in observable things, and only from these can it be derived. There is no other pathway leading to discovery. The operation, undoubtedly, is productive only when the vein is rich, and we possess the means of extracting the ore. To obtain a just notion of government, of religion, of right, of wealth, a man must be a historian beforehand, a jurisconsult and economist, and have gathered up myriad of facts, and, besides all this, he must possess a vast erudition, an experienced and professional perspicacity. If these conditions are only partially complied with, the result will only be a half-finished product or a doubtful alloy, a few rough drafts of the sciences, the rudiments of pedagogy as with Rousseau, of political economy with Quesnay, Smith, and Turgot, of linguistics with de Brosses, and of arithmetical morals and criminal legislation with Bentham. Finally, if none of these conditions are complied with, the same efforts will, in the hands of philosophical amateurs and oratorical charlatans, undoubtedly only produce mischievous compounds and destructive explosions. Nevertheless, good procedure remains good even when ignorant and the impetuous men make a bad use of it, and if we of today resume the abortive effort of the 18th century, it should be within the guidelines they set out. Chapter 2. The Classic Spirit. The second element. This grand and magnificent system of new truths resembles a tower of which the first story, quickly finished, at once becomes accessible to the public. The public ascends the structure and is requested by its constructors to look about, not at the sky and at surrounding space, but right before it, towards the ground, so that it may at last become familiar with the country in which it lives. Certainly, the point of view is good, and the advice is well thought out. The conclusion that the public will have an accurate view is not warranted, for the state of its eyes must be examined, to ascertain whether it is near or far-sighted, or if the retina naturally, or through habit, is sensitive to certain colors. In the same way the French of the 18th century must be considered, the structure of their inward vision, that is to say, the fixed form of their intelligence which they are bringing with them, unknowingly and unwillingly, up upon their new tower. Through colored glasses. Its signs, duration, and power, its origin and public supporters, its vocabulary, grammar and style, its method, merits, and defects. This fixed intelligence consists of the classic spirit, which applied to the scientific acquisitions of the period, produces the philosophy of the century and the doctrines of the Revolution. Various signs denote its presence, and notably its oratorical, regular, and correct style, wholly consisting of ready-made phrases and contiguous ideas. It lasts 2 centuries, from Malherbe and Balzac to Delille and de Fontaines, and during this long period, no man of intellect, save 2 or 3, and then only in private memoirs, as in the case of Saint Simon, also in familiar letters like those of the Marquis and Bailly de Mirabeau, either dares or can withdraw himself from its empire. Far from disappearing with the ancient regime, it forms the matrix out of which every discourse and document issues, even the phrases and vocabulary of the Revolution. Now, what is more effective than a ready-made mold, enforced, accepted, in which by virtue of natural tendency, of tradition, and of education, everyone can enclose their thinking? This one, accordingly, is a historic force, and of the highest order. To understand it, let us consider how it came into being. It appeared together with the regular monarchy and polite conversation, and it accompanies these, not accidentally, but naturally and automatically. For it is Product of the new society, of the new regime and its customs, I mean of an aristocracy left idle to the encroaching monarchy, of people well born and well educated who, withdrawn from public activity, fall back on conversation and pass their leisure sampling the different serious or refined pleasures of the intellect. 3201 Eventually, they have no other role nor interest than to talk, to listen, to entertain themselves agreeably and with ease, on all subjects, grave or gay, which may interest men or even women of society, that's their great affair. In the 17th century they are called Leonides gens 3202, and from now on a writer, even the most abstract, addresses himself to them. A gentleman, says Descartes, need not have read all books nor have studiously acquired all that is taught in the schools, and he entitles his last treatise, A Search for Truth According to Natural Light, which alone, without aid of religion or philosophy, determines the truths a gentleman should possess on all matters forming the subjects of his thoughts. 3203. In short, from one end of his philosophy to the other, the only qualification he demands of his readers is natural good sense added to the common stock of experience acquired by contact with the world. As these make up the audience, they are likewise the judges. One must study the taste of the court, says Molière, 3204, for in no place are verdicts more just. With simple common sense and intercourse with people of refinement, a habit of mind is there obtained which, without comparison, forms a more accurate judgment of things than the rusty attainments of the pedants. From this time forth, it may be said that the arbiter of truth and of taste is not, as before, an erudite scaliger, but a man of the world, a La Rochefoucauld, or a Treville. 3205 The pedant and, after him, the savant, the specialist, is set aside. True honest people, says Nicole after Pascal, require no sign. They need not be divined, they join in the conversation going on as they enter the room. They are not styled either poets or surveyors, but they are the judges of all these. 3206. In the 18th century they constitute the sovereign authority. In the great crowd of blockheads sprinkled with pedants, there is, says Voltaire, a small group apart called good society, which, rich, educated and polished, forms, you might say, the flower of humanity. It is for this group that the greatest men have labored, it is this group which accords social recognition. 3207. Admiration, favor, importance, belong not to those who are worthy of it but to those who address themselves to this group. In 1789, said the Abbé Maury, the French Academy alone enjoyed any esteem in France, and it really bestowed a standing. That of the sciences signified nothing in public opinion, any more than that of inscriptions. The languages is considered a science for fools. D'Alembert was ashamed of belonging to the Academy of Sciences. Only a handful of people listen to a mathematician, a chemist, etc., but the man of letters, the lecturer, has the world at his feet. 3208. Under such a strong pressure the mind necessarily follows a literary and verbal route in conformity with the exigencies, the proprieties, the tastes, and the degree of attention and of instruction of its public. 3209 Hence the classic mold formed out of the habit of speaking, writing and thinking for a drawing-room audience. 3210 This is immediately evident in its style and language. Between Amiot, Rabelais, and Montaigne on the one hand, and Chateaubriand, Victor Hugo and Honoré de Balzac on the other, classic French comes into being and does. From the very first it is described as the language of honest people. It is fashioned not merely for them, but by them, and Vaugelas, 3211 their secretary, devotes himself for 30 years to the registry of decisions according to the usages only of good society. Hence, throughout, both in vocabulary and in grammar, the language is refashioned over and over again, according to the cast of their intellects, which is the prevailing intellect. In the first place the vocabulary is diminished, most of the words specially employed on erudite and technical subjects, expressions that are too Greek or too Latin, terms peculiar to the schools, to science, to occupations, to the household, are excluded from discourse, those too closely denoting a particular occupation or profession are not considered proper in general conversation. A vast number of picturesque and expressive words are dropped, all that are crude, gaulois, or naifs, all that are local and provincial or personal and made up, all familiar and proverbial locutions, 3212 many brusque, familiar, and frank turns of thought, every haphazard, telling metaphor, almost every description of impulsive and dexterous utterance throwing a flash of light into the imagination and bringing into view the precise, colored, and complete form, but of which a too vivid impression would run counter to the proprieties of polite conversation. One improper word, said Vogles, is all that is necessary to bring a person in society into contempt, and, on the eve of the Revolution, an objectionable term denounced by Madame de Luxembourg still consigns a man to the rank of espèces, because correct expression is ever an element of good manners. Language, through this constant scratching, is attenuated and becomes colorless. Vogles estimates that one half of the phrases and terms employed by Amyot are set aside. 3213 with the exception of La Fontaine, an isolated and spontaneous genius, who reopens the old sources, and La Bruyère, a bold seeker, who opens a fresh source, and Voltaire, an incarnate demon who, in his anonymous and pseudonymous writings, gives the rein to the violent, crude expressions of his inspiration. 3214 The terms which are most appropriate fall into desuetude. One day, Gresset, in a discourse at the Academy, dares utter 4 or 5 of these, 3215 relating, I believe, to carriages and head-dresses, whereupon murmurs at once burst forth. During his long retreat he had become provincial and lost the touch by degrees. Discourses are composed of general expressions only. These are even employed, in accordance with Buffon's precept, to designate concrete objects. They are more in conformity with the polished courtesy which smooths over, appeases, and avoids rough or familiar expressions, to which some views appear gross or rude unless partly hidden by a veil. This makes it easier for the superficial listener. Prevailing terms alone will immediately arouse current and common ideas. They are intelligible to every man from the single fact that he belongs to the drawing room. Special terms, on the contrary, demand an effort of the memory or of the imagination. Suppose that, in relation to Franks or to savages, I should mention a battle-axe, which would be at once understood. Should I mention a tomahawk, or a Francisque, 3216 many would imagine that I was speaking Teuton or Iroquois. 3217 In this respect the more fashionable and refined the style, the more punctilious the effort. Every appropriate term is banished from poetry. If one happens to enter the mind it must be evaded or replaced by a paraphrase. An 18th-century poet can hardly permit himself to employ more than 1/3 of the dictionary. Poetic language at last becomes so restricted as to compel a man with anything to say not to express himself in verse. 3218 On the other hand, the more you prune the more you thin out. Reduced to a select vocabulary, the Frenchman deals with fewer subjects, but he describes them more agreeably and more clearly. Courtesy, accuracy, urbanite, exactitude, these two words, born at the same time with the French Academy, describes in a nutshell the reform of which it is the tool, and which the drawing room, by it, and alongside of it, imposes on the public. Grand seigneurs in retirement, and unoccupied fine ladies, enjoy the examination of the subtleties of words for the purpose of composing maxims, definitions, and characters. With admirable scrupulousness and infinitely delicate tact, writers and people society apply themselves to weighing each word and each phrase in order to fix its sense, to measure its force and bearing, to determine its affinities, use, and connections. This work of precision is carried on from the earliest academicians, Vogles, Chapelain and Conrad, to the end of the classic epoch, in the synonyms by Boissy and by Gerard, in the remark by Duclos, in the commentaire by Voltaire on Corneille, in the Lycée by La Harpe, 3219 in the efforts, the example, the practice, and the authority of the great and the inferior writers of which all are correct. Never did architects, obliged to use ordinary broken highway stones in building, better understand each piece, its dimensions, its shape, its resistance, its possible connections and suitable position. Once this was learned, the task was to construct with the least trouble and with the utmost solidity. The grammar was consequently changed at the same time and in the same way as the dictionary. Hence no longer permitting the words to reflect the way impressions and emotions were felt, they now had to be regularly and rigorously assigned according to the invariable hierarchy of concepts. The writer may no longer begin his text with the leading figure or the main purpose of his story, the setting is given and the places assigned beforehand. Each part of the discourse has its own place, no omission or transposition is permitted, as was done in the 16th century 3220. All parts must be included, each in its definite place, at first the subject of the sentence with its appendices, then the verb, then the object direct, and, finally, the indirect connections. In this way the sentence forms a graduated scaffolding, the substance coming foremost, then the quality, then the modes and varieties of the quality, just as a good architect in the first place poses his foundation, then the building, then the accessories, economically and prudently, with a view to adapt each section of the edifice to the support of the section following after it. No sentence demands any less attention than another, nor is there any in which one may not at every step verify the connection or incoherence of the parts. 3221 The procedure used in arranging a simple sentence also governs that of the period, the paragraph, and the series of paragraphs. It forms the style as it forms the syntax. Each small edifice occupies a distinct position, and but one, in the great total edifice. As the discourse advances, each section must in turn file in, never before, never after, no parasitic member being allowed to intrude, and no regular member being allowed to encroach on its neighbor, while all these members bound together by their very positions must move onward, combining all their forces on one single point. Finally, we have for the first time in a writing, natural and distinct groups, complete and compact harmonies, none of which infringe on the others or allow others to infringe on them. It is no longer allowable to write haphazard, according to the caprice of one's inspiration, to discharge one's ideas in bulk, to let oneself be interrupted by parentheses, to string along interminable rows of citations and enumerations. An end is proposed, some truth is to be demonstrated, some definition to be ascertained, some conviction to be brought about. To do this we must march, and ever directly onward. Order, sequence, progress, proper transitions, constant development constitute the characteristics of this style. To such an extent is this pushed, that from the very first, personal correspondence, romances, humorous pieces, and all ironical and gallant effusions, consist of morsels of systematic eloquence. 3222 At the Hotel Rambouillet, the explanatory period is displayed with as much fullness and as rigorously as with Descartes himself. One of the words most frequently occurring with Madame de Scudéry is the conjunction for, in French car. Passion is worked out through close-knit arguments. Drawing-room compliments stretch along in sentences as finished as those of an academical dissertation. Scarcely completed, the instrument already discloses its aptitudes. We are aware of its being made to explain, to demonstrate, to persuade, and to popularize. Condillac, a century later, is justified in saying that it is in itself a systematic means of decomposition and of recomposition, a scientific method analogous to arithmetic and algebra. At the very least it possesses the incontestable advantage of starting with a few ordinary terms, and of leading the reader along with facility and promptness, by a series of simple combinations, up to the loftiest. 3223 By virtue of this, in 1789, the French tongue ranks above every other. The Berlin Academy promises a prize for anyone who best can explain its preeminence. It is spoken throughout Europe. No other language is used in diplomacy. As formerly with Latin, it is international, and appears that, from now on, it is to be the preferred tool whenever men are to reason. It is the organ only of a certain kind of reasoning, la raison raisonnante, that requiring the least preparation for thought, giving itself as little trouble as possible, content with its acquisitions, taking no pains to increase or renew them, incapable of, or unwilling to embrace the plenitude and complexity of the facts of real life. In its purism, in its disdain of terms suited to the occasion, in its avoidance of lively sallies, in the extreme regularity of its developments, the classic style is powerless to fully portray or to record the infinite and varied details of experience. It rejects any description of the outward appearance of reality, the immediate impressions of the eyewitness, the heights and depths of passion, the physiognomy, at once so composite yet absolute personal, of the breathing individual, in short, that unique harmony of countless traits, blended together and animated, which compose not human character in general but one particular personality, and which a Saint Simon, a Balzac, or a Shakespeare himself could not render if the rich language they used, and which was enhanced by their temerities, did not contribute its subtleties to the multiplied details of their observation. 3224 Neither the Bible, nor Homer, nor Dante, nor Shakespeare 3225 could be translated with this style. Read Hamlet's monologue in Voltaire and see what remains of it, an abstract piece of declamation, with about as much of the original in it as there is of Othello in his Horace Maine. Look at Homer and then at Fenelon in the island of Calypso, the wild, rocky island, where gulls and other seabirds with long wings, build their nests, becomes in pure French prose an orderly park arranged for the pleasure of the eye. In the 18th century, contemporary novelists, themselves belonging to the classic epoch, Fielding, Swift, Defoe, Sterne and Richardson, are admitted into France only after excisions and much weakening. Their expressions are too free and their scenes are too impressive, their freedom, their coarseness, their peculiarities, would form blemishes. The translator abbreviates, softens, and sometimes, in his preface, apologizes for what he retains. Room is found, in this language, only for a partial lifelikeness, for some of the truth, a scanty portion, and which constant refining daily renders still more scanty. Considered in itself, the classic style is always tempted to accept slight, insubstantial commonplaces for its subject materials. It spins them out, mingles and weaves them together. Only a fragile filigree, however, issues from its logical apparatus. We may admire the elegant workmanship, but in practice, the work is of little, none, or negative service. From these characteristics of style we divine those of the mind for which it serves as a tool. Two principal operations constitute the activity of the human understanding observing things and events. It receives a more or less complete, profound, and exact impression of these, and after this, turning away from them, it analyzes its impressions, and classifies, distributes, and more or less skillfully expresses the ideas derived from them. In the second of these operations the classicist is superior. Obliged to adapt himself to his audience, that is to say, to people of society who are not specialists and yet critical, he necessarily carries to perfection the art of exciting attention and of making himself heard, that is to say, the art of composition and of writing with patient industry, and multiplied precautions. He carries the reader along with him by a series of easy rectilinear conceptions, step by step, omitting none, beginning with the lowest and thus ascending to the highest. Always progressing with steady and measured pace, securely and agreeably as on a promenade. No interruption or diversion is possible, on either side, along the road, balustrades keep him within bounds, each idea extending into the following one by such an insensible transition, that he involuntarily advances, without stopping or turning aside, until brought to the final truth where he is to be seated. Classic literature throughout bears the imprint of this talent. There is no branch of it into which the qualities of a good discourse do not enter and form a part. They dominate those sort of works which, in themselves, are only half literary, but which, by its help, become fully so, transforming manuscripts into fine works of art which their subject matter would have classified as scientific works, as reports of action, as historical documents, as philosophical treatises, as doctrinal expositions, as sermons, polemics, dissertations, and demonstrations. It transforms even dictionaries and operates from Descartes to Condillac, from Bossuet to Buffon and Voltaire, from Pascal to Rousseau and Beaumarchais, in short, becoming prose almost entirely, even in official dispatches, diplomatic and private correspondence, from Madame de Sévigné to Madame du Deffant, including so many perfect letters flowing from the pens of women who were unaware of it. Such prose is paramount in those works which, in themselves, are literary, but which derive from it an oratorical turn. Not only does it impose a rigid plan, a regular distribution of parts 3226 in dramatic works, accurate proportions, suppressions and connections, a sequence and progress, as in a passage of eloquence, but again it tolerates only the most perfect discourse. There is no character that is not an accomplished orator, with Corneille and Racine, with Molière himself, the confidant, the barbarian king, the young cavalier, the drawing-room coquette, the valet, all show themselves adepts in the use of language. Never have we encountered such adroit introductions, such well-arranged evidence, such just reflections, such delicate transitions, such conclusive summing-ups. Never have dialogues borne such a strong resemblance to verbal sparring matches. Each narration, each portrait, each detail of action, might be detached and serve as a good example for schoolboys, along with the masterpieces of the ancient tribune. So strong is this tendency that, on the approach of the final moment, in the agony of death, alone and without witnesses, the character finds the means to plead his own frenzy and die eloquently. To its original deficiency. Its original deficiency, signs of this in the 17th century. It grows with time and success. Proofs of this growth in the 18th century. Serious poetry, the drama, history, and romances. Short-sighted views of man and of human existence. This excess indicates a deficiency. In the two operations which the human mind performs, the classicist is more successful in the second than in the first. The second, indeed, stands in the way of the first. The obligation of always speaking correctly makes him refrain from saying all that ought to be said. With him the form is more important than abundant contents, the first-hand observations which serve as a living source losing, in the regulated channels to which they are confined, their force, depth and impetuosity. Real poetry, able to convey dream and illusion, cannot be brought forth. Lyric poetry proves abortive, and likewise the epic poem. 3227. Nothing sprouts on these distant fields, remote and sublime, where speech unites with music and painting. Never do we hear the involuntary scream of intense torment, the lonely confession of a distraught soul. 3228. Pouring out his heart to relieve himself. When a creation of characters is imperative, as in dramatic poetry, the classic mold fashions but one kind, that which through education, birth, or impersonation, always speak correctly, in other words, like so many people of high society. No others are portrayed on the stage or elsewhere, from Corneille and Racine to Marivaux and Beaumarchais. So strong is the habit that it imposes itself even on La Fontaine's animals, on the servants of Molière, on Montesquieu's Persians, and on the Babylonians, the Indians, and the micromegas of Voltaire. It must be stated, furthermore, that these characters are only partly real. In real persons two kinds of characteristics may be noted: the first, few in number, which he or she shares with others of their kind and which any reader readily may identify, and the other kind, of which there are a great many, describing only one particular person, and these are much more difficult to discover. Classic art concerns itself only with the former, it purposely effaces, neglects, or subordinates the latter. It does not build individual persons but generalized characters, a king, a queen, a young prince, a confidant, a high priest, a captain of the guards, seized by some passion, habit, or inclination, such as love, ambition, fidelity, or perfidy, a despotic or a yielding temper, some species of wickedness or of native goodness. As to the circumstances of time and place, which, amongst others, exercise a most powerful influence in shaping and diversifying man, it hardly notes them, even setting them aside. In a tragedy the scene is set everywhere and any time; the contrary, that the action takes place nowhere in no specific epoch, is equally valid. It may take place in any palace or in any temple, 3229, in which, to get rid of all historic or personal impressions, habits and costumes are introduced conventionally, being neither French nor foreign, nor ancient, nor modern. In this abstract world the address is always you, as opposed to the familiar thou, 3230 Seigneur and Madame, the noble style always clothing the most different characters in the same dress. When Corneille and Racine, through the stateliness and elegance of their verse, afford us a glimpse of contemporary figures, they do it unconsciously, imagining that they are portraying man in himself, and, if we of the present time recognize in their pieces either the gentlemen, the duelists, the bullies, the politicians, or the heroines of the Fronde, or the courtiers, princes, and bishops, the ladies and gentlemen in waiting of the regular monarchy, it is because they have inadvertently dipped their brush in their own experience, some of its color having fallen accidentally on the bare ideal outline which they wished to trace. We have simply a contour, a general sketch, filled up with the harmonious gray tone of correct diction even in comedy, necessarily employing current habits, even with Molière, so frank and so bold, the model is unfinished, all individual peculiarities being suppressed, the face becoming for a moment a theatrical mask, and the personage, especially when talking in verse, sometimes losing its animation in becoming the mouthpiece for a monologue or a dissertation. 3231 The stamp of rank, condition, or fortune, whether gentleman or bourgeois, provincial or Parisian, is frequently overlooked. 3232 We are rarely made to appreciate physical externals, as in Shakespeare, the temperament, the state of the nervous system, the bluff or drawling tone, the impulsive or restrained action, the emaciation or obesity of a character. 3233 Frequently no trouble is taken to find a suitable name, this being either Chrysale, Argon, Damis, Durante, or Valere. The name designates only a simple quality, that of a father, a youth, a valet, a grumbler, a gallant, and, like an ordinary cloak, fitting indifferently all forms alike, as it passes from the wardrobe of Molière to that of Regnard, Destuch, Lesage, or Marivaux. 3234 The character lacks the personal badge, the unique, authentic appellation serving as the primary stamp of an individual. All these details and circumstances, all these aids and accompaniments of a man, remain outside of the classic theory. To secure the admission of some of them required the genius of Molière, the fullness of his conception, the wealth of his observation, the extreme freedom of his pen. It is equally true again that he often omits them, and that, in other cases, he introduces only a small number of them, because he avoids giving to these general characters a richness and complexity that might interfere with the story. The simpler the theme, the clearer its development, the first duty of the author throughout this literature being to clearly develop the restricted theme of which he makes a selection. There is, accordingly, a radical defect in the classic spirit, the defect of its qualities, and which, at first kept within proper bounds, contributes towards the production of its purest masterpieces, but which, in accordance with the universal law, goes on increasing and turns into a vice through the natural effect of age, use, and success. Contracted at the start, it is to become yet more so. In the 18th century the description of real life, of a specific person, just as he is in nature and in history, that is to say, an undefined unit, a rich plexus, a complete organism of peculiarities and traits, superposed, entangled and coordinated, is improper. The capacity to receive and contain all these is wanting. Whatever can be discarded is cast aside, and to such an extent that nothing is left at last but a condensed extract, an evaporated residuum, an almost empty name, in short, what is called a hollow abstraction. The only characters in the 18th century exhibiting any life are the offhand sketches, made in passing and as if contraband, by Voltaire, Baron de Thunder ten Tronckh and Milord Wuthen, the lesser figures in his stories, and 5 or 6 portraits of secondary rank, Turcaret, Gil Blas, Marianne, Manon Lescaut, Rameau, and Figaro, 2 or 3 of the rough sketches of Crébillon the Younger and of Collet, also many works in which sap flows through a familiar knowledge of things, comparable with those of the minor masters in painting, Watteau, Fragonard, Saint-Aubin, Moreau, Lancret, Pater, and Baudouin, and which, accepted with difficulty, or as a surprise, by the official drawing room are still to subsist after the grander and soberer canvases shall have become mouldy through their wearisome exhalations. Everywhere else the sap dries up, and, instead of blooming plants, we encounter only flowers of painted paper. What are all the serious poems, from the La Henriette of Voltaire to the Mois by Raucher or the L'Imagination by Delille, but so many pieces of rhetoric garnished with rhymes? Examine the innumerable tragedies and comedies of which Grimm and Collet gives us mortuary extracts, even the meritorious works of Voltaire and Crébillon, and later, those of authors of repute, Du Belloy, La Harpe, Tussis, and Marie Chenier. Eloquence, art, situations, correct verse, all exist in these except human nature. The personages are simply well-taught puppets, and generally mere mouthpieces by which the author makes his declamation public. Greeks, Romans, medieval knights, Turks, Arabs, Peruvians, Giaours, or Byzantines, they have all the same declamatory mechanisms. The public, meanwhile, betrays no surprise. It is not aware of history. It assumes that humanity is everywhere the same. It establishes the success alike of the Incas by Marmontel, and of Gonsalve and the Nouvelles by Florian, also of the peasants, mechanics, Negroes, Brazilians, Parses, and Malabarites that appear before it churning out their exaggerations. Man is simply regarded as a reasoning being, alike in all ages and alike in all places. Bernardine de Saint-Pierre endows his pariah with this habit, like Diderot, in his Tahitians. The one recognized principle is that every human being must think and talk like a book, and how inadequate their historical background. With the exception of Charles XII, a contemporary on whom Voltaire, thanks to eyewitnesses, bestows fresh life, also his spirited sketches of Englishmen, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Italians, and Germans, scattered through his stories, where are real persons to be found. With Hume, Gibbon, and Robertson, belonging to the French school, and who are at once adopted in France, in the researches into our Middle Ages of Dubos and of Mably, in the Louis XI of Duclos, in the Anacharsis of Barthélemy, even in the Essai sur les Moeurs, and in the Siècle de Louis XIV of Voltaire, even in the Grandeur de Romains, and the Esprit de Lois of Montesquieu. What peculiar deficiency! Erudition, criticism, common sense, an almost exact exposition of dogmas and of institutions, philosophic views of the relationships between events, and on the general run of these, nothing is lacking but the people. On reading these it seems as if the climates, institutions, and civilizations which so completely modifies the human intellect, are simply so many outworks, so many fortuitous exteriors, which, far from reflecting its depth, scarcely penetrate beneath its surface. The vast differences separating the men of 2 centuries, or of 2 peoples, escape them entirely. 3235 The ancient Greek, the early Christian, the conquering Teuton, the feudal man, the Arab of Muhammad, the German, the Renaissance Englishman, the Puritan, appear in their books as in engravings and frontispieces, with some difference in costume, but the same bodies, the same faces, the same countenances, toned down, obliterated, proper, adapted to the conventionalities of good manners. That sympathetic imagination by which the writer enters into the mind of another, and reproduces in himself a system of habits and feelings so different from his own, is the talent the most absent in the 18th century. With the exception of Diderot, who uses it badly and capriciously, it almost entirely disappears in the last half of the century. Consider in turn, during the same period, in France and in England, where it is most extensively used, the Romance, a sort of mirror everywhere transportable, the best adapted to reflect all phases of nature and of life. After reading the series of English novelists, Defoe, Richardson, Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, and Goldsmith down to Miss Burney and Miss Austen, I have become familiar with England in the 18th century. I have encountered clergymen, country gentlemen, farmers, innkeepers, sailors, people of every condition in life, high and low. I know the details of fortunes and of careers, how much is earned, how much is expended, how journeys are made and how people eat and drink. I have accumulated for myself a file of precise biographical events, a complete picture in 1,000 scenes of an entire community, the amplest stock of information to guide me should I wish to frame a history of this vanished world. On reading a corresponding list of French novelists, the younger Crébillon, Rousseau, Marmontel, Laclos, Restif de la Bretonne, Levet, Madame de Staël, Madame de Genlis and the rest, including Mercier and even Madame Cotton, I scarcely take any notes. All precise and instructive little facts are left out. I find civilities, polite acts, gallantries, mischief-making, social dissertations and nothing else. They carefully abstain from mentioning money, from giving me figures, from describing a wedding, a trial, the administration of a piece of property. I am ignorant of the situation of a curate, of a rustic noble, of a resident prior, of a steward, of an intendant. Whatever relates